Here we are! Now we are live. I have to figure out what went down. Something went down on my stream, and I wasn't happy about it. I'm not happy about it because I messed it up. Let's go to... This is the live show. We are in Discord server Daily Boom. Join us there. Share the show. Call everybody. And now we will begin the festivities. Hit the intro, Jose. Here we go. Boom.
Our number one troll, guys. Jose is in the house. Everyone, welcome Jose, our number one troll. Troll responsibly. You know it, man. Only Jose does it well.
I'm still stuck on that thing about Jose JG Gonzalez being a wanker.
Now, that's not trolling, Jose.
But Jose, you seem to be talking through me a lot.
So this is about the character, Jose. This is not about the argument.
That's my problem with Jose, is that he's saying just straight up BS. He's just trolling.
Yeah, he does seem to be trolling, I agree.
It's crazy. It's crazy trolling.
He's not playing the neutral place. I mean, I'm more neutral than Jose's, put it that way.
Jose, you in a mood today, bro?
You know what, Jose? I totally agree with you.
Yeah, I don't know about Jose.
I've got to be honest, Jose. Of the two resident globe heads, you are my favourite.
Jose, is responsible trolling okay? I don't know what you mean by this responsible trolling. Oh.
No one's got time for that. So, responsible trolling is okay. All right. Bro.
I kissed a guy.
Nordic Moyles are and Nordic Moyles, okay?
You notice this angle now gets wider. It's much wider. Wider here.
But look what happened here. Frame.
A sextant and a map. And you want to take this one off first. Make sure that valve is good and tight. It could get a little bit of spitfire. Terrestrial refraction. But that's about it.
Here on the
Daily Boom,
in a metal retardation center costing
PayPal and Super Chat
will be built is to identify all of the causes of mental retardation and to develop more effective techniques of treatment and rehabilitation. The ability to prevent mental retardation is our ultimate goal. To reach this point,
YouTube, Discord, participants,
and the federal government have all come a long, long way.
Now, many of these
flat earthers
so severely retarded that it would be difficult, if not impossible, to take care of them at home. So all we can offer them is good care and sympathetic understanding. But there are other
flat earther
in these institutions who really need not be there. Those are the ones that are classed as trainable or educable, and you'll hear more about them later.
Are we resorting to comedy hour now? Obviously. Gravity, La La Land is reserved for special people that double speak, that say open is closed, closed is open. La La Land, we are in La La Land. Gravity, obviously. La La Land, La La Land, La La Land, we are in La La Land. Gravity, obviously.
ready. Call your mama, call your papa, call your friends. The festivities are about to begin. Boom.
Hello, folks. This is Barack Obama. You are watching The Daily Boom with my man, Jose JG. Boom.
Do you all hit the like button? Well, hit it now. Hit the like button, share the show, join us on Discord, link in the description box, support the channel, PayPal link pinned in the chat box, Super Chat, you find the $sign underneath the chat box. Click on all the links around it. Everybody have a range in this channel, so click on the 3 dots next to everybody's name, go to their channel and support if they have any content. If you want to subscribe them and give them support even if they don't have any content, well, you're welcome to do so. There are a handful of moderators that are slightly above the other moderators, even though we are all moderators. And I am the man, Jose JG Boom. I'm the J-Lo. Thanks, Obama. Shout out to Justin Franks, Marcus Dresden in the house. Shout out to Marcus. I also saw over here the JP Jr. popped in. Justin Franks and Tony V. Do you know Mosh? I don't know Mosh. But shout out to Do You Know Mosh. I see you. Real Cygnus in the house and your Pick 7 organizer. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate it. Today we're going to talk about the Artemis. Let me open the Discord server Daily Boom so people can come in. Guests. For guests, we have very few special guests. And those special guests are you. You watching right now, listening, and in the YouTube chat box. You are the special guest. So click on the Discord link, click on it, and join us. I'm going to share a fresh link in the YouTube live so you guys don't have to go hunting around for a link if you don't have it. You know, guys, the only thing I don't have is the Artemis 2 launch that happened. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. That's the Discord. Well, I need you guys to come over to the in the Discord. We are in the Daily Boom Live text chat, and you can throw the links for the Artemis. I wanna take a look because I kind of overlooked and heard what went down, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what happened. What was the intention? What was the? I thought that was it. I thought that was the Artemis 2 that was gonna go up and do the loop-de-loop around the moon with people and shit. I don't know much about it. So I was very confused when they had an empty rocket and it exploded or something like that. I didn't see it. I heard about it. I would like to take a little look if anybody have a few link or two to share with us. Rob Keen, I see you, brother. Good afternoon, man. Good to see you around in this neighborhood. Stevie B is here also. Do you know Mosh? His wrench went limp. Why? Dude, I got some funny video clips over here. A few memes and stuff. They're funny. I got one in here that oh, okay, got it. I understand. All right, I'm waiting for people in the Discord to come over, but in the meanwhile, we're gonna find the link for the Artemis. Let me do a few clicks over here on my end. I'm trying to find a clip for the Artemis. Okay, if I close this down, I should still be visible. There you go. Here we are. Oh, guys, shame on me. I didn't do squeaky earth, man. Exactly. I don't know. I don't know about it, Justin. Justin, come over. Talk to me. Tell me. Did it have to do anything with the upcoming Artemis mission? That's what I heard. That's what I overheard, and that's why I'm so confused about what I was looking. Let's hear the squeaky earth in the meanwhile. That's beautiful. Oh, I got a sweet ring to it today, man. It's got a sweet ring to it. Solid. Solid. Starship Troopers? Nah, can't be Starship Troopers. Alright, let me see if we got this link private or not. No, Daily Boom voice chat is open. And the Daily Boom live is open to text in the meanwhile. Perfect. Right. Official SpaceX video of launching starting at 9 seconds. Very good. Thank you so much, Justin. I appreciate that. I'm gonna let me pause right here. Let me pause it. I'm gonna share the screen. And we're gonna take a little look at this, okay? Okay. Let's share the screen and see what we have in the apps. Uh-oh. Okay. Screen share. I'm on it. I am on it. Okay, you heard that? That means the screen share was successful. All right. If I click here and I click here, we should be on. Well, how about that? How about that? How many people are here? I think there are 18 watching. It's excellent, man. Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna leave this out just in case I gotta run. You start again. 18 of you, man. Nerd Alert is new. Thank you so much. You're the first new person today. Discord seems to be glitching for me, says Rob Ken. That's weird, man. It should be working. Let me, okay. Let me mute a second. Do you read lips? Then you couldn't hear what I say. Or could you? All right, let's see. Discord is fine. There he is. I think Discord is fine.
It's working now. It's just you and me, Jose.
It's you and me, man, brother. I appreciate it, and it sounds good. Good to see you, man. How you been, man? How you been? Where have you been hanging out? I haven't seen you in this corner.
I don't leave my on the level crew. Bev's computer's down, so I gotta find someone else to fill my time. And you're the lucky man.
That's cool, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, you know, I haven't had any personal issues or anything with you, so.
No, I hear you, bro. I'm just gonna chill out for a bit. I got work to do on this 84 van, so I'm just gonna get back to work.
Okay, man. Yeah, I got the screen share up with the Artemis, the rocket, whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna be just looking and talking through it and trying to figure it out because I don't know what's going on with all these rockets and missions. Trying to figure it out.
All right, let's get after it.
Hell yeah. All right, let me. I'm gonna. He gave me a timestamp, but I'm gonna go to the beginning to see what the explanation of this is, because I need to hear what this is. I heard about Artemis. Somebody say it's Starship. I don't know. So I'm gonna put audio and we're gonna listen to it. All right. It's propaganda. With music. Check the unit. Because when they speak,
good morning.
There you go.
On your screen is a live view of Starship as it awaits its second attempt at our first ever integrated flight test from Starbase, Texas. If all goes well, we hope to see our Starship spacecraft and Super Heavy booster, which we collectively call Starship, lift off together for the first time in exactly 33 minutes from now. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Kate Tice, Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
And I'm Shiva Bharadwaj, a Space Operations Engineer here at SpaceX. Now, if you've been following along, you'll know that we stood down from our initial launch attempt on Monday, and that was due to a frozen pressurization valve on the Super Heavy booster.
SpaceX teams investigated the issue and determined that this valve had some moisture in it, but the key breakthrough
are going to be trying to reduce complexity by attempting those hard water landings instead of trying a normal landing like you're used to on Falcon 9.
It launched.
However, our oxidizer is liquid oxygen, and that's the same as Falcon 9.
So let's go
because there is no oxygen in space to support T0, and we're also configuring the
together a few minutes.
Okay, we are 30 seconds away. They built that rocket on rock and roll, says Bigus. Shout out to Bigus.
Okay, you can see the clock is recycled.
Uh-oh. It changed. 40 seconds? What the hell?
Flight director has moved the clock back to. They could have to listen.
They moved the clock. I'm just keeping 5 seconds forward. Many times. It was 30 seconds, and now it's been like 2 minutes.
To pressure work to the count.
Keep going.
3 minutes after those 30 seconds.
May not just.
Please, at T-minus team working quickly.
Rehearsal to try to get us in for today.
We have, as result said, that so we should be able to.
Starship that once we resume the countdown, it restarts from the stick around.
Starbase.
22, 15 seconds. We'll go for the launch and see what's the hype of it behind this shit.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3.
Yeah, that's a big dog, but that rocket is huge. So slow. What the why? Why is it slow?
Booster upper chamber pressure is nominal.
Go JP Jr. say, whee! I guess we're okay.
43 seconds into the test flight of the inaugural Starship vehicle. Tower cleared, we're into pitch over. Propulsion reports first stage engines nominal. What a sight from the ground cameras at Starbase.
It is a 40-story tall, like a 40-story tall building. Fucking hell, that's big.
We're throttled down and throttled back up. Going through the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure. As the velocity increases, the density of the atmosphere is decreasing.
Max Q.
Lessening stress on the vehicle. The call out, max Q now.
That's a big fat rocket thing.
Continuing to watch the first stage as we head downrange.
Shout out to M Stone. You think that's real? Hey, it looks real to me, man. It
Our
actually
next
does look
major
real.
activity is going to be shutdown of the first stage.
Cool. Legit.
Houston Tracking Station now acquiring
Now,
the
is it
vehicle.
real? Can
With
they
shutdown,
fool?
we will get
Can they
separation
fool
of
people like
Starship and
that?
Super Heavy
Because it does
and
look real.
ignition of the Starship engines. When Starship separates,
When it's
we light
CGI,
up 6
you
engines in a
actually can
staggered
tell
sequence.
when it's
If all goes well, those 6 engines will
when it's
burn
bullshit.
for almost 6.5 minutes. Onboard view from
Okay, now
Starship.
we got that first view from the top.
And there's views of the Raptor engines on the second stage as we prepare for stage separation.
Shout out to
After
Gary
stage
Webenga
separation,
in
the
the
first
chat.
stage will
Gary,
flip
come on,
and begin a
come on over
boost back
now,
maneuver
dude.
for landing in
It's
the
just me
Gulf.
and Rob chilling over here. And Car K just showed up. Looking at a couple stuff in here.
Continuing to fly, 2 minutes 40 seconds. Let's get ready for main engine cutoff.
Oh, what happened here? I see a little bit of
Beginning the flip for stage separation.
extra fire and a little rendezvous. A little loop-de-loop. Did it miss? It's going down. Dude, it's going in circles here. It's actually going in circles. Unless the camera is spinning, I don't think it is. Everybody's so quiet. Why?
As of right now, we are awaiting stage separation,
Nah, it was just.
where Starship should separate from the Super Heavy booster.
He's going in circles, man. He's going around the.
Yeah, Kate, right
the
now
flat
it looks
sky
like we saw the start of the flip.
in a
but
circuit.
obviously
He's going
we're
in a
seeing from
circuit
the ground
above
cameras
the flat
the
sky.
entire Starship stack
Just
continuing
doing
to
a
rotate. We should have had separation by
doing
now.
a circle navigation of the
Obviously,
sky
this
twice.
does not appear to be a nominal situation.
Yeah,
Oh,
it does
man.
appear to be spinning, but I do want to remind everyone that
Yeah, he's doing tricks.
everything after clearing the tower was icing on the cake.
Oh, there you go. It blew up. I think. Yeah, it went boom.
And there, as you saw, as we promised, an exciting end to the Starship inaugural integrated test flight.
Why the fuck everybody celebrating that the rocket blew up? Why are they celebrating?
We had a successful liftoff from Starbase,
Successful
Texas
liftoff, yeah.
at 8:28 a.m. Central Time. We cleared the
no, that
tower,
seems weird
which
to me.
honestly was our only hope.
That
We
was-
cleared the tower, and all the data that we collected all
I'm
the
gonna
way
put in
through.
the background this little propaganda video as a visuals. Oh man, what's going on here? Carl Christopherson, if you want to pop in, say hello. And Rob, if you want to pop in and say hello, you're welcome to do so. Oh, yeah. All right, he's trying to figure it out. Hey, M Stone. Shout out to M Stone. He gave me a little bit of love on PayPal. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for your support. Thanks for your continued coverage of Riris. Riris. I guess that's how you pronounce that, right? I appreciate him, Stone. Good looking out, brother. Hell yeah.
Sorry,
And
I was just spending money on the Mack truck because, you know, I like tools.
Nice. You keep buying tools. How often you buy a new tool? Let's say once a month or more often?
Nah, once a week, the Mack Tools van shows up at my shop and I buy something.
For cars, right? Tools for cars.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well,
How about
today it was.
construction tools. You must have construction tools too.
Oh yeah, I got saws and levels and
Drills and
squares and drills. Yeah, I got it all. I got a full shop here.
Nice. Not to give it away, but I think you're in Florida, right? I mean, we never got.
No, Nope,
Oh,
I'm the
you're not in
opposite.
Florida.
I'm up in Canada.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, there was a guy
West.
that worked with cars too, and I spoke with him a few times a while ago, and I thought it was you for a second.
Yeah, no, I'm West Coast.
Right, right. Is it really cold in there right now, or is it starting to get a little warmer?
Well, I'm in the Celsius and stuff, and we're about maybe 5 to 10 degrees Celsius right now.
5 to 10.
You can
Yeah, that's
Google
between 40 and 50 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's chilly. It's pretty chilly.
It's not bad, but I got my heated vest on.
Yeah, but it's in the cold side for
Yeah.
For being comfortable. You cannot be with like sleeveless shirts and shorts outside. I mean, yeah.
No, I got my hoodie on and my heated vest.
Once you mentioned that Celsius, I grabbed my little thermometer here, and it got the Fahrenheit, and inside it got the Celsius. So at least I can figure it out. No, well, right now we are in 30 degrees Celsius for you.
Oh,
that's pretty hot, pretty warm.
Yeah, I love it when it's that hot here.
I like it, man. I got a long sleeve shirt and a shirt, not because it's cold. I just protect myself. There's a lot of mosquitoes here, bro, and they mess my arms up so bad, man. They bad me up. I'm too sweet for them. No, back in Puerto Rico when I used to live there, it was a lot of mosquitoes, but they didn't mess with me. Over here, for some reason, they like fucking with me. They like just following me everywhere. Now, Carl Case here. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm pretty good. A little bit tired. I had the long week, but
good.
Yeah, same for all.
You got mosquitoes where you come from?
Yes. Terrible mosquitoes at the summer month, but we are in the same Celsius, 5 to 10 Celsius, and getting warmer, and it's quite nice. A little bit chilly, but it's nice. No.
Yeah, that ain't bad. That's not bad at all. You were in Sweden, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Sweden, yeah, I remembered. Very nice, very nice. In the old world. Now, is that how it's called? No, because if this is the new world, the Western civilization, the Americas is the new world, I think, right? So is that that makes you in the old world?
I guess you can say that. Yeah.
How about pyramids and old structures? How old is the place that you have visited and you've seen? Is it thousands of years old or maybe a few hundreds of years old?
Oh, that's a good question. We have some ruins that are sort of, I don't know.
Very old, super old, like the oldest. Hundreds, maybe up to
hundreds. I think it's hundreds. Yeah.
What was the story behind it? Like old civilization there?
I remember we actually, when I went to school, we bicycled to a Stone Age village. Then I think it's 6,000 years old, and we had a sleepover in tents or in huts, sort of almost made out as they were at that time, or something around that. And yeah, we were the whole school bicycle there. It's like maybe 1 mile-ish from here, from the school. Okay. So we yeah, and it's that's 6,000 years old.
Yeah. So where what's the name of the oldest, like? I mean, I guess like you got Mexico, you got the Mayans. Puerto Rico, we got the Taino Indians. What was the name of like the older people? Was there a specific like tribe or a name for the tribe or something like that in your place?
No, I actually don't know that.
Just Swedish people, older Swedish people.
Yeah, something like that.
So how do you think that was built? Is it easier to build, or is it something that incredible to do now? It's not like the
it's mud and huts and trees and stuff like that. Yeah,
right.
It was quite primitive buildings and stuff. Yeah, nothing
Now-
fancy as a pyramid.
Bigos is asking, how did that village miraculously survived the flood, the big flood of the Bible? They say.
That's a good question. I think.
Good
I don't know, they
question,
had some-
Bigos. Good question.
Can I interject on that one?
Go for it. Yeah. Floor is yours, man.
Well, do you think that well, you have to believe that there was the flood first, but do we know that that city was built before the flood, that you would have to believe it?
What is the reason behind knowing it's more than 2,000 years old, Carl?
Yeah, good question.
I don't understand this
I'm-
dating and carbon dating and none of that, so I really don't know. Go ahead, Carl.
I'm thinking they had some long straws so they can survive underwater.
Right.
Something
No, but
like that.
the actual construction, I guess they did some carbon dating or whatever they dug in the dirt or something. I mean, they had to figure out how old it was.
Yeah, I think they were sort of. I think they can see that in the layers in the soil. They can see sort of how old they are. Different deposits, different layers, and different sort of areas and years. Almost like the rings on a tree or something. I think it's sort of like that. And then I think they're also using carbon dating and different carbon dating methods.
Right.
I read something interesting about the carbon dating method that we can't really I think since we exploded the atom bombs, we can't really. The carbon is sort of too polluted with radioactivity and stuff, so we can't really measure. You can't use that method in the future because it's all messed up here in our area.
Right. Now, Rob, he mentioned something interesting. Carbon dating is something like an analogy could be used, like reading the rings on a tree, and you know how old the tree will be. What do you think? I mean, that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
It does make sense to me. I haven't heard that analogy before, and it does make sense. How do they know how old it is? Well, they read some kind of sediments and layers and whatever, any chemicals that are involved in that process they use, just like chopping down a tree and reading the rings. How do they know the rings are 1 year old? Because it has been done. How do they know the layers and the sediments and the reading whatever they have done? Because they have done it for a few years now, and they know that's the way it works, and they can go back way back. That makes sense to me, man.
Yeah.
So if this flood was real, it would have happened 2,000 years ago, tops. It didn't happen before, right? I guess. Because
if it happened, which I believe it did, I would say 4,000.
Oh, 4,000. Yeah, because actually, the Jesus forward is 2,000, but before, like the first books of the Bible, was way back since the beginning, as for the book says. Okay, got it. Is that what I have heard? This old young Earth creationist, that's how they call it. Like it's no more than 6,500 years, 6,000 years old or something like that.
Regardless, it would be a belief, but yeah, about 65 maybe.
Right. What do you think, Carl, about that number? Would it be enough for every observed phenomena today, 6,500 years ago? In the whole world, up and down, left and right.
I think the Earth is older than that, and yeah. Definitely older, I say.
That was a definitely older, Rob. Damn. It's not a maybe older, or I think, or I believe. I had it definitely there. What do you think, man?
I believe.
I didn't hear you saying that you believe it's older, Car. Did you say you believe it's older, or you know that it's definitely older?
I know.
So you got reasons.
How
to
do you know?
There you go.
Yeah, how do you know? There we go.
I mean,
Thank
I think you can make the argument. How do you know anything? Could you make that?
Yeah, you want to get into philosophy? We can get into philosophy.
There you go. I like this conversation because you guys are not too vocal in this channel, and this is the two of you. So I'm gonna stay back, talk about yourself. I mean, I like picking each other's brain and see who can come up victory. Like, gotcha.
I wish I could, but I gotta change a wheel speed sensor right now.
All right, man. All right.
But Rob, I really respect you to believe in that sort of thing, because it's quite easy to not believe. You can say it like that, or so that's kudos for that. That's a little bit not so common these days. So yeah,
Good, man. Let me type because why don't we have more guests in Discord? Guys, jump over the Discord. And if it's your first time that you haven't come over to the Discord server, to the voice chat, feel free. Feel free.
Share it out too.
Yeah. Jump in. Feel free. We're relaxed today. I still got my screen share up. I got a few video clips. I found this video clip it's kind of funny because I started listening to this. All right, let me share. I'm still sharing my screen, so let me pop this open for people to see on the YouTubes. And I'm gonna turn off my camera because it will create too much bandwidth and stuff. All right, we should be on. This beautiful young girl has a video titled "The Ultimate Flat Earth Discussion." Shake my head. All right. Let's hear a little bit on what she has to say. I'm going to 1.25 speed. Here we go. I'll pause it a few times.
My guy. So as y'all know, in my recent videos, I told y'all about the flat earth and the firmament over us that was created by God.
I wasn't expecting that voice. She came in hot. All right, anyway.
Also spoke to y'all about how space doesn't exist. There are no other planets outside of the firmament. And what y'all are seeing through those telescopes are wandering stars. I also spoke to y'all about the Antarctica ice wall and how that's really the end of the earth. So please, if y'all haven't watched that video, do not watch this video yet. Go watch my flat earth video first, or you're going to be lost by the videos that I'm about to show you.
Okay, so she have put a previous videos, and you need to see them because she have already compiled a few things that she have already telling us here about fake stuff. But you know what? Because we have heard some of those things before, let's imply that we have heard her previous videos, and let's take a look at this one to see what comes up. Here we go.
Proving that they never been to the moon. Some of these videos y'all can't even find no more. And how they put the truth right in our face. How every day that they're sending rockets up there to try to break the firmament. Because in reality, they know they never been anywhere. And everything they've been telling us is a lie. In Romans 3 and 4, God said, let him be the truth and every man a liar.
Now, she's going with the Bible verses and a couple stuff, which I kind of like, I brush over to the side. But still, you know, I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt, and I'm gonna listen to her. Any of the arguments, which I got something very interesting to prove her wrong, at least in one point, and that's why I decided to show this video. It's coming very soon. First of all, shout out to Stingray, jump in. What's up, man? I got my screen share up. Let's listen to what she has to say here.
It's about time y'all learn the truth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system.
The Earth is a closed system.
We cannot leave the Earth. there's no place to go.
That video you can't find anymore.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you, young lady. Thank you so much for giving me hope that there is hope in the world. So we heard a cherry pick quote of Bill Nye, and what she said after the video clip is what is shocked me. She said, you can't find this video anymore. Let's hear that quote once again, and let's hear when she implies that you cannot find the video anymore. Here we go.
Learn the truth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system.
The Earth is a closed system.
We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
That video you can't find anymore.
All right, Stingray, did you hear what she said after the video clip?
I do, yes.
What did she say?
Well, she's just saying you can't find that video anymore.
All right, let's go to evidence B. This is...
I bet you I could find it.
This is Big Think with 5.51 million subscribers posted 7 years ago. Okay, 2 minutes 56 seconds. Timestamp. Here we go.
Why we don't throw trash into space? Because it's too expensive. Lifting a ton of material into space takes an extraordinary amount of rocket fuel. And by the way, when people want to send this much plutonium-238, which is not even the weapons plutonium.
I'm just playing a few seconds previous to that clip. So this is the video that she said you cannot find anymore from the original source from Big Think giant huge channel. I'm just playing a few seconds before and a few seconds after to see how that the context of it is. Here we go.
Plutonium, a baseball size, grapefruit size. People freak out because the rockets sometimes blow up. Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. There's no place to throw your trash. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe not you, but your kids develop ways to mine our landfills. We throw away so much valuable stuff right now, especially raw materials. I may be wrong, of course. I always may be wrong.
All right. I think that's enough for the fair use. Shout out to me for finding this, and it wasn't even hard to find. Any thoughts from you guys?
So in that same sentence, he said it was discussing the economics of rockets leaving our system with trash. And then in the context of trash and waste, he then says it's a closed system. That's the thing that flat earthers always get wrong. Context. A fucking balloon is a closed concept, a closed system if you treat it in a certain time frame with a certain tolerance. But that doesn't mean air or helium isn't escaping. It's just given context. So yes, trash-wise, it's a closed system.
Indeed, man, indeed.
And about context and trash, here in Sweden, we have no trash. We import trash from the rest of Europe, actually. We have a really good trash system and recycling system and everything like that. So we have run out of trash and importing it from, especially Germany, but also the rest of Europe.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. How confident she sounded when she said you cannot find that anymore.
We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
That video you can't find anymore. Also, they've been sending rockets trying to nuke the firmament. And Hillary Clinton was making fun of it, saying that they're finally starting to crack it. But people were so brainwashed that they wasn't even paying attention to what she was actually saying. Now remember, God said he spread out the sky, which is strong as a molten-looking glass.
Yeah, this is now it becomes one of these kind of repetitive little propaganda video about the flat earth. Like now she got a compilation of Hillary Clinton talking about we are breaking through the glass dome ceiling and we have a glass ceiling that we're trying to break through above us. And they, then people like this young lady put the context of what she means, and then people like me, illiterate in the topic, we believe it. We believe this young lady because she sounds like she has a lot of commitment on on the way she speaks. What do you think,
Yeah,
Stingray?
if you read the YouTube chat, I think Justin Franks has just said Hillary Clinton was talking about a glass ceiling for women. So it's like I'm pretty sure that if a flat earther that wants to be deceitful takes singular words out of a mix of sentences from different speeches, you could literally make anybody say anything, but it doesn't make it true.
That is true. That is true. I mean, it's
against the highest, hardest stained glass ceiling. So I guess I'm up against the... And it may be hard to see tonight, but we are all standing under a glass ceiling right now.
See, stuff like that, you know. I guess that was her niche. She
So-
had a like a saying.
So should we add some more context to what Hillary said then?
Well, I didn't Google that, but let me do a quick YouTube search. If I put here Hillary Clinton glass ceiling, I'm probably gonna get something. So Hillary. I'm not sharing my search in the screen yet.
What about her husband telling her that telling everybody that she communes with dead people?
Yeah, that's kind of more on the politics side and the other side of topics. Yeah. All right, Washington and PBS. Here we go. Let me see what she say. Oop. Two things. Go back and unmute it. Mosaic. Here we go.
Although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it. And the light is shining through like never before, filling us all with the hope and the sure knowledge that the path will be a little easier next time. Although we
that's still kind of that one quote only. This came from Washington Week something. Let me find another little more with in between the lines. All right, there we go.
To the young people in particular, I hope you will hear this. I have, as Tim said, spent my entire adult life fighting for what I believe in. I've had successes and I've had setbacks, sometimes really painful ones. Many of you are at the beginning of your professional, public, and political careers. You will have successes and setbacks too. This loss hurts, but please never stop believing that fighting for what's right is worth it. And so we need you to keep up these fights now and for the rest of your lives. And to all the women, and especially the young women, who put their faith in this campaign and in me, I want you to know that nothing has made me prouder than to be your champion. Now, still not I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now.
How about that? There you go. Beautiful context. Stingray. We found it.
Well, yeah, women in power, women in authority, a woman president. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. But like I say, if you're a flat earther, you gotta lie.
So she was just speaking metaphorically.
I think when she's on about that, it is insinuation of because this is after her loss for the presidency, right?
Yes, I'm not sure if it was after the loss or previous, but around that time.
Because I think she's mentioned it before, because she mentioned it with what did she mention it as? One of her speeches, she was on about, well, the first coloured president, and then the next barrier to crack.
Right. Yep. So metaphorically will be a good description, Stingray, like Rob says.
I don't know. Well, it depends on which speech you're on about. Sometimes yes, sometimes not. Sometimes it's literally.
But it's not literally. There's a glass dome ceiling, and we're trying to break through.
No, otherwise, in the other speech, I think she'd have been firing women, the 18 million women from that state or city or county or whatever, at the glass ceiling, because that wouldn't have made any sense, would it?
Yeah. I concur, man. I concur, man. All right. Well, this girl is...
It's fine for all this talk about me running to break the big, hard glass ceiling. And although we weren't able to shatter that hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks.
Yeah, you see, like she put that one in between other 2 or 3 times, but it is the same topic about like Donald Trump. He had his thing of make America great again, so he did a little speech around that. You know, why does he think America is not great, and he wanted to make it great again? So Hillary Clinton wanted that breakthrough for women and empowerment, and that was her shatter the glass ceiling above them that she wanted to break through. That was her thing, you know.
Yeah, but I'm really sorry, but as a campaigner, as a political advisor, I'd have said her slogan should have been something like, what would it be? Intelligence and experience always trump everything else.
Yeah, and throw Trump in there as a no pun intended. Yeah, because she was going against him. I like that.
This TikToker is like a female Caleb.
I'm sorry?
This TikToker, this young lady is a female Caleb.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like she showed that confidence and she speaks like she knows the truth. Yeah. Let's go. What else do we have?
Don't even know how that glass even formed. That's because they've been trying to crack the firmament. Man, these people don't even know what they finna do to us. Do they not understand that above the firmament is water? They so evil, they only care about themselves.
There's water above the firmament. She knows that, I guess. I mean, she's telling me. So should I believe her? She's telling me. Like she means it.
I just don't know where they get this stuff. Like what causes them to think that?
Hey, propaganda videos like this one. She saw one like this, and she became one propagandist, and she kept spreading the voice. That's it. That's the way it works. It worked with me when I became.
Yeah, but you were always questioning and asking questions. This person is pontificating as though they know something that nobody else does, and they're so aggressive in their fake knowledge that she's going to have a hard day of reckoning when she learns that she's made an idiot of herself for everybody to see.
But every flat earther out there, every single one of them got their ideas from somebody else, got their whatever they say and whatever they claim, they got it from somebody previous. Like, let's go to the first ones, Matt Powerland or Eric Dubay. They got it from Samuel Robotham. Who Samuel Robotham got it from? Probably from somebody previous to him, because there are at least 2 or 3 names around that era that they start quote unquote questioning science and proposing new ideas. So they came up with this, and that is the foundation of what flat Earth is today. Samuel Robotham and his peers back in the day.
But I think the personality flaw, and I'm going to call it a flaw just because that's kind of how I identify it, is these are people that seek to be considered smart and intelligent, and because they cannot understand the actual science or the actual evidence, they gravitate to something that they can easily understand, and then they invest in it, and it gives them a sense of security or self-worth because now they're an expert in the flat Earth.
Yeah. Now, there's a comment over here. Interesting comment by Chris Berry. Well, and every Glober got their information from someone else too. Stingray, what is the flaw in that statement?
Well, first of all, it's generalization, which is almost never true. You have to go on a ratio. You can't say every. But that's same as flat earthers. There's some flat earthers that have tested things and apparently it's been flat, but they've not gone beyond that to actually figure out, well, actually there is a curve if you statistically analyze the data. But what Chris said is absolutely wrong. There's been, I don't know of a single, oh, maybe I do, but like 80% of all globe proponents, planet Earth proponents in this avenue have gone out and done something that definitively have extreme positive evidence towards the fact that it's a globe, like Bob the Science Guy. Even myself with models and predictions, I've gone out and I've done them in multiple locations. It's a globe. End of. There's no doubt. So we all do things. Even yourself went out trying to probably hold on to the flat Earth and realizing, oh shit, yeah, this doesn't work. So yeah, we've all done stuff. It's not, we don't listen to anybody else.
Well, I mean, taken in consideration that anybody who's in physics or astronomy who has a degree in those fields doesn't just read a book. They have to perform the experiments. And these experiments are done every day by thousands of people. And they could simply, if the experiments didn't work, it would be easy to prove something wrong. But they're not.
And just the last thing to reply to Chris. Yes, models, Chris. A model being a hypothesis of input variables and data that represent an understanding of something. That is a scientific model. We have lots of them. We have financial models. We have physics models. We have chemistry models. We have virus models. We have everything models.
And the weatherman. And the weatherman has weather models, and look how often they're wrong.
Yeah, a weather model is not for a definitive. There's no single prediction for a weather model. Like, the only prediction on the weather model, because it uses a globe, is this is where the sun is going to rise and set tomorrow.
There's no 100% prediction for. You mentioned financial models. I hope you don't do everything off of financial models. You actually think that's a valid
analogy?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, no,
think that's a valid analogy?
Chris, the output variables of a financial or even a broad spectrum antibiotic, efficacy fucking study is not a binary, as in it doesn't produce a singular result or anything other than. It's broad. However, if you say, does a globe work and does flat work, then that is a model that can produce, an understanding and predictions that either work or don't.
Okay, show me.
It's not an model.
Show me yours and I'll show you mine. I'm sorry.
I don't claim to have a model. I don't go off models.
So you want thing right? Is the one thing right to show you his? You're not gonna show him yours? What the hell kind of trade is that?
I'm not making that claim. He is. I want to see his full working globe model.
Well, let's say it. In the beginning,
and by full,
is not a model.
Sorry, Chuck, I interrupted. Go ahead.
In the beginning, God created is not a model.
No, that's not a model.
What is it?
That's a statement.
Statement is a model.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think
it's a statement for your belief. That's what you mean.
Oh, I know what a model is. I've made models before.
No, not a physics. It's not just synonymous with a physical model or a geometric model. A model is an understanding of something. It's a hypothesis that would allow you to run through whatever your understanding is to get a prediction. That's it. It's not physics. It could be anything. It could be a very simple algorithmic mathematical model. It could be the postulation that this broad spectrum antibiotic, because of X, Y, and Z, is going to produce this effect.
It's a simulation, right?
No, not a simulation.
It's not.
It's an understanding.
I'm looking at the definition of models.
You don't. I mean, simulation is the wrong word for it. You can have a model which is a simulation.
It's a type of model.
Well, it's by definition, models have to be simulations because it's not the actual thing that you're modeling.
I mean, if you were pedantically down to that, you would have to say it's an emulation of something, but semantically, nobody says that.
Well, whether you use emulation or simulation, you're simulating something. Like, for example, let's say you built a scale toy model of a 1967 Stingray Corvette, right, or whatever. You're emulating the actual object. It's a simulation or emulation of the actual thing you're trying to model. It's not the model itself.
Yes, but it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be a working. So this, take this for example.
Your model doesn't have to work.
No. It doesn't have to run through the entirety of it. It needs an input, a slight explanation, then an expected output that is singularly, or maybe not singularly, because you can do further experiments, but singularly responsible for the body of that model. But you don't need to know all the steps to get there. So you can have a model that's ambiguous as long as the result wouldn't be supported by something else. So the following statement is, there would be no sunset on a flat Earth. There is a sunset, so Earth not flat. There's no definitive, therefore it's a cube, therefore it's a pyramid, therefore it's a... Because that isn't part of the model. The simple model is, you would always be able to have an angle to the sun, no matter the elevation, unless it was underground on a flat Earth over a water body. End of. You can go out now and you can test that. You don't need to.
Well, that's a logical fallacy. So you can't test logical fallacies, unfortunately.
No, that's a model.
No, it's not a model.
Oh my God!
It absolutely is, Chris.
The cat is a model. Cat doing a catwalk.
Why? Just out of interest, why is you would always have an angle, an upward elevation angle, or a straight line parallel, ground or water adjacent angle to a sun over a flat body? Why is that wrong?
Don't you all say that you have a thing in the atmosphere called refraction?
Yes.
And doesn't refraction bend straight lines and aren't angles straight lines? And if your angles are bent, then don't you no longer have straight angles to the thing you're talking about?
No, refraction bent the trajectory of the photon.
Exactly.
Yes.
So everything Stingray just said, I just debunked in 5 seconds.
No, you didn't. All you're doing is adding variables and claiming that we need to add every variable to prove the model.
You do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. Have you actually done science?
Well, you haven't.
Yeah, I have.
Hold on, Chai, before you speak, this is a perfect timing. I'm sorry, but people will be asking me, how do you look? What is your face? Have you been on camera? Yes, you have been. And I got an image of Shaik on screen right now. You can just,
I just want to say, can we not get heated right off the rip, please?
Yeah,
let's try and stay cool.
Yeah, back and forward, talk and let talk. We having a little fun is going to be engaging back and forth, but let's try not to interrupt. It will be the worst, the interruption. But yeah, go ahead. Chaik, you were going to say something, and then the next person.
Before I said what I was going to say, I have an artist, how we call it, artist depiction of how I look.
An artistic depiction.
Yeah.
Whose image is that really, Jose?
That's Chaik face.
That was about 10 years ago.
That was Chaik's face. I put a body on it. I put Gore the God Butcher body on it.
How old are you there, Chaik?
I'll find something better.
It looks like 12.
That's really Chaik's face. I mean, I'm sorry, you put your face in there. You asked, this is Chaik right here when he was a teenager. And what did I do? Yeah, I just adjusted it and then put his face on it. So that's Chaik. There's no doxing. You shared. We like sharing, how we look. It's not how I imagine you looked.
Maybe you'll see me on camera one day.
Is this a drawing of you?
So can we get back? I don't know how we got off. I don't have a ton of time.
That's how I look on camera.
So the problem with Stay Bro Reno saying you don't take all the variables into account is if you of course Globers don't, because that's how they come up with their answers and their models and say, if we don't take all these things into account, our model will work. If we don't take refraction into account, then I will have straight line angles to Polaris or the sun or whatever Stingray said. But you have to take those factors into account. And it is why the very statement of what Stingray said is false. You can't have a sunset on a flat Earth with all those factors. And Walter Bislin has a flat Earth model, and he's done that, and he said as much.
No, correct.
So and he took refraction and things into account.
So, Chris, he created a dome, which is a mathematical model that would be personal to an individual, and said if we had a magic dome around us that changed everything, every angle to everything, so that we didn't have shared experiences, it would work for an individual over a planet as long as they took this dome with them. Is
everyone an individual?
Wait a minute, listen. This magic dome with them. Yes, everyone is, but they don't take a magic dome with them. There's no evidence
Why
of
are
a
you calling it a magic dome? There's evidence
because he called it a magic dome. It's a mathematical dome that takes an outward world of a flat Earth and projects it using sphere geometry into a dome to make it look like reality.
Well, he calls it flat Earth dome model. So I don't know.
Hold on, Steve. Chris, go ahead. Let's try not to interrupt.
He calls it flat Earth dome model. And so whatever he had to do, he had to do. How do you know that's not
Stingray?
How do you know that's not reality, Stingray? It's a model and it works.
Read the description.
Chris,
I know how he did it. It uses a sphere projection to get that dome because it needs to, and then and we don't have this dome that has this sphere projection where we're at the center of it. We don't. There's no evidence for it.
Chris.
But don't get me wrong. If we did, Chris, if each of us, I don't know what happened if these domes collided, these magic domes collided, but if we each had this dome and mathematically it did a sphere projection of the outside world to wrap it to a hemisphere, then yes, it would it work? There'd still be some issues, but apparently it would work. But
all the dome is doing is refracting light, right?
No, that's not what it does. It's a projection. It's not a uniform effect. It's a spherical projection. So based on the tangency, the effect changes. So it's not this linear thing. If you read what he put and how he did it.
Well, because when I look at the model, and as you move the person around the model or whatever around the map, the dome, it shows the light refracting off the dome at different angles. So that's my understanding of what.
Absolutely, Chris. If you've got a 1,000-mile dome of something that can do that around you, yes, we could all have these 1,000-mile circumference domes around us, and that could be true. Now we just need to demonstrate that that's at all possible and probable. And going back to what you said about refraction, though, just really quickly, because I've got to respond to this. I leave refraction out of the models because it helps flat Earth. I'll repeat it again. I leave refraction out of the predictive models because it puts the result closer to flat Earth than further away.
I disagree with that.
So does light bend towards the denser medium, yes or no?
I learned that from back in the day from actually you. I heard you saying that. I heard the Rumpus. I heard a lot of people, and after analyzing it, thinking it, researching it, and looking for it, it's a fact in all the studies, centuries, everything known about light behavior, it bends towards the denser medium. So yes,
we use it in lenses. All kinds of things. So yes.
So what is your hypothesis that the denser medium is always at the same place?
No, we have a vertical gradient of density, which is measurable.
Right, and that's why. So if that were the case, if refraction was always the same, you would not have any more than one refraction effect.
Refraction is always the same. I said predominantly.
But that's what you're applying.
No, I can say predominantly refraction.
But you can't.
If we statistically analyze it, there will be an overwhelming abundance of data that says.
But you don't know
99% of the time, light bends down. End of.
Okay.
So that helps. Leaving that out helps a flat Earth when you've got a globe model. Putting it in moves the result further away from a flat Earth. That's why I don't get the constant, does it have refraction in it? No, because it will harm your case. And it doesn't need it. It's so close to our case anyway, within the smallest percentile. Fortunately, facts and science are not dependent on your agreement, Chris.
Well, you have to put it into your model because without it, the Earth is flat. For example,
No.
Can I finish my statement?
Oh yeah, sorry, go on.
Yes.
Because, for example, the black swan is a flat Earth, and then the globers come and say, "Oh no, it's not. It's actually a globe." But then everything you see is refracted up and around the curve.
We don't. So the black swan is extreme refraction. If statistically you look at that, I will agree with you on that. It's not actually flat. It looks a little bit concave, and I've worked that out as well. But it's concave in that single one. But in the 99 other times, it's varying levels of a globe congruent with refraction. Now, if you put refraction in on a flat Earth, that moves you so far away from predictions because it raises things up. So me saying that there's no sunset on a flat Earth and you saying, well, let's put refraction in there, move the sun further away every single time from the horizon. So it becomes easier to see.
I'm not following you.
Okay, so if light bends downwards in the denser medium, it's a measurable denser medium, the Earth is flat. Me saying there's no sunset on a flat Earth and you saying, well, put refraction in there, adding refraction to any degree other than looking through a mirage, across a body of water at the last kind of like fraction of a percent, the sun, the apparent position of the sun is always going to be higher because of that refraction.
That's not true at all.
It absolutely.
In fact, all of the real world, I hate to call them experiments, but all the real world observations that people like Sky Free have done, they're showing. Well, I've never seen anything loom. I'll just be honest, but they're always showing things drop and go down and be obscured by the atmosphere. So what you just said isn't even true.
So stop looking at a curve and saying that. Let's assume that the Earth is flat. Let's say we're both agreed light bends down. At any object across that surface, no matter the distance, if light predominantly bends down, there are occasions where it'll fucking go all over the place, I'll give you that, but in the 99 percentile bit, light bends down. How is that? You understand that light bending down from distant objects makes them appear higher, yes or no?
I don't know why we're having to agree on these things. All I need you to show me, and I've been asking this for probably a couple years now, I need to see a natural case of blooming. Okay, I've never seen a natural by the way, in an experimentation setting. I've never seen that. I've seen people put sugar in, like a ton of sugar in water, or I've seen them do it with the cold
nitrogen across a
nitrogen something. I need to see this phenomenon that, by the way, supposedly happens all the time. Like the black swan is supposedly an example of it, and all these other examples of things that should be behind a curve that aren't. It's because it's refracted up. I need to see a natural example of this in an experimented setting, and I've not seen that. There's really no need for you to keep asking me all these questions about what it does or doesn't do. I just need you to prove it experimentally.
Well, yeah, but you've just mentioned two experiments there. The one with the nitrogen, but put that to the side because it's not.
I said naturally.
You want so how
liquid nitrogen is not natural.
What is unnatural?
Yeah, but the thing is, Chris, you can use, if we're just on about a density change, you're wanting me to use the atmosphere as that medium to allow for the density change, right? So the only way you're asking for me to use it, that's as dumb as saying, show me fucking water sticking to a ball. That's like saying
that's not dumb. You haven't proven that.
Yeah, but the mechanism negates the ability to prove it practically, and you should understand this.
How?
So the water to the ball thing it's like saying, oh, there's a magnet that's that's a million times stronger than this tiny magnet, and we're going to remove the tiny magnet next to the big magnet and see if some metal shards stick to the tiny magnet. Oh no, they don't. They fall to the big one. Why? It's because that's got the most mass.
Can we just stick on the refraction example?
All right, so the refraction example, how much do you think the light bends over what distance on average in the atmosphere?
I told you, you don't need to ask any more questions. You just need to prove what you're saying.
No, I'm asking you, I'm showing you how impractical your question is. If all I can use in the atmosphere, if all I can use in the atmosphere, okay, so using the atmosphere, I can show you. Wait a minute, Chris, let me just show you this. Using the atmosphere, I can show you.
I gotta go.
Good evening.
Someone's here. I'll be back later.
Okay, come back.
Good
I'll be here
evening.
for a while.
Anyway, I was
Hello,
just
hello.
using the atmosphere, you can actually demonstrate the variable nature of refraction over distance by simply getting to an elevation, let's say 20 stories up, and looking at a building in the distance over a water body. Your level, using an auto level, you'd see an intersection line on the 20th story. You probably won't. It'll probably be the 50th story, and then the 40th story, and then the 45th story on consecutive days. That shows you the nature of the atmosphere bending the light, but it's still a sphere.
Light doesn't bend for a start off, it gets redirected. And if light is bending downwards, how is it going up over a hump of water?
My God.
Oh, Jesus. Brian.
Brian, did you eat the...
How is it bending downwards and going up over a hump of water that is in the way?
There is
The
no hump.
atmosphere goes around the horizon.
It is lower than the hump.
Oh, no, I got something to say.
Bending
Up
downwards
and away to infinity and beyond. I just needed to say that. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, Brian, I can answer that with a simple question. How does something appear?
Stingray, listen. Get this in your head. Your model is fucking ridiculous.
Fucking unprofessional.
Oh, yeah, no. It might be ridiculous, Brian, but it works every time. But let's put that to the side for 2 seconds.
Bending down that's got to go up over a hump in front of it.
Right, okay. So in my vision, Brian.
Ridiculous.
Okay, brilliant. It's ridiculous. I'm agreeing
Brian,
with you.
I don't know if you, Brian, I know you came in a little late. And when Brian, Mavet, you came in a little bit late, and you are doing what we were not doing. You are talking over people. You wanting to continuously talk. We're not doing that today. We are talking and allowing the other person to talk. So you spoke. Now, when Stingray is speaking, I expect the same courtesy from him. It's not that you're going to monologue for half an hour and then say a statement, and when somebody starts speaking, you're going to speak again, and then you're going to say, I wasn't done speaking, because if you have already taken 1 minute of phrases and jumping around, we're not going to do that. We are having a conversation among a bunch of people, hang out. We're not going to talk over people. Shout out to Sean Smith for a big $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, brother. Hello, I'm new too, Sean.
Chris, they will never be able to produce light bending down that lifts things up over a hump.
So, Brian,
is completely fucking ridiculous.
Okay, it's ridiculous. But Brian, if what dictates where something is in our vision? Can you tell me that? Are you aware of what does that?
What doesn't happen is light bending downwards and lift things over a hump that is between you and the object.
It's all right to say no.
Model is fucking ridiculous.
So, do you know why something appears in the top part of...
That if light 99% of the time bends down, it cannot lift objects above the object above a hump of water or land between you and the object, because that means it would have to bend.
My lovely lady lumps. Check it out.
So, Brian, just really quickly, let's get...
Brian, you spoke your piece, man. Let him talk.
Let's get an understanding here, Brian, in a conversation. Are you aware, and it's just a simple question, and you can actually say no, are you aware how I perceive something in the top part of my vision? What dictates that it's in the top of my vision or in the bottom of my vision? Are you aware the mechanism by how that works?
You just made a statement stating 99% of the time light is refracted downwards. How can it go over a hump that is between you and the object?
because it's
from
a
the
trajectory.
object height, it
So
would
it's-
bend down and hit the floor way before the hump, not up over a hump. For it
So
to
here's a question, Brian.
be up over a hump, the light has to bend fucking upwards and then miraculously start bending back downwards.
Right. So what was
Your model is fucking antiquated.
So what I was trying to get to, Brian, is what dictates whether something's at the top of your vision or at the bottom is the wait a minute, listen, this is an answer to your question, but you need to be able to oh my god.
Yeah, Brian, man.
Remain. And
Brian, you cannot censor us. Brian, you cannot censor us. I know you're trying to censor us, but don't.
I'm not
Don't
trying to
censor us.
censor you. I'm trying to make you fucking realize.
We are trying to realize by having a conversation, but you're censoring us, and you complain about censoring. You are censoring us by talking over people and not letting them finish the statement. Brian, you're doing it, man. Be self-aware, bro.
All I want to say, Brian, is the way that we see something, it doesn't matter where the light originates. It really doesn't in our vision. The only thing that matters is the angle that it intersects and hits the rods and cones in our eyes, and as to which part it hits. So it comes in through the lens. If it comes in from above, it actually hits the bottom part of our eye, believe it or not, because of the aperture of our opening, which then perceives we see our brain inverts it basically. So an angle that comes downwards we see above, and an angle that comes upwards we see below. It's that simple. Now, all you need to think about yourself in saying that the light can't bend over a body of water if the water's in front is, if I shoot a gun that's a fairly slow projectile upwards to the point where I've got it ranged perfectly to your eye. The thing is, that gun gets fired below your eye, goes upwards and then comes down into your eye. The only thing that matters is the last trajectory of that bullet entering your eye. It will hit the bottom part of your vision and make something appear apparently at the top half of your vision, even though it was fired from below. This is how lenses are built, Brian.
How do we see things?
Excitement of sensory rods and cones in our eyes.
Is it light being reflected off that object?
It's light, yes.
Being reflected off the object.
I don't know of any other way that light would, unless it's been generated from that object.
Turn the lights off, you will not see that object.
It doesn't mean it's reflected.
If you are in the ridiculous belief that light bends down after it's reflected off an object, how the fuck can it go up over a hump of water or fucking land, whatever it is that you think is there? How can it go up from its position and then start going down?
Before you ask that, you want to hold that thought? You will remember, right? You will remember things like that.
Hold on. You just told me about.
Yeah, but you asked the question and now you want to keep talking?
I hadn't finished.
Oh shit! You were done. Now you want to.
What hump is it going over?
The model that you are fucking indoctrinated with. Is
what hump is it going over?
Hold on, stay, bro. Don't make it worse.
And you've got to get this in your heads. I'm sorry.
Okay, perfect, Brian. You already say what you gotta say. Now you want to add colorful commentary to the question, because we're gonna forget your question then, your point. Now, can you hold that thought? Can you remember what he said? Because I need to do an intermission. I'm gonna turn on my camera to encourage everybody to hit the like button. Hold on, camera on, so you can hit the like button, everybody. If you're watching, there are 35 of you, only 24 likes, so we can do a little bit better. I'm gonna do a quick squeaky earth to share with you. This is very important. Squeaky earth must be heard. This is just for Brian Mabbott. You know, he enjoys this. This is the level of the earth, the squeaky earth that we live in.
Yeah,
Thank
try
you
and
very
build
much.
something with that.
Shout out to the level. And give me some money. I'm broke and I need money to complete my internet, and the rent is coming soon. I want to share this. I did this yesterday early. I thought it was dumb in the beginning, and then I look at it. I say, it's not dumb. This is A fucking masterpiece. Look at this. What I have just done yesterday. It's me, Mario. This is a really good drawing of Super Mario Bros. Bro.
Well, put it on sale. Put it on eBay. You might get something for it.
I am really happy with it.
Drawing.
100% color pencil.
Very good.
I looked at the reference in the phone. I said, I want to draw a Mario, and then I want to draw a Luigi too. I might put it in a little frame, but I might. I mean, I don't know. I'll keep it because it's really, really cool.
Talent, then use it. Use your abilities.
No, I got talent, man. Yeah, look at that. Let me turn on my other camera so people can see it better. No, it's actually a really cool drawing, man. Look at that.
Because trying to convince people they live on a fucking spinning ball is not your best talent.
Yeah, the details are cool. I really like that. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate little Mario drawing. I'm gonna do more like in the afternoons or something. I'm gonna do just different. I like drawing type of thing. I'm probably gonna start drawing the Marvel characters and some of the Mario, maybe the old Metroid and Castlevania that I used to play, and like I don't know, characters like this and little goodies. Shout out to if anybody want it. If anybody want it, I'll sell it to you for the right price. Shout out to you.
$50. Come on. First one with $50.
I will mail it to you. And the size is very quickly. The size
is that your first bid, Brian?
That's your first bid, Brian. You're giving what, $50?
No,
9
I said
inches.
it's a sale for $50. Somebody might pay $100 for it.
This is 9 by 12, 9 inches by 12 inches. So it's not the 8.5 by whatever like the regular. This is a slightly bigger paper. So yeah, shout out. Luigi probably eating a slice of pizza or something.
You know, Jose, you could auction that off. You know, super chats for the top price gets the drawing.
I did a few days ago. I did a Spider-Man. It's fucking awesome. Like doing a nice pose and throwing the spider web. But then I show it to the kid across the street. There's a mom with 2 little kids, like 5-year-old, and he like Spider-Man, mommy, and she like, oh my god, that's his favorite. And I like, well, there you go, you can keep it. Yeah, he was really happy, so I just gave it to him, man. It was my deed for these days. All right, shout out to everybody. PayPal, Super Chat, and hit the like. Join us. We are a bunch of people in Discord. Take it left for all, gentlemen. Stingray, there was a proposition, a question, or a point made by Brian. Maybe it was your turn to talk. Go for it.
Actually, I asked Brian the question, what hump is it going over?
The hump that is between you and the object that is obscured from your view. Correct?
So do you understand that when you say, I'm going to say you're on the beach, okay, and you're standing at the ocean's edge, you are at the top of the earth. Everything falls away from you as it goes away from you.
Right.
It's not going over a hump.
Okay, so where is the object?
Can I take a stab at it?
Where's the object? Where are you putting the object?
Brian, let's say you're in a hot air balloon 100 feet above the ground.
Hold on, I was talking to somebody else. Where are you placing the object?
Well, in the case of the hot air balloon, we're going to go ahead and place the object, because we're 100 feet in the air, we'll place the object 12 miles away.
A hot air balloon.
Sorry, what?
Stu that was just going on about. Stu.
Let him make the point, Brian. Let's hear what he has to say, please.
Okay, so you're in a hot air balloon, 100 feet above the ground.
I don't live in a hot
Brian, you did it. Brian, you did it again. I want to hear his example. Even though you don't believe it and you don't want to hear about it, deafen for a second, and I want to hear his point. Please don't censor us like that, Brian. You're doing it again.
Okay, so in this balloon that you're 100 feet above the ground, the square root of 100 feet is 10. So the globe math thing that we always like to use says that the horizon should be about 12 miles away. So we're going to put an object 12 miles away that we see from this hot air balloon right on the horizon, 12 miles away from 100 feet up. Okay? Now we're going to bring refraction into it. Refraction is going to bend the light that we're seeing from 100 feet up down a little bit. Let's say it brings it down 90 feet now, or 99 feet. Now, from just 1 foot above the ground, we're seeing what we should see from 100 feet up. but refraction brought it down, and now we see farther than we should. We see 12 miles away.
No, you don't. No, you totally changed the ball part there, didn't you? Between you and the object, allegedly, there is a hump. For that object to project light from its position to yours, it has to rise over that hump.
No, it doesn't.
And not go straight down. As
Right.
we know, light tends to literally reflect off an object and then be refracted downwards. You can't refract downwards and go up over a hump, which from your position, the hump has got to be higher.
Heard you enough times, Brian.
This
No,
is
I have,
why
Brian, heard you enough times. Now
understand
I,
this. Hold on.
no, heard you enough times. You
Just giving
repeated
his next.
yourself.
Give him
Charles,
10 more
I
seconds.
haven't-
You re-
I haven't finished.
He's
This is
repeating the same thing, but he having progress. Let him repeat a few times, and then he will make his point.
people who
No, you
understand this had to back
Maybe.
off. The likes of George, the likes of Rumpus, they all understood you cannot have a drop without having the hump in the middle.
Yes, you can. Now,
Your
Brian,
model is
Brian, heard you enough times. Now I have some questions for you. Some questions.
Chai, how are you?
So I shine a light on an object.
You're shining a light now.
Yeah, and it reflects, as you say, and I can see it. Now, the light source remain where it is, and I move right, I move left, up or down, I can still see the object. Would you agree?
I don't know. How far away is it? Is there a
I
hump?
don't know, 5 meters from me.
There's no fucking hump.
Is there a hump between you?
No, there's no hump. We haven't
hump, you
got.
dummy.
There's no hump.
Brian, baby steps. First, I have an object, and I shine a light of it. But wherever I go, left, right, up or down, I can still see it. Would you agree?
How close are you to it?
I'm very close. 10 meters, 5 meters.
Then there would not be enough of Earth.
I didn't say there would.
There
Don't
wouldn't
guess me because you're not smart enough to do it.
For that light.
So would you agree that you can see it from wherever you go, and there's nothing between you? You can still see it from 5 meters away.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So that means the light I've shown on it, and you say is reflected. It doesn't seem to reflect in any particular direction, but in all directions, since I can see it in everywhere. Right.
Can I do a quick shout out before Brian you answer that? Just hold a thought. Mr. Victory's Radio for a $9.99 super chat. Big $10 super chat. Thank you, Mr. Victory. This is a comment. Brian, if there is no spoon. Just reflect on that. Reflect on that, man. Go ahead.
The what?
Okay, so we
there
know
is
the
no
line.
spoon.
Yeah, already throwing there is no
There
hump.
is no spoon.
Go on, Choi. Go, Choi.
So the light is reflected in all directions, right? Up. So maybe it's reflected up above the hump.
No.
It may be reflected above the hump before it start dropping. Is that possible, Brian?
It doesn't reflect behind it, does it?
I didn't. It in all directions.
The object, with the light source on the opposite side, you cannot see the opposite side of that object, can you?
No, I'm not looking to the opposite side. I'm looking to the side that is at me. Brian, don't try to be smart
I
now.
would say there's probably about 110.
But now you agree that the light began its trajectory. It didn't begin its trajectory straight to me.
Chai and Brian talking over each other.
Brian,
Both talking over
Brian.
each other.
Carry on, I'm just correcting you.
Don't correct me because I'm not wrong. Because now we know that the light didn't have to start straight at me, drop down and get to me. It may start in a different direction and drop to me from that trajectory. Is that possible, Brian?
But when you say
Brian, you think there is a spoon, but there is no spoon. Think about that for real. Reflect.
what's he going on about a spoon? Spoon. Listen.
So
you've all got-
with
you've
two
all heard
persons,
the
with two
evidence.
persons, Brian, one is
got
10 feet higher than the other.
You think
And
about
the
a
light-
hump, Brian. There is no hump. That's what I mean.
And
Go
the
ahead.
light began
No
its
hump.
the light began
No
the
hump.
light began its trajectory to the person that is 10 feet up, but ended in the person eye that is 10 feet down. So it did began in it went up first, but then it began to go down and go to the people. So what the person below. So what you said is a complete nonsense. Try something else.
The hump, Brian, if you have a God's view, a bird's eye view, a God view of the whole earth, and you see one person in the left, one person in the right, and you see a curve going from one to the other, a curve, that is not a hump. And the only way that you can, if you want to call that curvature between one person and the other a hump, you can call it, but unless you are God or you have a bird's eye view of the whole earth and that side, there is no hump, bro. You keep calling it a hump.
I'd just like to support Brian here and say that a competition snooker ball is just made up of humps.
You're very much wrong, mate, because from your position, wherever you're looking at the object to is below you. Halfway to that object is only halfway below you than the object itself.
Brian, do you want to see what refraction actually does?
So, yes, ask them about the Pontchartrain Bridge hump of 38 meters in the middle. Ask them about that. There has to be a hump. Got to be.
We can do it without a curve. We don't have to do it with a hump. We could do it with a 50-foot wall. If you want to go to my example of being in a 100-foot elevation, you could have a 50-foot wall 6 miles in front of you, obscuring your view to something 12 miles away. So you have to get up in that hot air balloon, go 100 feet up to see over that 50-foot high wall and see the object that's 12 miles away.
Just your finger in front of your eyes will obstruct that and everything else.
Well, sure, but if you take your finger down, you can see it.
Perspective. Facts remain. And this is why.
And the fact remains you can see it.
And Rumpus and everybody else dropped it because they realized you have to have a hump. Got to from.
No, you don't have to have a hump. You can have a wall. Wall works.
Got to have a hump. And if there is a hump, that means the
you can use a wall instead.
Reflecting off the object you're trying to see, we know bends downwards, not upwards over the hump to present itself.
Well, sort of. I mean, Brian, here's a quick question: is water reflective?
Oh dear.
Easy answer. Yes.
You've got to get this in your heads.
Yes, Brian. Let's see what Sean asked a question. Let's see what the follow up is, and then you can say your piece.
It doesn't matter, Sean.
Water is reflective, Sean.
So water is reflective, but it also has refractive qualities where the light can come through the water as well. So this hump that's supposedly in the way doesn't really matter at that point because there's still light that's scattering all over the place.
What if it's not?
I don't see the issue with you understanding how the light reacts differently in different mediums, Brian.
Brian, why you
Sean, what if it is not water?
What if it's not water? Does it still have a reflective quality?
Tell me now you can see through solid rock.
Does it still have a reflective quality?
You can see light refracting through solid. This is what
I didn't say that it refracted through solid rock. That was your assertion. I asked you. I said that it's reflective, right? Because in order for us to see something, the light has to reflect off of that so that it can enter our eyes. So no matter what the surface is, it has to have a reflective quality that gives us whatever it is that's in front of us to give us that color or shape or whatever it is. Light continues, and we know this. So we've measured different light going through different mediums. We've done it outside, inside. We've done it in water. We've done it in air. We've done it in different gases. So I'm really having a hard time believing that you just don't understand it, because we've gone over it multiple times.
Right, let me start again. If the object is below the horizon, your ridiculous fucking hump of ground or water, then the light being reflected off it, as we all know, 99% of times, as Stingray said, refracts downwards from its position, that you can't see. How now can you say we can see it? Because the light refracts upwards over a hump that is
because of the medium that it's in.
Doing it.
Because of the medium that it's in, or the medium that's in between you and the object.
Downwards.
Well, that's where you're wrong about it. It could be reflecting downwards and then reflecting again, can it?
No, he's confusing. This is his.
It does not refract upwards. It only refracts downwards.
This is
Your
his
model
typical. Is this a one-on-one?
Fucking ridiculous.
This is a talk and let talk.
Stop it now, and let's get the truth to our children and grandchildren.
Oh, Brian, your ignorance is not science.
Brian, what happened? You know what happens, Brian. We tried to explain this to you thousands of times. The light bends downward, but your light, so that when it bends downward, your eye interprets it as being higher than it is, so you can see it. You've been told this and told this and told this, and you refuse to understand it.
Booyaka, booyaka, shout out to Mr. Victory! Hey, another $10 super chat by Mr. Victory. Thank you, brother. Brian, what if there was a spoon, but the spoon say moo? Reflect, Brian. Reflect. He gone. He left to reflect on that. Good times, man. It's been a fun festivities today so far. Everything began with Rob King and I over here having a very nice, mellow conversation and looking at a video, and then we ended up here. Shout out to Brian. Oh, man.
Yeah, thanks, Jose. The beginning was really good.
Yeah, man. Hey, it happens. It happens.
That was fun. It wouldn't be any fun if we didn't have people like Brian around.
Yeah. All is good. Finally, says Mr. Victory. All right, guys, I need from maybe $1 here, $5 there. I need like $20 to complete the internet today before the end of the show. But hey, is there anybody still watching my screen share? Because I got a video clip here that I just had to do some math in it. Mathematics. I do math. Oh, I did some math in it. Let me just Google the calculator here to have it ready. Calculator. Okay. I got a calculator up. If you're watching my screen share, it's gonna be very shortly, like a few seconds in. I want this guy. He's got something. Let me go like 20 seconds and see what we got. All right, here we go.
Really big divide between people that are stuck in some kind of virtual reality that doesn't really matter, and just like everything is fake and everything is fake and gay. Like I just don't buy that everything is fake and gay. And I don't buy the narrative that they sell us. And the narrative they sell us is NASA and all this other bullshit. And, there's so much occultism behind everything that is NASA.
All right.
Okay. And the fact that they...
Give me something to do some math on it.
Like, basically the fact that... And what really, boggles my mind is, the fact that we aren't at the moon, every fucking day. We should have been at the moon, 150,000 times between... the first time we landed on the moon and now.
There you go. Oh, I'm ready for some math from the good one. Let me hear that statement again because that's very interesting. Okay, here we go.
Sell us, and the narrative they sell us is NASA and all this other bullshit, and you know, there's so much occultism behind everything that is NASA. Okay, and the fact that they basically the fact that what really like boggles my mind is like the fact that we don't aren't at the moon like
we are
every
not at the
fucking day.
moon.
Like we should have been at the moon
We should be
like 150,000 times.
150,000
the first
times.
time we landed on the moon.
On the first time that we went and now. Okay, so we should have been 150 times on the moon from the first time we went and now. You know what? I'm gonna round it up to 50 years. How long since the first time we went to the moon? It was in 69. That's 53 years, right?
In 72, I think, Jose.
How many years?
It's from 1972.
No, from since the first time we went to the moon, he said.
Oh, the first time. Oh God.
Yeah, so that was in 69. So that's 53 years, right? So we're gonna times 53. How many years? 365 days in a year. So this is the days that we have in 53 years. 19,345 days. Now, if we wanna, so 19,345, right? Let me Huh?
About 7 times a day we need to go. I'll need to have been going.
Exactly. So if we go 150,000 times, we want to divide that by. Hold on. Let me go. Fuck. I don't have a backspace and a thingy. So it's going to be difficult for me. Fuck. What was the number? 19,500 days. Fuck it. I'm going to round it up. About 6.5 times. Let's say, so since 1969 until now, every single day, we must have 7 successful launches to the moon, maybe, and then 1 that will fail. So we must have launched 8 launches a day to the moon with 1 failing. That will make 7 trips to the moon every single day for 53 years to have been back to the moon 150,000 times since the first time we launched the moon. Anybody's thoughts? Go for it. Tell me how wrong I am.
Yes, flat earthers once again don't know numbers. That's what else is new. I mean, big numbers scare them. Big numbers amuse them, and they have no idea. They didn't do this math. I mean, it's relatively simple math.
But NASA, the video was taken on a car, like us driving.
Yeah, I saw that. Like CC. How come flat earthers have to do that? Is this another one? His wife won't let him in his house or something?
There couldn't be any more truth behind this. This is it.
Aren't at the moon like every fucking day. Like we should have been at the moon like 150,000 times between the first time we landed on the moon and now. Like that, those are the types of things that I question.
So what do you think, Payne Sachiel? Can we arrange beginning tomorrow to launch 8 rockets to the moon?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you meant 15,000.
Yeah, because it's so inexpensive to go to the moon.
Wait, let me hear it again. Maybe he questions the fact that we should have been 150,000 times.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah. Okay, one more time. He will. One more time.
Like we should have been at the moon like 150,000 times between the first time we landed on the moon and now. Like that, those are the types of things that I question, right?
So he's questioning the fact that we should have been 150,000 times there.
Yeah,
but he's not asking. He's not asking the right question. though. The right question is, why go back to the moon that many times? There's really nothing up there, unless you want to turn it into a way station for further space travel.
What do you mean there's nothing there? It's the moon is there.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, but
people go to the Everest just because it's there. Then to the moon.
That's
It's
why
not
we
like
went
the
12
freaking
times.
Bahamas where you can hang out there.
That's why we went 12 times in the 60s. And once we figured out that, yeah, we were there, okay. And then everyone just said, well, it costs too much. And that's why.
I got more math. What is the 150,000 times, let's say $350 million for a rocket? 350. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go. How much is that? Oh shit! I don't even know how to read this number.
That's 5.5 with 13 zeros after it. So
Oh damn! Like quadrillions.
yeah.
5 point something quadrillion dollars probably. Oh shit! Something like that. And that's something.
Yeah, trillions. Why 52
Trillions.
You know, and there's something else he's forgetting. The
9 series
president
of
sets
trillions.
the agenda of NASA.
Billions.
And every time there's an administration change, the president has different wishes, and we beat the Russians there. We proved our point. We got there first, yada, yada, yada. There really was no benefit to keep going back.
Yeah, it was all about beating the Russians, and once we did that,
So it's fucking expensive.
What if we in this we're gonna have a NASA launch pad, like it's gonna launch 8 rockets a day, but then next to it we're gonna build a money making machine, like it's gonna be like constantly 24/7, just printing $100 bills and money. Maybe we'll be able to do it, right? Millions of dollars per minute.
I don't
Printing.
know. Eight launches a day is kind of pushing it.
One a day is pushing it.
Yeah,
One a week is pushing it.
This guy.
What if?
Basically,
hold on. I got a question. I got a follow-up question. What if we actually went to Antarctica about 450,005 times since we found the South Pole? She blew my mind, Mr. Victory. There. Sorry, NASA. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, we have about 100 people at the South Pole right now as we speak. Well, probably fewer now because they're getting ready to shut down for the wintertime. But, I mean, there's a permanent residence at the South Pole and has been for a little bit longer than 53 years, I think. Like 63 years.
That is crazy. I haven't heard past this. Yesterday, I just played a little bit, and when I heard this, I just got stuck. I said, like, no, I got to do some math on it. Because it doesn't sound right 150,000 times since the first launch to the moon. Whether it's true or not. Fuck it. The thing is that 150,000 times. Woo-wee!
So 1956 was the first. So what's 23 minus 1956? 67
Still
years.
5 times.
67
Still
years
6
they've
times.
been at the South Pole.
Oh, okay, that's South Pole. Should we play a little bit more to see what all dumb shit he say? Because I don't know. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. See what he got.
And for someone to come out with such like deep-rooted, beliefs in like that they believe X, right? Because they saw this on a video, right? Because most of the talking points that I hear about are like the same shit, and most of the videos I see are the same. Like that's their evidence. Like my evidence that the Earth is flat is X, or you can't prove it anyway. Like it doesn't really matter. Will it come out one day, the actual truth of what it is? Like I think the truth of the matter is something in between. And if you read the Bible, there's some interesting things that are stated in there, but it still doesn't really prove that it's one or the other. They do use certain words like firmament and plane, and that there's a light by day and a light for the night. And there's specific things that are mentioned in the Bible, but that doesn't mean that we create an entire story that could be completely just false.
Yeah, I
because
still
we
have yet
saw
to
a few
run
words in
into
the
a
Bible we looked
snake
up.
that talks. So
Yeah, or turn water into wine, man.
Wait. Those not the same snakes. Those had legs. They only lost the legs after the
Millipedes.
fuck up. Yeah. So it's not
Millipede
the same.
snakes.
They could speak then. Now they can't.
They evolved. Yeah, they evolved. They lost their legs and they lost their vocal cords ability to speak. Yeah, makes sense.
They
In my
only
dictionary
eat
said, it
now.
means this. I would like to think that it is not what we think. Like I think that it is something completely different than what we think. And like the reason I say this is because like you have to feel. I feel like that heaven is a physical place, and I feel we are able to see heaven from the ground. And hell could actually be a place. Like hell may not be a spiritual realm. That there may be hell below our feet that we don't know about.
Oh, I've been to hell. It's a little town outside of Ann Arbor, Michigan. You can buy a little bumper sticker says I'm a little devil. I've been to hell.
I lived in heaven for 2 years. A few years back, I lived in Lake Haven, a mobile home park. So
there was
shout out to
a
Lake Heaven.
there's a little chapel you can get there, and one guy got married one day that was like 20 below zero because, wait for it, he said it would be a cold day in hell before he got married again. So
Good shit.
You know, just look at like the hell that they bring up with all the traffic.
Let me go for a little bit.
And then if you get into like all the,
see if he can
that
talk
could also
something.
because old maps did have a country called Tartaria.
I mean, wait. This is a long shot. Trying to waiting for him to make sense. No, but something that have nothing to do with like Bible and shit. That's what I mean.
You'll be waiting for a while.
The Russia area, and what they claim is that like, you know, there is this like ancient civilization, and right there is like where I stop. Where, you know, I don't think that part of it's true. Like that there was an ancient civilization of like extraterrestrials that ran the planet back then. I just don't buy that. I think that the story of Tartaria and the fact that like back in the 1600s, if you look at Gleason's map, you look at these older maps where there's like biblical stuff on them. Looks like that they believed in God a lot harder and a lot stronger than people do now. Whereas like everything was biblical. The maps were biblical, the textbooks were biblical, the constitutions were biblical, like everything was related back to God. And now we're in this time frame where like everything is just a psyop. Everything is confusing. And they put out these
this is a bunch of bullshit. Yeah.
Constitution isn't just
Can you just scroll to the end? I'm
Nah.
wondering, is he stuck in traffic, or is he waiting for his wife to come back from the hair salon or whatever?
I stopped it. Hey, I got my sister came in to visit. I know she's gonna be a few minutes, so I'm gonna go on mute. There's a bunch of people here. Talk among yourself, guys. The floor is yours. Bring it up.
You always love these CC guys who talk in their car.
You know, you wonder about. You take somebody like CC, and he makes no bones about it. I mean, he's on the internet, and he just wallows in his flat earth like a dog rolling around in crap. And you just wonder what his friends think, or the people that run into him. Like, hey, you're that moron from the internet.
How many subscribers he have? That's all that
I don't
counts.
know. But they have that video. There's a video of him recently where I guess he's in a movie theater, and he's commenting while he's in the theater, and you can hear his wife saying in the background, "You need to see a psychiatrist. You need help." And then he's like doubling down. I have. Screw them.
They don't know anything.
You know, and if you would think if he was honestly sincere about it, because he's in Westchester County, he could just drive to his local institute of higher education and just walk into the science department, because you can do that, and just ask a question and he might learn something. But he doesn't really have a desire to learn. It's more fun to have like a pseudo celebrity on the internet and think of yourself as important than it is to be right.
Look, it takes some steam out on the way to work, on the way back from work. I don't know, and that's it. He likes to rant. I had when I was a teenager, I had the neighbor. He would sit in his porch for hours and complain to God about all the bad things that happened to him. Constantly, every day, he did it, and otherwise, it's a normal man. You don't see has any mental problem or anything.
It seems like this is. I mean, CC's invested in all the conspiracies. You know, the chemtrails. The fake election.
You forget that flat Earth is the bottom of the barrel. Flat Earth is the last conspiracy because it's so fucking stupid. You don't turn to that until you get all the other ones. You know.
You mean you're involved to flat Earth conspiracy?
Oh, what I mean is it's the final one. No, you start off with like, I don't know, 9/11 or the Kennedy or Pearl Harbor or something, and then you sort of keep going until you scrape the bottom of the barrel with flat Earth.
Well, that's because there are things that we don't know that we will never know, like why somebody went into a school and shot everybody. We will never know because that person shot and killed themselves, and unless they leave a document that says why they did it, we won't know. So these people feel like they need to have an answer, so they make up an answer so they feel better about themselves, like, oh, he was set up by so and so, it didn't really happen, and that makes them feel better. They have an answer. It's not really an answer, but to them it's an answer.
Well, personally, when that happens, I'm kind of glad that they off themselves. It saves the taxpayers a lot of money.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, but lawyers, judges,
Yeah, lawyers, judges,
wards, wardens, they need to earn money too, right?
50 years worth of food, It gets
Well,
expensive
that
to incarcerate.
suppliers that give suppliers some.
That was like $60,000 a year to incarcerate someone in the United States these days. It's ridiculous.
That's cheap.
Well, it was enjoyable to see Alex Jones get his comeuppance because he had it coming.
I want the hidden cost of incarceration. How much does it cost? I'm sorry, I googled it and it came up with all the hidden costs of incarceration. I don't want the hidden costs. I want the cost.
Isn't it all outsourced now?
Well, some of it, not a lot of it. And the outsourced guys are not that much cheaper.
Are they more efficient?
That's questionable too. Wow, the cost varies. Like this was 2015, $15,000 in Alabama, $64,000 in California per inmate.
Yeah.
The average is $33,000. So it's up. According to another one, this one says in 2020 an average of $45,000 per person. Wow, $18,000 in Mississippi, but $136,000 per prisoner in Wyoming. Why so much in Wyoming?
I want Chris Berry to explain full angular size sunsets on his flat Earth.
Refraction.
This thing on?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened with the stream. It seems to be live on YouTube still. Um, Maybe we should just have a chat about something. I don't know.
You know, going back to that video where the guy said, we should have been to the moon 150,000 times. I mean, how big would NASA's budget have to be? It'd be astronomical.
So, what are you guys going over here?
Yeah, have to be astronomical to pay every single pilot, every single captain of a ship, every single person who's got a sail ship that sails anywhere in the world, every scientist, every rocket engineer in every country around the world. You have to pay all of them. I don't know where they get the money for.
Hey, so am I like missing what everybody's getting into here, or is it just dead? I guess since there's nobody else making any noise, it might be a good time to let anybody know who hasn't already heard that there's a claim out there that the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959, which means that a 6-foot-tall observer at the edge of calm water should see the geometric Earth curve horizon at 2.99 miles away. But there's observations of seeing 15 miles, 20 miles away from that observer height, which tells you that the Earth is either 1,000 times larger or flat and stationary. Since there's nothing better going on. There's also rumors that there's a continent at the bottom of this ball called Antarctica, with a certain square mileage, right? But there's been sailors, right, like Captain Cook and Admiral Byrd, have tried to circumnavigate Antarctica and failed to do so with the circumference given on this globe of 24,901 miles. They've traveled over 50, almost 60,000 miles, never getting to the end of it. But those are just stories, right? History.
Does all this make you feel better when you say it?
I mean, it's not really about feelings, right? But like, when we feel like the heat from the sun, right? The globe tells you that the sun in the winter, right, is actually closer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we can observe the angles to the sun in the summer and the winter, depending if you're in the north, right, closer to the center, closer to the sun, and see that's higher in the sky, which gives you more direct, warmer light, right? So that kind of feeling of the warmth on your skin from a closer light source, just like we observe in every other situation. Farther the light, the farther the fire,
Well, I
the
challenge you
colder
then.
you are.
I'll challenge you then to test it, really test it, and see if it's true or not. You take a solar cell and you measure how much power you get during summer when you point it directly to the sun, and how much you get during the winter when you point it directly to the sun. And you see if you get more in the winter than the
Yeah, I know. Jesse was going over that, and I've heard, they already done that test, and it contradicts the globe model. But
No, it doesn't actually, but that's okay.
Who did the test?
I think his name is Jesse G or something. He was already proposing this idea. It must be like some kind of programming that goes all out at once, where like everybody on one side gets onto one idea and thinks that it proves something.
Well, yeah, what happens is the flat earthers dream some shit up, and then it's disproven by actual tests, but that's okay.
With a solar panel.
Yeah, the solar
on
panel
an angle.
No, what do you mean at an angle? Do you keep it at the same angle? Do you
need to point it at the sun?
Yeah, so a solar panel or a mirror, right? So taking a
wait a
mirror,
minute.
putting it on an angle, what does it do?
What are you doing with it? Are you keeping it 90 degrees to the sun, or are you keeping it at the same angle?
I'm not doing anything with it.
Of course not, because that would be a real experiment, and as a flat Earth, you can't ever do a real experiment.
See, you're going to take a mirror and aim it at the sun, then it makes the Earth a globe?
Actually, yes, that is part of the proof, the fact that the Earth is actually tilted and rotating. Because it is interesting, though, that when the sun is further away, it's summertime here on the northern hemisphere. That's interesting. Why would that be?
I mean, that's the claim.
If you really want to
That is the claim.
remove,
You just made that
Yeah,
claim
that's the claim.
5 minutes ago.
You're making a claim.
You made that claim 5 minutes ago.
That when the sun is further away, that it's summer? No, that's the globe claim. Yeah.
So that's your claim. You brought it up.
Yeah, that's the globe claims that when the sun is further away, that it's actually hotter and warmer outside. But in reality, when you take a local light,
excuse me, in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, whatever one you're in, it just doesn't matter. Whatever one you're in.
No, you see, that's the problem, is that you guys ignore the southern hemisphere. Just sort of ignore it. You know, it's only 12% of the people live there. Who cares? The penguins there. Who care about the penguins?
Yeah, right. So yeah, no. The globe claim is that when the sun is further away, right?
Who's the globe? Who's the globe? Who's the globe?
I guess you're the globe. I don't know if you claim
I'm not
this,
the
right?
globe. No, I'm a person.
All right. Well, then it doesn't apply to you. Why are you answering, right? So the globe claims, right?
What's
Right.
globe claim?
Well, then it doesn't apply to you, right? So the globe claim is that the when the sun is further away, it's actually hotter out. But in reality,
in the north, wait, stop. Hotter out, comma, in
fire, etc. Right? When it's closer to you, a more direct line, right? You get warm, you get hot. That's all. It's not that complicated.
In the northern hemisphere, you always leave that fact out. That's interesting.
Yeah, the northern and what we call north center and the south, the further from the center, they have 6 months apart have their summer versus the others winter.
Yeah, but the sun is further away from us when it's hottest. How does that happen?
It doesn't.
It does.
That's what I'm telling you. Oh,
It
okay.
does.
Yeah.
You could measure this, but you choose to not to, obviously.
Yeah, you can measure it with a solar filter and the size of this light in the sky.
Actually, that's not the best way to do it, but okay, that's one.
Okay. Yeah. So nothing, right? So on you got one side, right? So like on this, I guess flat Earth, right? I mean, Earth's not flat, right? But on this flat Earth model, right?
You can demonstrate that the Earth isn't flat too. That's much easier to do than what we're talking about. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can climb a ladder and be at a different elevation, right? So it's not flat. Yeah, I got you.
Wait, stop. Are you a Bevtard?
Oh.
Are you a Bevtard?
Is that a thing?
Is your Flurf Daddy Bev?
Oh yeah, that's the thing.
Is that a thing also? Flurf
Flurf
dad?
Daddy, the guy you parrot.
Flurf dads and what is it?
Flurf
Bedtards? No, I don't know. Yeah. I don't even know these things.
Try thinking. Well, then why are you parodying his bullshit and conflating elevation and curvature again?
Well, because it's not flat. Yeah, flat is a word. Yeah,
See, you're getting curvature and elevation mixed up again. They're different concepts.
Wait. Well, hold on, Pete. What's flat? Define flat, please.
Right, having no points higher than the other, right?
Show
Flat,
me
yeah.
where it says having no.
Having no points higher than the other, zero elevation, zero.
Well, I have a
straight
definition
line, zero.
where it say
That's
relatively no difference.
Relative, I don't know. Well, relative, but then it's a difference.
Relatively, yes. Relatively.
No.
There's nothing flat in this world. Well, why did they make this word flat?
Does flat mean horizontal?
I already lost the point. What was the point? The point was that about the sun. Yeah. So on one side of this.
Listen to me. There's nothing that have no difference in elevation or anything like this. So why did they make this world flat?
Yeah, so like on one side, right, you have these
Just
these
ignore
two
what he's
models,
asking.
I
Go
guess.
ahead. Go ahead and ignore his question, though. Just go
Okay.
ahead and start saying whatever you want to say.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to
Well, why
continue
don't you
what I was
answer his
saying,
question
right?
first? I mean, I don't know. I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer at this point.
Yeah, so I do know what I was
Why
getting back
why
on,
can't
which
you
was
answer his question? Why do you have to go on and scattergun and go?
I'm not
change
scattergunning. I'm trying to go right back to the
what-
point. The point was
Why
that
don't
on
you
one
answer his?
model,
Why don't you answer his
right?
question first?
Because I'm going to stay on point, right? So
No.
just like
Why
you're
don't you
asking me
answer his
not to
question,
get
and
off point.
then you can divert into whatever you want to divert at.
I'm on
So,
point. You both on that.
So say that the sun gets closer in the winter, right?
Yeah.
So all
in the northern hemisphere.
right, right. So whatever has the winter, right? Yeah. Whoever has winter, that's how winter and summer work.
But the
You
sun's
keep on-
closer to us.
You
when
keep
it's-
on
when we have winter
reasserting
here in
like
the
this.
northern hemisphere.
You keep on reasserting this hemisphere, right? So that's what you call winter, right? So that's assumed when you call it winter, right? That's north and versus south. Yeah, so it's assumed.
North.
Do we all
north,
have the same
north and
winter
south
and summer?
North and south have nothing to do with winter and summer. But
Do we all have the same summer and winter?
no.
Okay, then. So it's assumed that at a different latitude, you would have a different winter.
Stop. It's not assumed. It's demonstrated.
Oh, sure. Right. So at a different circle, you'd have a different different summer. Yeah, we get it. Right. We all get that. So so on one, right, you got like this demonstration of a local light, right, where it comes closer and it gets warmer, right? So that's like check, right? That works in reality, right? You have I guess you could do like the red wave, blue wave, right? You could also see like the wavelength, right? Like when the sun sets, like why does it look red, right? Why is the sky blue? Like right? So on another one, right, in the south, the sun sets, it's a red sky, right? So you got one where the sun goes further away.
When the sun is traveling on these routes between the two tropics, is the Tropic of Capricorn, the one in the south, bigger than the Tropic of Cancer?
You could you'd have to check time and date, but yeah, it does kind of seem that way.
No, actually, no. They're the same size because they travel around. The Earth travels at, so you have a choice now. Either the day gets shorter or longer as
The
it
days
goes.
do get longer and shorter.
No, they don't. The day is still 24 hours a day.
The sun? Are you calling when the sun is out a day?
I'm calling
day?
a day 24 hours.
Oh, okay, but not like as far as like when you can see the sun.
So the path of the sun would have to change speed, and we don't notice that in order to keep the day the same amount of time.
And big shout out, guys! Thank you for holding the floor. I just returned. I type in what did I miss, and actually miss PayPal for $20 by Marcus Dresden. Hey, thank you so much. The message he typed is very important. He say, "Give Jose JG your money." So please do as Marcus Dresden say and give me your money. Hey, thank you for the 20, Marcus. You have just completed my internet bill, and that is beautiful, beautiful support. Thank you, brother. Thank you guys for holding the floor. I'll stay in the background and I'll listen to what's going on. Go ahead.
I think Nasser was asking. He was saying, why, when you point to this light in the sky, does it return to the same place but not light up the ground as much during one season versus another season? Saying that the sun would have to move faster for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Well, in order to rotate around the Earth in 24 hours, it would have to go faster in the southern around the Tropic of Capricorn than it does at the Tropic of Cancer. Yet we don't observe this. The sun moves across the sky at 15 degrees per hour, no matter what. The sun moves the sun moves across the sky at 15 degrees per hour. Summer, winter, fall, spring. It wouldn't happen on a flat Earth. It would have to like speed up when it gets to the.
Yeah, we're not allowed to go investigate areas with to the north, towards the North Pole or the south. So we don't know how large.
Bullshit.
We don't know how large.
Wait a minute, stop. We're not talking about wrong. We're not talking about going there. We're talking about observing it from where you are right now, from your point in space, and your point on the Earth, which is probably somewhere in America, unfortunately for us. You could look at the sun and see that the sun would travel faster in the wintertime for us when it's down the Tropic of Capricorn than it does at the Tropic of Cancer in the summertime for us, and we don't see that. It travels at 15 degrees per hour every day.
I mean, you're
and we don't.
You're assuming it's a physical object, yeah.
What is a physical object? The sun is you don't think the sun's a physical object?
You're assuming it's a.
Well, stop. Even if it's not, stop. Even if it's not a physical object, the movement of this object, if it's physical or not, across the sky, is 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah, so it's projected onto the sky, right?
But no, I don't give a shit. No, stop. You are.
Let me do a quick clarification. The donation that Marcus Resden gave me was only $19.99, so it wasn't quite $20. Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate it. Very good clarification.
$19.99. Is he cheap or something? Holding that penny away?
No. Somebody's got to give me a penny now. 1 cent donation. Now, I don't think PayPal will give a 1 cent donation. So you got to give me either $5.01 or $10.01 or something like that. Like raise the bar. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
$999.01.
That will work. Yes. Thank you. I actually got something here. Hold on. I got a hit over here. And that was Thurs. Thurs came through. Hey, shout out, my brother. Thurs say, spinning away. Ha, 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 ha. For $5.95. Thank you, Thurs. I appreciate that, brother.
No, that's cool. I've been very entertained for the last hour or so with your stream, and thank you all you guys who are contributing to it. You've made it today, and
we're making it happen, man.
Yeah, every night, mate. Every night you're making it happen,
Actually, it's so cool to have when I like the show today, if I was Arwin, I wouldn't been able to do that because when my sister showed up, I either had to shut down the stream or just let it be silence for how many minutes I was away. I'm not gonna. My sister, I see her every few days, but still, I gotta hang out. She's physically here with me, so I gotta hang out with her first. So big shout out to you guys for being here on Discord and for the open Discord that you guys were able to have the floor for a few minutes. And I came in hot and just trolling a little bit, but guys, continue the conversation. NASA Shield, you were getting a little excited, just asking for clarification. Lay back a little bit more and continue the conversation. I think NASA and No Thanks are in the middle of something there. Go for it.
I think it's a huge compliment to you that you can go away and people can still talk on your channel and nobody's getting upset and shouting and screaming. It's very, very good conversation. I've enjoyed it tonight.
It's very good. Yeah, I think the last thing that I heard, I pay attention, NASA Shield asked, so you think the moon, the sun is a solid object? If I'm not mistaken, that was the question. No thanks. I don't know if you answered that.
Well, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't operate like a solid object. It's just that you can point to and triangulate. You can't triangulate the sun's position, which shows that it's not showing its actual position.
Which is absolutely a load of rubbish. You can triangulate the sun. That's why people have been able to work out the distance the sun is from us and the size of the Earth and stuff. We've been able to triangulate the sun, its position at different times of the year. It's why we're able to understand the seasons and winter days and winter.
Yes, you can take lines, draw them on the ground, and call out your position. And once the sun makes that track, you can say, okay, the sun is at my zenith at this latitude. You call it latitude, right? And you can mark it right on a piece of paper. And after 365 days, you can say, well, now at all latitudes and all longitudes, we can write it all down, right? But you still can't triangulate it without those. Yeah.
Oh, if you live in the same valley and every year the sun changes slightly,
you
can put stones up to represent the different times of the year. And, that's what bloody Stonehenge, the thing is. It's stones that represent shadows that tell you what time you plant and what time of the year to harvest. If Stone Age man can devise that, how the hell can you tell me?
Hold on, guys. Hold on, Thurs. Thurs, stay quiet for a minute. Let's hear Carl snoring. Hold on, just 30 seconds of silence. Hold on. Shh. I'm gonna mute him. Sorry, continue, man.
Yeah, I mean, what Stonehenge and others show, like, is that there's no parallax in the sky. These things don't move from their place over thousands of years, hundreds of years, however long they've been up. Yeah. These things don't move, and we're supposed to be moving through outer space on a globe, spinning, twirling, orbiting billions of miles every year, but everything stays in place.
Well, I mean, talk about things that are in place that take thousands of years to change. It takes thousands of years for the northern star to become a different star. That's why we don't remember it in our lifetimes. But we can look back to, 2,000 years ago when people thought that different stars were, in different places and navigated that way back then. We use them today, but we have to make adjustments for how it's moved in comparison to some of the other latest stars that people used to navigate by,
Yeah, they all move in unison with each other. They don't change relationship to themselves. Yeah, if they move at all.
Thousands of years they do, yeah.
No, they don't change in relation to each other.
Over thousands of years they do. That's why the shapes of the star fields that we call, Taurus and Aquarius, they change slightly over thousands of years because the stars are in a different place than what they were thousands of years ago.
Well, so even like the claim that Thuban was our North Star and now it's Polaris, right? And that we just so happen to live in a time where Polaris aligns with the pyramid where Thuban used to align. We just so happened, but nobody recorded anything in between. Cannot be verified. Additionally, there's no change in the distance between the stars themselves. So it's not like Thuban is now or was, and now Polaris is our North Star, and all the other stars change positions
I'm not
as well.
saying
They all
there's any difference of the distance between stars. What I'm saying is their position in the sky changes from perspective here on Earth. That's subtly and slowly over thousands of years, stars change position in the sky. It might not be different distance for each other because everything's flying apart apparently. But from our perspective here on Earth, stars change their position over time. That's
I don't have. I mean, we can't see any evidence of that. It's only like a calculation, an assumption. Yeah, there's no evidence of that, and it's perfectly reasonable, not knowing what these lights in the sky are, that you could change the rotation point to have a different magnetic or whatever rotation above you, but that would align with an Earth that is stationary in the sky, making concentric circles above you. It does not align with a ball that is swirling and twirling through space, never to see the same stars again.
Never say that about twirling through space, never to see the same stars.
It's never in the same. If it's a ball swirling and twirling through outer space, it's never in the same position again. But we see the same stars, never moving in separation from each other night after night.
I'm sorry, it reminds me of this comedy series I've seen. Father Ted. This is small and close. That's big and far away,
I don't know how far or close these lights in the sky are, but I know that we can zoom in on them until they fill our entire frame of a camera.
Not where we can zoom in on them. We know they're big and far away. That's all you need to know about them. You can think
we don't know they're big. We don't know how big or far away they are, right? Because they measure.
They're very big and very far away.
How big are they when you hold your finger up to the sky? Is it bigger than your finger, the star, or smaller?
No,
it's a tiny little speck of light in
and
the
your
sky.
belly covers your dick. I mean, how much fingers do you need to hold up to cover something when your own belly can hide?
How big can it be if my finger can block it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not that you're saying it's big. You're saying this tiny little itty bitty thing that's in the sky, that's a light, is big.
And my big belly covers it. It's horrible,
How can you say something that you're saying something that is so small is big? I don't know why you're saying it, but you're saying it.
He tells his wife.
I don't know what you said,
Shout out
but
to Carlos.
yeah.
What's up?
All is good.
The
Yeah,
moon-
very smart man over here. No thanks telling us how we got it wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what you got right or wrong. You got like some kind of assumption going on that this thing that is visibly and provably small in the sky, you're saying
Let's
the
just
opposite.
say we got it wrong. Let's just say we got it wrong, right?
No, so okay. It all goes back to perspective, right?
I don't know. You're just seeing this tiny little thing in the sky, and you're saying it's huge. I mean, that sounds like a contradiction.
We never seen things at a distance that appear small.
I've seen a cow a mile away. It looks tiny. You know what I mean? Now, you know that that's a big whole cow, but it looks tiny.
We've been bouncing radar waves off the sun since 1961. We know exactly how far away it is.
Yeah, so you're shooting a radar at the sky. Yeah. So I mean, a lot of I guess what you would call like evidence of the ground is up in the sky. How's that? What else do we do that with? Like, I'm just curious. Like, is there anything else like in reality that we do that with, or is it just this topic?
No, actually, pretty much everything is triangulated that way. I mean, when you're out and you're navigating on the Earth, the standard way to do things would be triangulation. GPS was invented to make things easier for finding positions on the ground, but the standard way was triangulation.
Yeah. So triangles on the ground on a plane. You're telling me so triangles on a plane tell you how far the thing in the sky is?
Sucks.
No, I didn't say that.
Use
Or is one end of the triangle like also up in the sky? So only one end of the triangle is touching the ground?
No. If you're looking over at say a taller building, right? You're triangulating to the top of that building. You're not looking at anything else in the sky, are you?
Not if you're looking at just the top of the building, right?
Okay, so the triangulation at that point works. You're not trying to find, the distance to the sun or the distance to the moon. You're just trying to figure out where you are on the Earth.
Right. So you're going to tell me how that triangle works. So I mean, you got this model, right, where the Earth is a globe, right? So if I put I'm under the impression that I can project a horizontal line, right, like a straight line, using like, let's say, a tool like a water level, right? I can project a horizontal straight line using a water level. Then I can whatever I create with that straight line, I can lay upon the surface of standing water, and it will touch the water at every point and every elevation. If I elevate that straight line like 1 foot above the water, right, and I keep it in the horizontal position, it'll be 1 foot above the water. In reality, everywhere I go.
Well, hold on.
We do this all the time with bridges and whatnot. So
Why you keep
what I'm
talking?
asking is,
Well, I want to ask you a question.
oh, well, I didn't get to ask my question. I didn't really
How
get
do
to
you
ask my question was,
project? How do you
yeah,
fucking
my
project? How do you fucking project a straight, a horizontal line with the water level?
you hold it up in the air, man, and you hold it to a certain
And what you
elevation.
do?
Yeah.
And what you do? And what you do?
And you can line up those two ends of the water level. Yeah. So my question was that if so that's what I can do, right? So, but if we're on a globe, right? So if we're on a globe, then with this triangle, like one end is touching, right, making a tangent, right, and never touching the ground again. So where's the other two ends of this triangle? One in the sky and another in the sky? Are they both in the sky?
You're the only person talking about one end touching and nothing else. I mean, nobody else had mentioned that except you. So you invented the problem. Why don't you solve it for us?
Well, I'm trying to figure out your water level because you're obviously using the water level wrong. The only thing that you're gonna have level at that point is what's in between those two ends of the water level.
Yeah, but you're holding it above his head, so it's going to work that way.
No, I'm not talking about anything in between. The water level, it could be a hose on the ground. It's definitely not, doing anything, right? It's just the two ends.
Right, exactly. But the whole point of the water level is that the stuff that's in between that water level is level for that water level.
Right.
Right.
I'm
Not
saying I could take
everything. Not
one-
anything outside of that. Not anything outside of those two ends of that water level is considered level.
Right. So I can take those two ends and I can lower them to the surface of water, and it'll align with the surface of water.
Depending on how long you go, right?
No shit, Einstein, because it's water. But we're talking about the straight line that goes between those 2 points of the ends of the water level. Would that line be always level with the water?
Well, it's equidistant from the water, and that straight line is always equidistant from the water. If it's standing water at rest, in reality.
Anyone has these pictures of from Jesse, where he did it and he apparently hit the building on its top.
He hit a building.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just more curious about. So
Miles away, and it wasn't the same level as he was.
What's your definition of level?
I don't know what Jesse's doing running into buildings, but I was just curious about this triangle, right? The triangle has these straight edges, right? So I mean, this is just about the triangle.
What you said.
Yeah, I'm not going about that. I'm talking about the straight edges, right, of a triangle.
Level. He was sighting over a water level from I don't know what elevation, but the straight line above this water level was intersecting a building that was much higher than him.
He ran into a building with a water level. I don't know, man.
Not ran into.
Walked into
the
whatever.
Straight line intersected the straight line of sight intersected the building far away, much higher than his own elevation. So what you say about this line being at the same elevation level with the water below it is false.
Is it Jesse? All right, whoever Jesse is, right? So, so you got the triangle. It's got these straight lines of the triangle, right? You got these three straight lines, right? I'm just curious, like, so which ends of that triangulation?
From one to another.
It's not. It's the same subject. You're measuring this building, right? So you're making you're triangulating your position on the ground.
What are we measuring?
Right. I don't know. Apparently, somebody was measuring a building. They said all you're viewing is the top of a building. This is how we know distances. So I'm asking, with these three straight lines of a triangle to triangulate your position, how many of those points on the triangle are touching the ground? I'm asking.
You're asking now, but earlier on you were saying only one's touching the ground. You were demanding we give you an answer to it. I'm saying, well, you made the problem. You should be able to solve it, you know.
Oh, it's not a problem for me. I mean, it's not a problem for me. It's three straight lines making a triangle.
You made up the problem of only one point of the triangle. There's 3 points in a triangle. Should be touching something. You made up the fake thing of only 1 point touching something, and it's like, that's not a bloody triangle then, is it? You know?
It's a triangle.
You're making up problems that don't need to be there, you know?
It's a triangle, right? So you got to you're going to triangulate your position, right? You're going to go from your position to the top of a building to the floor of the building, right? I guess, right? It's a triangle. Right.
Wait.
Well, that depends on if you can see the bottom of the building, right?
If it's far enough away, it might be over the horizon. But
what position you're triangulating exactly, and how?
Somebody else was telling me this is how we triangulate our positions using a triangle, right?
Well, a triangle.
And my question to them was, how are you doing this?
Your very first.
To do with triangles. Oh my God.
This was all off of your basis where you said that we look to the sky to do triangulation and stuff like that. So I gave you an example of triangulation done on the ground.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay. So it was just answering your question about the triangulation, concerning the sky and the sizes of things and how we interact and measure things that didn't involve the sky.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, but right, as soon as you
Okay.
come, that's great.
So,
Yeah, it's
so we're
great.
in agreement then that there is a triangulation that we can do on the ground that does give you measurements, right?
Assuming a flat baseline, yeah, sure.
Well, no, you establish a horizontal.
A
Right.
horizontal baseline, yep.
Okay. Yeah. So your horizontal doesn't even have to be on the ground. It doesn't even have to be at the level of your feet.
So are you able to make this triangle? Are these all tilting triangles? I mean,
What do you mean tilting triangles?
are they triangles that cut a chord line through the ground, or are they triangles based on one elevation above the ground?
I didn't say either one of those things. I said it didn't have to be on ground level. I said it could. You could establish your horizontal. It
Yeah, but
doesn't.
so
I didn't give you any specific
you're leaving the ground.
direction or anything to establish that horizontal. Did
the
I?
ground again? No, you did. You
No,
said
I
we can
didn't.
do
I
it on.
didn't. I said
You said
that
we
you
can
could
do it on the
establish a
ground.
horizontal.
On the ground.
And yes, you can do it on the ground
On the
if you
ground.
want.
Okay, great. So there you establish your elevation on the ground.
No, you establish a horizontal.
On the ground.
Sean, you're talking about two different things. You're talking about triangulating your position from three other points, and he's talking about triangles. You know what I mean? You're talking about two different things.
I know, but he's attempting to put it all into one, but I'm not even understanding what his issue with triangulation is.
He's talking about two different things. He's not talking about triangulation. He's saying triangulation, but he's talking about triangles.
Mm-hmm.
No thanks. Who is triangulating using stars?
I don't know. Tell me.
Ah, you don't know? You said it.
I think whoever asserted they were doing it. I'm not sure who's doing it.
How do you triangulate your
I don't
position?
recall anyone said they
'cause I think that's-
triangulating using stars.
How do you triangulate your position?
Only Nathan Oakley does it, and he doesn't really do it because he can't do math. If it
But,
was
but he's
life,
been
depend
thinking
on-
about it from the right point of view. A triangle that has got nothing to do with triangulation.
Interesting.
Tri, it's TRI, means three. You know the distance of three other points, therefore you can work out where you are if you know where those 3 points are and can see them. That's triangulation. What you're talking about is be able to see the top of a building and measure how far away it is for you, from the top to the bottom and then back to you. That's the triangle you're talking about. That's
what somebody had brought up, and they said, well, listen, they gave the whole example. I don't know where you're getting lost.
Who did that? Brian Mabbott?
Somebody in here said we can see the top of buildings, right? I mean, that was what they used just now, just 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, because we can establish a point for anything, right? We know that building's over there. We can see it, right? So we can say that is going to be a point no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm trying to figure out what the issue is here.
I mean, listen, there's no issue as long as you assume it's a horizontal line, and you can lay that horizontal line on the surface of standing water, and it'll all work out. You can't curve the baseline. That's all.
What?
You can't curve the baseline. What's that mean?
Yeah, so like the one end can't be the one end of this where you're standing, right, measuring this building is what I'm imagining, right? You are at one elevation. You're at this whatever that elevation is if you're going to get that position, to make that triangle.
No, I'm not. I'm still not on. So are you saying that after you establish your horizontal, you're saying that you can't dip down the end of that triangle?
Well, and then you'll change. I guess you'll change it as a whole. Yeah, I mean you can. Yeah, but no, not to have a triangle.
What do you mean? Do you have to have that triangle running across the earth? Can you have it running through the earth?
That's what I was asking you. You'd have to draw it through the earth.
Okay. So what's the problem?
That's not what we do.
Well, we do if we know the elevations of things, though, right?
Sure, yeah. Right, like if there's a hill or something, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So if we know how tall something is, then we look at it and we say, well, there's part of it missing. And yeah, we can establish at some point that the height is missing something of it. So can we add that in?
Assuming that you're missing the height of the building?
Yeah. Say you
because of
only see
why?
half of the building.
Right, okay.
Can we add that in?
I mean, you need to know two factors. You needed to know the height of the building are you trying to find out how far from the building you are?
I don't know. Well, this was your example.
Why did you keep saying that? It was literally
Because you told me you couldn't do it. That we couldn't use anything on Earth to do this.
To do what? No, this is what we do. We use straight lines, a triangle. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We use straight lines. You don't use curved lines, right? You don't take the line at the, I guess, whatever. If you want to finish it off right, at the bottom of the building, and then curve it over the earth to have your baseline. It's a straight line. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well,
You're dense.
we do that.
Yeah, no, we'll draw. You can draw a straight line, right, and you can have it go through a mountain or a hill, but that's a change in elevation. Yeah.
You say, do
Can you?
Can you what?
Well, how do you know what's your distance? What are you shooting at?
I'm not shooting at anything. You were shooting at the top of a building.
Okay, so can you draw your straight line through the mountain to the building?
You can, yeah, sure.
Okay. What's the height of
that's
the building?
That's a change in elevation, yeah. Through the mountain, you have to measure the mountain, yeah.
No, you can't.
All right.
Yes, I can.
Okay. So this is how you would
have elevation
measure
change.
to
Yeah,
that
of course.
building?
What's that?
This is how you would measure to that building?
I guess I would just walk to it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. How far would it be, do you think?
I don't know, man. I don't know. This was your example of looking at the top of a building. We can draw a triangle with a flat baseline. Yeah, sure. And if there's any kind of elevation change, that'll be a change in the ground, meaning a mountain or a hill or a valley, some sort of dip in the ground, right? So that's how we measure elevation changes, and that's how we measure an angle to an object. I mean,
if it's in the middle of America in the plains where it's just flat forever, and it's like things still disappear.
Yeah,
What if I say the flat Earth is round? What if I say the flat Earth is round?
And the round is a circle.
Is it? Do you think you agree? You would agree with me in this statement?
Would I agree that flat Earth is round?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. No.
Why?
I mean, the Earth is
sound
like dirt and grass and flowers and stuff like that. They're all different shapes.
You definitely beefed that. You forgot the oceans.
The oceans have waves.
It's the word level.
Yeah, we usually when we
Yeah,
say
can
that,
you define level for us? No, thanks. Define level.
We don't need to play a
Flat and
definition
level and
game.
smooth.
Everybody knows what level is. Everybody knows
how
what
can
it is.
you
You don't.
I don't.
What is
Based
level?
on gravity. So you can define level in the surface of the Earth in planet Earth using gravity, right? Because that's level, right?
Gravity is level. I thought gravity was gravity.
With the
Maybe everybody
definition
doesn't
of
know.
the definition of level you use is on the surface of the Earth, right? Being a planet and we have gravity in it. You talking
think
about that type of level, or you talking about a different kind of level?
I think I'd have to ask you guys to use it in a sentence.
The surface of the Earth is level, therefore it curves.
And how do you know that?
Because the surface of the Earth is level.
That's strange.
more?
That sounds circular. Speaking of circles.
I mean,
It's the same circular argument Bev uses.
yeah, what is gonna do for you, man? I mean, there's nothing else I can do for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You're invoking this I don't know, this round thing, right? But yeah, everybody knows what level is. Everybody uses level as a straight line, and that's it. Nobody uses level
Nature's
as a curve.
consistent.
Everybody in your group, in your bias, yes.
No,
but
everybody in the
not
world.
in everybody in the world.
If I were to walk up, I mean,
do you
I'll put-
clarify, right? If you walk to somebody and ask them for just
Yes.
level, plain good old level, they will
Yep.
tell you, yeah, it's straight. You got it just straight, perfectly flat. But do you clarify that you're talking about the surface of the Earth as a whole?
I'm talking about you're talking about level, right? So like, what is level?
So
Like, if I
you
were to
don't
ask
clarify
anybody-
when you try to talk to people. You don't clarify that you're talking about the surface of the Earth, and it's a gotcha type of thing. You don't tell them, right?
Yeah, I mean, they'll all fall for it and admit it, most of them,
Okay,
and then like
perfect,
some of them, only like a select few will come to
Thank
like
you. Yeah,
chat rooms
appreciate
and say it's something else. Yeah.
Good looking out, man. Yeah, makes sense.
I just
Yeah,
think
so-
that nature's consistent, and when you look out from planet Earth, all the other planets are round. So why wouldn't Earth be round? Nature's consistent. Keeps doing the same thing over and over. So
What else is consistent? Do other planets have trees? Like water? Do other planets have water? Do other planets have I don't know, dogs,
we don't know
cats?
yet about all the planets in the universe, so we can only go by one sample, one solar system.
I'm asking why
solar
you're.
system's got a planet like Earth on it. We don't know because we've not
I'm
been there.
I'm kind of sort of asking why are you even assuming that we are round when there's no similarities between
Because
these
if you
things that you're
look
looking
at
at in
every
the
other
sky and the
planet
ground
in
that
the
you're
solar
on.
system, they look round. So why wouldn't we be round if nature is basically consistent?
I mean, the lights in my ceiling are round. My floor is square. I don't know. Why is my floor not round?
Where there's water, there's plants, you know.
Yeah, we have no similarities with the like my
We're only looking
kitchen
at
has nothing in common
sample
with
of
Mars.
one. Yeah, a sample of one.
My kitchen has nothing in common with Mars. I don't look at Mars and say it looks like my kitchen. There's no reason to look up at the lights in the sky and say I look just like that light in the sky. That's silly. That doesn't even make sense. I'm round because the light in the sky is round. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, it's totally unnecessary, and nobody did that initially because the shape of the Earth was determined long before telescopes.
If you look through a telescope and you see nothing but spherical mass objects in the sky, you cannot make the assumption that the Earth should be round at that point.
No, that's,
Yeah, Dad, but it's totally unnecessary. It's totally unnecessary because without looking in the sky, we can still measure the planet. It's tactile. We can just measure it. So you don't need anything in the sky to determine its shape.
It's not just that. I mean, the moon goes past us all the time, right? And we've been able to see it in better times than today when we've got lights everywhere and it blots out of the sky. A lot of places you can't see the moon when it's even in the sky. But you imagine a time when there was no electric lights anywhere, and when night fell, it was black, and all you could see was the stars and the moon. People observed that for hundreds, if not thousands of years. That's where we get our fucking knowledge of this shit. Not from people watching YouTube videos and believing crap.
I heard a rumor.
Spend their lives
Hold on.
watching the sky, you know.
You go. No thanks. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I heard a rumor that all of those like ancient cultures believed the world was like flat.
They go. Now we gotta try not to lose our patience and trying to figure out what is the no thanks misunderstanding about level and flat, because not all flat have to be level, and not everything level have to be flat. Do you agree with that statement? You use it as a synonymous, both words as an exchangeable, but not necessarily have to be. They are two totally different words. Something can be level and not flat. Something can be flat and not level. I don't know why to exchange those words and use it in one statement like back, like the same. Like you use level as if you mean a flat surface, because that's not the case.
No, that's not the case because flat would be no. What are you saying is flat?
I'm talking that level doesn't necessarily mean flat, and flat does not necessarily means level. We
Yeah,
have to
right.
agree with that.
Yeah, you can have
So
a flat,
you cannot
wall and a
use those
vertical.
words. interchangeables. You cannot use those words interchangeables. When you say that looks flat, the horizon looks flat to me, you cannot say that look flat and level, because it does look flat and level. But if you use the word only level, they say the horizon is level, therefore it's flat. The horizon is flat. No, it's not flat. It doesn't have to be flat because you use the word level, because level doesn't mean flat. We got to get into that. I don't know how to make you understand that. But, I mean, you understand it. I know you're playing that one silly game, but still, I just want to understand, you know.
Yeah, the horizon wouldn't exist if the Earth were flat. That's yeah. The reason we have a horizon. I mean, you ever seen a like a 2D plane, like go into the distance, right? You ever seen like the 2D plane vectors, right? There's no horizon.
Do you want to maybe answer or like address my point, or you want to just avoid it completely?
Well, I thought I was getting into it. Like flat is just a description. Like you can have a vertical wall that's flat. Yeah.
Oh, so you're not gonna address my point, okay?
Yeah, I guess I missed it.
I tried, I tried.
Yeah. So yeah, like if the horizon were flat, right, we wouldn't have a horizon, right? But what you have is you have like undulations on the water, right? Like you have like trees, whatever. It depends on what you're looking over, and that's why you have a horizon.
Hold on, Thurs, let me try again. Let me try one more time. So when we do a water level test, let's say I want to do a water level test, and I grab one of those long pipes and I want to do a water level test. That test will show me that the level, at the end of the test is level, because it conforms to the surface of the Earth. That's it. That's level. That doesn't mean that is a straight line from point A to point Z. If we from point A to point B, the beginning of the test and the end of the test will not make a straight line. If the longer distance you go, the more curve you will have in that level that you do in the water. Do you agree with me?
Well, we use a water level to project a straight horizontal line.
No, not in long distances, not in the surface of the Earth. That's your bias. I think we're getting somewhere.
Well, that's the tool that we use. That's why
the tool that you use is to create a level, not to create a straight line.
It's only used to create a straight line. It's not used for levels.
It is definitely used to create a level, which it conforms to the surface of the Earth.
You can elevate the water level to any level, to any height.
Exactly, and it will follow the surface of the Earth. Yeah, it will follow the level around the surface of the Earth. There you go. Yeah, that's the logic that you're missing there. You have a broken type of logic that you cannot escape, because it will destroy your reality when you accept that the water level will test for the curvature of the Earth.
So then how did you measure the curve against the horizontal then?
You can test it with a water level. With a water level.
Wait, what?
So how do you test the curvature of the Earth with a water level test?
So the curvature, right, is the drop from the horizontal, right? So the curvature of something is the drop from the horizontal.
The curvature of the surface of the Earth. The curvature of the surface of the Earth.
So what did you establish, right? So if the curve of the Earth, right, you project a horizontal straight line, and then you want to measure down from that because it's dropping away, sloping away.
The only horizontal straight line structure built on the surface of the Earth is the LIGO structures that are not following the curvature of the surface of the Earth. You understand that point?
They made it
so there's no straight.
Yeah.
They made it straight because they're not following the curvature of the Earth. They just built it straight.
How do you do it? Then how do you do that?
You research LIGO.
No. So how would you know what is
research LIGO
horizontal? Like, so then what would you know is horizontal? A point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Horizontal and flat don't mean the same thing. There's a motorway that goes from Glasgow in Scotland all the way to.
I feel like we're jumping around.
Let me finish, right?
I want to.
That goes. It's a 500-mile motorway. Starts in Scotland, ends in England, and it starts over 2,000 feet higher in Scotland than it ends up in England, compared to sea level. And yet it's completely flat all the way.
I want to give. I want to.
England. That's weird, isn't it?
I want to give an opportunity to somebody else that have participated. Doofus, do you want to talk to him for a minute?
Well, I wanted to ask you, Jose, before, right?
Okay,
So-
before, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, so we're imagining that we measure this curvature, right, which is the drop away from the horizontal line, right?
No, I don't. Those terms are slightly confusing. We go deeper down the rabbit hole. Drops and horizontal. None of that. No, we'll talk
No?
about the surface of the earth. We're not going to talk about any drop because a drop implies that I'm outside certain frame and I'm looking from the outside inside. But because we are here standing on the surface doing the test, we cannot use these terms that you're using. Those terms are only used if you're looking from the outside. So I'm not outside the earth looking at the person doing the test. I'm doing the test myself. So we cannot use those terms.
Interesting. So yeah. So that's.
it.
I mean, I guess I was just trying to ask how then did you determine that the water level was curving? If we're using the water level to establish a horizontal line, right, and then assuming that the Earth drops and falls away from that horizontal line. So how are you using the water level?
You are assuming that the water is establishing a horizontal line. I'm not.
Yeah, that's what we do with it in reality. Like you build a deck, you build
No,
a house.
that's what you believe you do in reality. But in reality, water level is not to establish a horizontal; it's to establish a level in the surface of the earth.
No, we use it in reality, like to build a deck or a fence or a house,
Yes,
right? To establish a horizontal line,
siding,
right? And
yeah,
then we
small structures,
siding,
yeah.
yep. And then we can build off that by squaring and putting triangles and squares and into build upon that horizontal line, confirming that it's horizontal, not curving.
That's what you believe. That's
what
your
we do.
confirmation. That's what you confirm. You're telling me that you have a confirmation bias. You're thinking that you're doing something where you actually are not. You believe that you are doing
I'm not. It's not a belief. It's what we put into
Yes.
practice. We take the horizontal line projected with the water level. Then you can put you can drop a plumb bob and it'll be at 90 degrees to that horizontal line, confirming that it's not bending.
I don't blame you that you are very confused with this because you have been hanging out in a circle with a circle of people that have been implanting this idea on your brain. The bias.
What,
I'm gonna
carpenters?
step out. I'm gonna leave Doofus if you want Doofus comment.
Carpenters and roofers? Who am I been hanging out with?
No thanks. Who told you that the
Hold on, Chike. I gave the floor to Doofus. Giving him a few minutes, please.
All right.
Well, I mean, if I'm going to jump in right there at that spot, a water level is confirming at each end that the altitude is the same at each end. That's altitude. That's not necessarily giving you a flat surface. You can connect those 2 points to make a straight line if you want to. However, the purpose of the water level is for the elevation at each end to be the same.
And that's it. That's the purpose. Is that the purpose of the tool?
Yep, the elevation at each
and what
end.
do we do with that?
Say that again.
I'm asking why do we even have this tool then? Like, what is this tool doing?
Confirming that the elevation on each end is the same. I mean, you can ask me again. I'll give you the same answer.
Yeah. How do we use? Like, what do we do with that now? Now, what do we do? Like, why do we even have this tool?
Because
to
the size
confirm
of,
that the
over
elevation
length
on
of a
each end
house-
is the same.
Because and over the length of a house, you're not going to. The difference is too small to quibble over. Okay, given. Okay, now do that.
Hold on,
like
Larry.
like
Then
creating.
you got up in front of Doofus. Larry, you got up with Doofus. Let him have a few minutes. Then you can have a few minutes, man.
Well, I just wanted to actually bounce off of what you were saying earlier, Jose. You said it's kind of silly in this frame of reference to be using the word drop for something in the distance because you're not sure if that's the same frame of reference over there. I would actually.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong. So correct me, please. Yeah.
Well, cool. I mean, I'd like the thing that's playing on the live stream right now. I could say, without using the word drop, that the distant object, the surface of the Earth, is getting in the way. Now I know that flat surfaces can't do that, so I can't imagine that the water that I'm seeing here is flat. Can't be.
All right, I'm not looking at the live stream, but I'm trying to imagine it, right? So you're saying you got, like, let's say you have one observer, right? Like, 10 miles away, right? And then you got another, like, observer in a straight line, another 10 miles away. You're saying something's getting in the way of them seeing each other.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so
10
I'm
miles
gonna draw
away,
the-
observers are 6 feet tall, then there's going to be some amount of obstruction typically.
All right, so now from the side, I guess, I'm going to draw a straight line in my mind from one observer to the other observer. All right, so now I have, now there's something blocking them. It's curving up, or it's curving up, and it's, so I draw a straight line. Yeah, so there's a line going through this circle, right? We're on a globe, so there's a straight line going through this circle, right? And it's so then the water's curving up.
Are you choosing to add the word up here? Up is only relative to each person.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So they see, so like if they were to watch like a boat, right? A boat goes down and away.
Are you trying to do the SE Montreal argument now? The
I'm
twin.
just,
What is up and what
I'm
is
just
down?
asking.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's trying here. I don't,
This is what I hear from Doofus every time I ask him this same question. He says something about SE.
Yeah, because the twin boat paradox is really dumb. Obviously, if you have two people on a curved surface and it has positive curvature, that surface will eventually get in the way. Now, whether or not you want to insert the word drop or each person, you can if you really want to, but it doesn't change the fact that the surface is what got in the way.
So the
You wanna hear
surface.
something
the
funny? I
surface
came
comes
up with that. Office, I came up with that paradox, and Montreal adopted it.
Ah, okay.
You gotta call it, yeah, Jose. He's trying to knock your
No.
idea.
I was not trolling. I was just trolling because I understand this. And then people took it and ran with it like as if it was a real point, you know?
Yeah, actually, that's funny. Jeremy, one of the moderators on another server, understands that this is not a paradox, but SE can't figure it out even after multiple discussions with Jeremy.
I love it. You gotta love that, man.
So then what's the answer that he can't figure out?
The answer is the surface is getting in the way. Your insistence on using the word drop doesn't change the fact that the surface is in the way.
The fact that you've got like gigantic people instead of tiny wee people who couldn't see over the bulge, right? But the straight line there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. A bulge, like a bulge goes up. Like,
When was
like
the last time we had giants in the world? You know what I mean? Come on. You know what I mean? The straight line that they can see each other, no, it shouldn't exist. You know,
We don't know what you mean.
I don't know either. Something about giants, like, right? But so there's a giant, there's a giant bulge, right? You're saying so it's a bulge, like a hump.
It's not a change in altitude.
The people are giant. You shouldn't have giant people. They should be. Tiny.
He's not looking at the thing in the chat. He has no common frame of reference to what you're saying right now, Terse.
At all.
Okay, he's not looking at the graphics that were being displayed. He's seeing just YouTube stuff. Okay.
He's not even seeing that. He's looking at nothing.
Oh my God, I've got both of them up, you know.
He's religiously not watching anything. And then
How
he
are you ever
says,
going to
"Where
learn
we
anything
see it,
if you
where
don't
we see it,
watch
how do
something?
we know it?
Come
How
on.
do we know it?" Well, we
How
can't
do you
know it.
learn anything if you never watch anything? I mean, oh my God.
I'm just listening to the implications that if that there's something that is jumping up into the air to block your view that's not changing elevation.
No one said that. No one said it.
No?
No,
Why
it's
is
not
jumping up?
in the air.
Jumping up.
In a positive way, though. In a positive way.
Whatever.
Didn't man,
positive,
what
nothing
nobody
for
mentioned
jumps
that
up.
jumping up, and you just brought it into the conversation like it was. Now it's something. Now we've got to talk about it. It's like what?
Well, you bulging up, I guess. Was that
It's
the
a
word that you
curved
used?
surface. That's all it is the fact that it's not flat. It's just getting in the way.
Right. Nobody said up. Nobody said jump.
Okay, so there's a big bulge blocking your view.
Mhm.
Well, it's
So
not
the
going up.
implication of that is that something's either blocking, coming up, or you're looking down.
No, or
No,
If
it's
it
not.
was,
The bulge is
if it was a bulge, if it was a bulge, but it is not. That's what you're not
There's no
getting.
bulge. It's just the Earth doing what
Yeah,
it does.
it doesn't conform to the definition of bulge in the
Earth
dictionary.
is being Earth is being level but not flat. That's what it's
But Chai,
being. You know?
if it was a bulge, if it was,
If yes, if it's not a bulge.
I love it. The trolling is strong with nothing. Not the trolling, it's just the. I feel sad because it's a big. It's not even a misunderstanding. It's a technique that you use no things to continue to go circularly like this because you got the closed mind, like closed on your beliefs on that on a group on individual ideas that you cannot escape from it. I mean, you can escape, but it's really hard on you. So I don't know.
can't. Yeah, there is I can't escape. Right, you can project a horizontal line, right, and you can hold a line perpendicular to that horizontal line, and it'll be 90 degrees,
How do you know?
confirming that
Then
it's a
just
straight
hold
line.
down Alt Del.
Wait,
Four.
let me, please, let me.
It's trolling
Listen,
again.
thanks. Listen, thanks. I debated Bev for about 2 hours, and he tried this trick of yours, and he failed to prove that the plumb is really perpendicular to level. He failed. How do you know they are perpendicular?
How
Who
is he gonna
told you?
fail?
Who's the one
How
who told
How can you debate that it's perpendicular?
What do you mean? How can you debate? I did, and he failed to prove it is.
You can hold up a square, a 90-degree square to that angle
Yeah,
that it's making and prove that
yeah.
it's perpendicular. Yeah, what are you
It's
talking about?
perpendicular. You can make a
What are
perpendicular
you
to
talking
the
about,
line.
Shai?
That doesn't mean it's a parallel to plumb.
Chai, but he said, "What are you talking about?" So that makes it kind of more legit.
No, okay.
What makes it legit is just common sense people who hold up a 90-degree angle, right, and make a 90-degree angle and have two lines perpendicular to that at that
Those
angle.
lines,
Yeah.
I'll agree. Those two lines will be perpendicular. But how do you prove that
Okay, well there you go. I just proved it to you.
that one of them is parallel to plumb?
Got you. Chai.
Otherwise, the
Gotcha.
plumb is not perpendicular.
Sorry, I'm trolling. Gotcha.
So if I go 10 feet down and I drop another plumb, right, another plumb bob, and I measure the angle, then I measure the distance to the top of the line and the bottom of the line, right, with a tape measure.
Go right ahead.
They're the same exact
Go
distance.
right ahead.
That's how builders build buildings. That's how you build. That's how you build.
They measure the difference between the top and the bottom.
No, there's no difference measured. What do you mean?
To what fucking accuracy they measure it?
Pinpoint
What the
accuracy on that tape measure.
What the accuracy should be, they should measure it.
They measure it exact.
Exact. What do you mean exact? To the
To the
picometer,
marking on the tape measure.
to the
What do you mean?
picometer. What do you mean the marking?
Whatever
What should
marking
be
you
the
have on the
difference?
tape measure.
What should be the difference between the distance between the bottom of the two plums and
None.
the top of the two? What should be the difference?
There should be no difference.
What do you mean there should be no difference?
There should be no difference. That's how these straight lines work.
If if the plum is not perpendicular to the level, what should be the difference?
Oh, if you're, I don't know, if you're imagining something else, I don't know what it should be, whatever you imagine it to be. But in reality, there's no difference.
Given the sizes you given of the Earth, of the level, yes, the size of the level, what should be the difference between the bottom of the plum that hit the side of the water level and the top of the plum on each of the side of the water level?
I don't know. You're talking about this, like, you're talking about the 8 inches per mile square thing that people get into?
I'm talking about you just talked about. You drop a plum on each end of the water level and you measure the distance between the top of two plums and the bottom of two plums. What
there should be no difference.
Given the size of the level?
There should be no difference. That's how the straight lines work.
No, there should be. If the level is curved, there should be a difference. Now, what should this difference be?
Oh, you'd have to tell me, because in reality, it's no difference.
I can calculate and tell you, and it would be on the order of less than nanometers. So what are you talking about? they measure it accurately? Who measured it?
Whoever built the building. That's how you build them. You build them with straight
Building,
lines,
don't
right?
measure
You measure it, you square it, you put a triangle on it,
Don't
whatever you
measure
want,
it to millimeters even. What you talking about?
to make sure that it's you're building the building straight. That's how you do it.
No, you don't.
You
don't care
build
about
buildings
this
curved.
accuracy. You don't care about this accuracy.
Yeah, I guess not. What's your point?
My point is that you talk shit.
That you're saying that that you don't measure
You
the
say
globe? I
the
don't
plumb
understand
is
what you're saying.
perpendicular to the level, the straight line between the 2 points of the water level. And if you drop a plumb on the side, it's perpendicular to the level. I'm telling you it's not. But in order to find it's not on this short distance, you will need a very precise instruments which are not available to you.
So then, so you measure the curve of the Earth how?
Me, I did it with several pictures which you refused to look at.
You did it with a picture. Okay.
Yeah, which you refuse to look at. The
Several
picture
pictures,
that
several
represent
pictures.
what you see through instruments or just see. And you
So you
analyze
see,
the
all right.
picture,
So you see it, you don't measure
you
it.
analyze
All
the
right, I got you.
picture, you analyze the picture, and it clearly show you that level is not a straight line.
So it's a picture of a level.
No, it's a picture.
Do you have a straight line? Like, where do you get a straight line?
I get a straight line of sight.
Prove to me a straight line where you measure the curve of the straight line from.
I'm not measuring the curve of the straight line. Straight
You
line is
have to
straight.
measure a straight line to measure the curve. You have
I
to have the straight line established to measure the curve. So
I
show me the
measure it.
straight line.
The straight line is line of sight.
Prove it,
Just
Shaik.
do it, Shaik.
What do you mean do it?
Do it.
I don't know.
You won't look at pictures.
Pictures are just pictures.
Just pictures. I can't explain to you how I do it without you looking at the pictures.
Yeah. So this is the issue that I'm having right now, right?
You're insisting on remaining dumb for the rest of your life, not looking at pictures, because we're not there now. We are not there now.
You literally just said that you're going to remain.
We are
dumb and
not there
looking at
now,
pictures.
and we won't be there now or any time.
Where?
That I could show you here is what we see here, because we won't be here. So we have a picture of here, and we analyze it. What do we see?
Yeah, listen. I don't know what you see, man, but the issue I'm having is that on one hand you're telling me that you can't make a straight line using perpendicular, water level, horizontal, none of these things, right? That it's impossible to make a straight line, but you measure the drop or the curve or whatever from the straight line. I mean, I'm having an issue with that.
You lie your ass off. I never said you can't make a straight line, or you can't make a perpendicular. I didn't say it. I said you can make a perpendicular. You just can't prove it's parallel to plumb.
I need 20 seconds to do a big shout out to everybody still watching. I'm gonna stay a little bit longer. It's all kinds of fun. I'm gonna do a quick squeaky earth first. That was the warning. That's the squeaky earth. Now I'm gonna do a big shout out to everybody watching. Hit the like button if you haven't done so. Big shout out to everybody. We're talking about a level. There you go. Boom. For those watching on YouTube, you can see my level. And support the channel, PayPal, Super Chat, and all that good stuff. And I got a question for no thanks. Off question of the topic.
Sure.
Think about this, right? If men walked on the moon back in the day from 69 to 72, right? They say that they launched rockets and they landed on the moon. If that is true, just thinking that, let's think that is true for a second. How many times since the first time they launched, they say in 1969, until right now to 2023, how many times do you think that we would have been back to the moon? How many times do you think we had to be back to the moon? If we went in 69, how many times do you think we already done it up to 2023?
If it was
more than
possible
once,
to land
twice,
on the
then-
moon,
if it was, yeah.
you're saying how often would we be there if it was possible
Yeah.
to land on the
How
moon?
many times you think we will already be there? Seems
We
for
would be
over 50 years.
if you could land on the moon, right, and you could find like a new planet, a new continent, a new world to live on, we'd be living on it right now.
How many times do you think we would have launched? We would have been there back 10 times, 20 times? Give me a rough number. 1,000 times.
1,000 times.
You think so? How about what if I say if we went back in 1969 that we have already been we have already launched 150,000 times? Well, that make like 7 times a day. We launched since 1969. Every single day without skipping a beat, we would have launched 7 times rockets to the moon. You think that sounds fair?
It sounds more reasonable. What I would compare it to is since we've discovered America, right? Since America was discovered, how many ships and planes have been launched to America? More than 150,000? Yeah.
Do you think a plane can be bought? Maybe a plane will cost, let's exaggerate it, $20 million for each plane. That's a lot of money, right? So, and we have already launched so many planes over there. What if the rocket
it doesn't really
costs?
take money.
What if a rocket value is $350 million? That's a lot of money, right? I don't think that.
Well, you're calling it money. You're calling it money, but what it really takes is just people to go and dig up the minerals, like mine the minerals, find the fuel, gather the fuel. So it just takes an effort, a cumulative effort. If people want to do it, they don't need money. They just need to do it.
So 150,000 times sounds good to you.
How many times have people launched to the new world of America? When you find new land, when you find a new place to live.
Time, you asked a question. Let me answer quickly. Since the beginning of the first rocket launch ever, I think that was maybe in the 30s, in the 40s. Let's say in all the lifetime that all the rocket had launches, I don't think that more than 5,000 rockets have been launched. So 150,000. Think about it. Just think about it. No, I'm just saying this as a joke because a guy earlier that I play a video and he said that if we went to the moon back in 69, we would have already been back 150,000 times. And we did the math and it equals like 7 times every single day without missing a day for over 50 years.
That sounds reasonable with everything that we've ever seen.
That sounds reasonable. Yeah. If you say that sounds reasonable, bro, you're fucking... I mean, I know you're trolling, but come on, man.
Listen, if you find new land, like how many times have people gone to Hawaii? How many times have people gone to every other land on Earth, every other newly discovered continent, people travel to it repeatedly and they don't stop. So there's no reason. If that was a place that you can land and live on, there's no reason that people wouldn't be going there repeatedly until you get popular.
Giving a chance. Give card check.
I just want to remind you, they didn't find gold on the moon yet.
Right.
So not many people wants to go there to begin with for the other people to send ships to send them supplies. There's no many people on the moon that we want to go there. Reason for us to go there and no gold, of course. They hope they found water. Yes, water. We have water here plenty. Why should we go to the moon?
Here's a question. How many people have gone to the Marianas Trench?
Ooh, what's that? Like 7 people? 5?
That's here on Earth.
I mean, I can look it up. And we look it up.
It's pretty difficult to get there, don't you think?
Let me ask Google. How many people
Is there gold
have visited?
I'm sure if there was gold there, more people would go.
Yes.
It's kind of difficult to get there. Pretty hard.
While thousands of climbers have successfully scaled, only 2 people have descended to the deepest point. So that's the deepest point, yeah.
Bibo, I heard a guy earlier. That one guy that I heard earlier, Bibo, he said that we should have been back to the moon at least 150,000 times.
Right. So more people have gone to the moon than have gone to the deepest point of the ocean, which is on Earth. So,
ain't that something?
Yeah, right. And it's on Earth. Yeah, we've been on Earth. Have you ever lived on Mars? I mean, you ever lived on the moon?
But the point is, it's very difficult to get there.
But you can get there? Are you saying you can get there?
Yes, you can get there, but it's very difficult.
Okay.
Costs money.
Remember as well, I mean, some people died trying to get there, and some people almost died and didn't get there but had to come back. You know, Apollo 11. I think.
Well, all their identical twins made it, so they're doing good.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Listen, if there was
twins.
Huh?
What? Identical twins to the moon?
Twin moons, the twin moons of Saturn V. But
no, nobody been there.
But yeah, no. If there was a habitable place to live on, yeah, people would be there. You can. I mean, we make these structures that you can live within right here on Earth, right? So why not?
Three people
just do
have
the same
been in
thing
the
on
bottom
moon?
of the ocean, and we are on Earth. You see how difficult that is? Out of billions of people.
What's more difficult, to get to the fantasy moon or to get to the bottom of the trench?
No, just to get to the moon. The fantasy moon, that's in your world. Fantasy moon is in your world, but the real moon is easier to go there. Definitely.
Yeah,
fantasy moon.
That's in his war in La La Land where he lives.
I've never been to the United States. The United States doesn't exist. Sorry, never been there.
I mean, have you met people like I never met the guy, right? But there's this guy, right, who he's one of like the last living people who have gone to the moon, right? He says that they never went there.
No, he didn't.
He says the reason that we don't go back is because we never went there, and that's just the way it happened.
No, that's not what he said. You need to listen to the. Hold on.
He said those words, but out of context. Yeah, he said those words.
Completely out of
but
context. You need to listen to the whole interview that child actually gave that guy. She was actually prompted by her father. You need to listen to the whole thing. Why would he say that if before that and afterwards he was actually talking about how he got there, what he felt, and all the rest of it, and what he did was on the moon? Why would he actually say we never went there? What the question
That's just the way it happened. And
no, the question was by the child, why haven't we gone back to the moon in over 50 years, right? And he said, I'd like to know that. That's an adult question, not a child question. And he said the reason why we didn't go back there is because we didn't go back, or we didn't go there in the 50 years. That's what he meant. It's just the way he talks.
Yeah, he's talking to a kid also.
Totally taken out. It's one of like others and things like that have just been completely cherry picked out of a whole interview and stuff like that. Like 10 seconds of narrative out of 5 or 10 minutes, and things like press conferences and things like that taken out of context.
This is what you've got with the flat Earth. They cherry pick 50 years of like thousands of people talking on TV.
The fun stuff.
And they come up with 2 or 3 of these little things that they can put and say, see, he said it,
It's the same. It's the same one when they prick out the Apollo 11 press conference, where they said, "Oh, they didn't see stars." Well, what you see is that what they don't listen to is what the question was actually asked. That's another one, and the other one about that same press conference that they look miserable, and they're taking one still frame out of a whole press conference that was 92 minutes long.
Yeah, you can give a president. You can take a photograph of a president with his mouth open agape.
No thanks, you go after it.
Yeah, he looks what he's looking for, a big giant donut.
That's called cherry picking.
Yeah.
No thanks. What do you got, man?
Cherry picking really it tells you an awful lot, because it just basically means that whoever's doing the cherry picking is clutching at straws, and that's probably
you know what I heard actually, since you asked me, which I thought was kind of funny, that it was what's his name, Neil Armstrong cherry picked, right? So he had made the statement on an interview, like it was right after his his moon mission, right, to the sky. He said that he had a 100-yard cable, right, like for like a camera or I don't know, some sort of equipment, right? And he went to go lay the cable out, so it's 100 yards, right? And he wanted to go take it to another spot on the moon. He starts, jumping and floating over to it, and at like 60 yards away, he got stuck. He said, right? He's like, it wouldn't go any further, right? And he says because the curvature of the moon took up the cable.
Who
Yeah,
said
'cause
that? That wasn't Neil Armstrong because it definitely didn't lay any cables. I don't know what you're referring
some
to.
kind of cable, wire, air hose. I'm
No,
not sure what it was. Yeah.
wasn't Neil Armstrong, that's for sure.
No, it was
If you
definitely
want
Neil
to,
Armstrong.
if you want to cherry pick something, no thanks. You gotta know what you cherry pick.
I
You
thought
gotta
it was
know
like
the
hilarious.
term.
Yeah. I'd like to find it again. It was definitely Neil Armstrong having like an after event interview, and that was the statement that he made. He just looked so funny after he said it, like the guy wasn't even believing him. He's like, "Oh yeah, oh wow."
I think
It's,
you're just making
really funny.
something up out of the whole cloth. You know, it's a thing that.
You don't think that would happen? Is that what you're saying?
No. You know, it's a thing
Oh,
that people for your side of the conversation often.
Well,
do.
I mean, yeah, no tanks. I mean, that'd be
A
great if
whole
you
new
could.
thing up out a new cloth. You know.
I mean, that'd
So
be great
whether-
if you said that. If an astronaut said that, I would very much like to see that. So if you could dig
Are
it
you
out.
saying
I
it's
would-
not true? Are you saying that a
No, I
curved
didn't say
arc
that.
segment?
No,
wouldn't-
I am
Probably
saying
the
that
way-
definitely
probably the
on-
Okay,
way
we're
you're
talking about
putting
each
it.
other, guys. Too many people at the same time. Too many people at the same time. There was a question. There's Matt and no thanks. There's a confusion there's a loss in questioning here.
Yeah, it's okay.
We need to get it straight.
Yeah.
So I know no thanks misunderstood. He's asking a different question. You say somebody say this, somebody spoke these words, and that is the question that Matt I think is asking you back. Are you sure he spoke those words, and you're
Yes.
switching the subject to something else?
No. He spoke those words, and I'm asking. Since they're saying no, he would never say that. You must be insinuating that it wouldn't be true.
Okay, can you
Why
bring
would
up
that not
the
be
actual
true?
quote
There
or
was
the context?
hold on. There was a confusion. I think he was aiming that at Terse that said that. I didn't actually say he said it. All I'm asking for is just the evidence of him saying that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying
exactly-
is that I'm
yeah.
pretty sure Neil Armstrong didn't say that because I don't think Neil Armstrong laid any cables on the moon. I'm pretty sure.
Exactly.
Of that.
That doesn't mean that Matt doesn't believe that you can lay cables on the moon. That means that he doesn't believe that Neil Armstrong say those words. So in order for us to believe you that he say those words, you must provide evidence for us to know that that is true. No thanks.
If you're going to bring a claim, you got to bring the evidence.
He said it, not me. I mean, that's his
Well,
claim.
bring it up.
You
Right, but that's
insist
your
that he
claim.
say
If
that.
you say he
Yeah, you
said it-
insist that he say that, but we don't have any evidence of he saying that.
Are you
insist
denying
but
that it
we
would?
don't believe
Why would it not be
Yes,
true?
we're denying it. Until you bring the evidence, we're going to deny it.
Exactly. Yeah, we don't have any evidence that he say that.
So you're saying that this tiny little
That he doesn't
space
say
ball-
that. We're saying that he doesn't say that. He didn't say
Why?
that. That's
I'm
what
saying,
we're
bring the
I'm
evidence.
saying, I'm saying that Neil Armstrong didn't say he laid cables on
Right.
the moon.
No, wait,
but
no
what I'm saying is,
astronaut.
if another astronaut is saying that, then fine. Let's have the evidence.
No,
to show
no,
us somebody saying
no
it.
astronaut said the moon was too small and curved. It blocked the cable way.
There's you're switching it. You're switching the topic. We're talking about Neil Armstrong. Hold on. Listen. You're arguing about the terminology about if cables can be laid and all of that. The specifications. We're not talking about none of that. We're talking about he say, she say. Nothing say that Neil Armstrong say something. We don't believe that. No, it doesn't matter. Neil Armstrong could say nothing. Say, oh, Neil Armstrong say that he likes fucking cats. We don't believe he say that. It's not that we believe that a human, Neil Armstrong, can fuck cats. It doesn't mean we're talking about that. We are talking about did he say that or he didn't say that. You understand now, Ters? Matt, no thanks. We are getting there. We're close.
I already said, no one.
I don't know why. Yeah. I just
So
don't know why you're
we don't
denying- I
need
know
to
why you're
bring
denying it.
actual.
You understand?
clips
No thanks,
from
right?
saying
Yeah,
that.
go ahead. No, Doofus. Go ahead. I mean, Earth Saliva, Doofus.
I just want to say, if you're going to claimly say that, just go find the clip, post it in the chat, or post a video, and we'll all listen to it.
I mean, I believe what I heard. I mean, if you don't believe it, you go.
Oh,
check
you
it out.
We don't
You gotta do
believe
your
that you
research.
heard that.
Oh,
We don't
okay.
believe that you heard that. There's no evidence that you heard that.
It's out there. Just find it if you
I
want
mean,
to find
he
it.
Find it,
it
huh?
could be.
Google
Hold on.
The Earth is a sphere. Google it.
It
Shit, find it.
It could be another astronaut other than Neil Armstrong. The reason why, because Neil Armstrong only had one mission to the moon. Okay, and I am certain during Apollo 11, okay, they did not lay any cables. I'm certain of that. Okay,
There you
so
go,
but it could be another astronaut you might be referring to. In which case, it's fine. You could be mistaken. All right, that's fine.
No, it was Neil.
But
it was
either
Neil
way,
Armstrong.
either way,
it wasn't.
we'd like to see a clip of some sort of evidence of whoever it said that did say that.
Right, and then what would it tell you?
It's very simple.
Well, it wouldn't tell me anything. It's just you've just made a claim. We just want to see some evidence of it. That's all.
That's it.
I'm not.
You
I'm
don't
not.
believe-
Deni-
you
I'm
don't-
not. I'm not denying an astronaut said it at this moment in time. I'm not denying he said it at this moment in time. That's not.
Yeah,
what
it was definitely Neil Armstrong. He said it, right? So,
Right,
so
okay,
the
well then fine,
implication,
provide the evidence.
yeah,
Provide
the
it.
implication of your denial is that you don't
No, it's-
believe the moon
I'm
is
not
curved.
denying
That's
anything.
weird.
I'm not denying anything. I have not denied or made any claim. I'm asking you to provide evidence of what you're claiming. You're making the claim, not me.
All right,
Yeah,
and
why
this
do you
is
need it?
about.
Why do you
Hold
need
on
it?
a second. This is about the third time that you've done this, No Tanks. We're not claiming that the moon is not curved. We're not claiming that the cable wasn't too short. We're not claiming that somebody didn't go to the moon. We're not making any of those claims. You've made the claim that Neil Armstrong said a specific thing.
Yeah,
That's the claim that you are saying
Yeah, I don't believe
happened,
he'd say that.
but
I
you
don't believe
don't
he'd say that.
have any evidence that
Right,
that
so
has actually been said. No Tanks.
Right, yeah, so no tanks. Yeah, right. So I'm telling you, guess what? This Apollo astronaut said that the moon is a sphere, and you guys are saying, no, you better show me evidence.
Oh
That's weird.
my God.
No, that's
Tank,
not
look,
it. No,
Tanks, come
definitely
on.
not.
If you're gonna, Tanks, if you're gonna
That
come to a
is
debate,
weird.
right? If you're gonna come to a debate, okay? This is how debates work. This is how human beings debate, right? If you make a claim for something, you've got to prove your claim. If you're not going to do that, then what are you doing here, dude? What
Oh
the fuck are you
man,
doing here?
I
Seriously.
didn't know you were. So what side?
Oh,
you
well,
don't.
you
You don't
clearly,
think the
well, you
Earth was?
clearly
You
do
don't
need.
think that the moon was a sphere? Is that what you're saying?
No,
You're
no, I
debating?
have no. Again, you're putting
You're
words in my
debating.
mouth. That's
Neil
not what I'm
Armstrong
saying.
didn't say that. What we claim is that Neil Armstrong did not say that, but you insist he did say that.
Why
So you got
wouldn't
to back up that. You
I
got to
haven't
back
said
that up.
anything at all. When did I say those
Why
things?
are you guys so angry?
I'm not
Why
angry.
Why are
Now
you
you
so
say
angry
that Neil
thinking
Armstrong
that
says
he wouldn't
something.
say that?
I'm
Why
not
wouldn't
angry.
say
You
that?
just can't.
There's no
prove,
evidence
you
of
just
it.
can't prove what you claim. You can't.
Why
prove
There's
not
no
just
evidence that
bring
Neil Armstrong say that.
the clip
You
of
listening
him saying
nothing.
it?
Oh, he says it, guys. I don't know why you're so
Just
triggered
bring
by it.
the clip. Bring
Because there's
bring
no
the clip
evidence that he
where
said
he
that.
said.
Okay,
That's it.
let me ask you a direct question.
It's
Can you
very
prove your?
strange.
Let me ask you a direct question. Right, it's a yes or no question. So yes or no to this answer.
All
Can
right,
you
can you ask?
prove? Can you prove he said that? Yes or no?
Yep.
You can. Okay, go ahead.
All right,
Post it. Then. Let's see it.
Yeah,
Let's
let's
see
take
it.
a little look. I'm
I
excited
mean, I
now. Let's
can.
take a little look.
Will I? No, I will not.
Oh,
You
will
can
you?
look yourself.
It's not.
Let's ask you. Hold on, before you.
Therefore,
Okay, I go
claims
first.
without
Quick.
evidence can be
Hold on,
dismissed.
Earth is live. Let me ask a quick question, and then when no thanks answer it, then Earth is live can go. No thanks. Can you provide evidence that Neil Armstrong spoke the words you say?
I
mean,
could. Yeah.
will you provide evidence? Can you and will you provide evidence that Neil Armstrong say that?
No, not right now. No, I'm not going to go.
Okay,
look
all
at
right.
the
Thanks.
video
Yeah,
and
that's
find
it.
the
That was
video.
a quick
Bullshit then.
Very good.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Now hold on. Earth is live. Go ahead. Go.
So, hey, so could you at least tell me how to Google it? What word should I put in Google to be able to find this?
Well, I would say look up Neil Armstrong's interviews that were like maybe within a year after his mission.
Oh, come on.
Neil
There's
Armstrong
dozens of
interviews.
them. What
Okay.
the hell?
And that's what you're asking. And that's what you're asking me to go find for you. So go find it yourself. I'm not going to go through thousands of
You're
interviews to find
claiming
the
it.
one.
You claimed
That's
it.
what he
Oh,
said. That's what he
claim.
said, bud.
Oh,
Deal with it or
those
don't deal with it.
Right. I've got
Just
too much time. You know what I mean?
Can I?
I've
Oh
too much
my
things
God.
to do. I've not got the
Clueless.
time to look up the things I claimed. Yeah.
It's like
Can I ask a question?
It's like coming to a gunfight with a knife. Fuck's sake,
I'll
what are
help
you doing,
him,
dude?
okay? I'll help him. He can find
Go ahead.
everything. What did he say? Neil Armstrong said.
Neil Armstrong was describing a situation where there was either a cable, wire, something laid upon the surface of the moon, right? So that it was like about 100 yards or so. It was about 100 yards or so, right? They packed it up
Never
with a
heard
little.
of it.
Yeah, you don't have to have heard of it. That's why I'm telling you. You can check it out, right? So it was like 100 yards or so. All right, or you can let me finish saying it so you can look it up, right? Or anybody who wants to look it up, right? So it was 100 yards or so, and they packed it up in their little shuttle, and they went to the moon. And then he says, you know, when they went to go lay it upon the surface of the moon, it only got like 60 yards away. It's because the curvature of the moon took up the cable because it's a sphere. And if you guys are saying, no, he would never say such a thing, I mean, that's strange because what you're implying is that the moon is not a sphere.
No, that's not what we're implying.
Prove
It definitely is.
Prove it.
No, because if you're saying that it's 100 yards and they got 60% of the way there, and it was taken up by the curvature.
That was a flat earth joke.
Can anybody else hear me? Or is
yes, we hear you, Thurs. You're talking over Doofus. Why are you doing that, Thurs?
Go ahead, Terrence.
You had Mike in Artist Life, yeah. There you go.
Okay. The claim is not that we don't think the moon is spherical. The claim you've put forward is they got 60% of the way there, and the remainder was taken up by the curvature of the moon. That does not jive with how large the moon is.
I know.
Secondly, it also doesn't jive with an astronaut saying it, since we can't seem to find any record of this wire being laid out.
So you don't think it's true? Strange.
Yes, the entire thing that you said is taken as a whole. The entire claim as a whole is false.
All right. So if I find this video, this is going to take some work, right? Do I get Jose's entire week of super chats?
You get a star. You get a
no. I want the week.
Golden star.
And
I know what
you get a golden star. You get. You know what? I'll give you the full last week. I'll give you the dates. Anything from last week, you're gonna get it. I wasn't in the. I didn't do a show a whole last week.
You can either give me all the super chats, or your sister can come on and say, "I'm Jose's sister and I'm a flat earther." Either one.
I give all of the super chats from last week to you. Yeah, promise.
I see.
I'll give you an extra $20, PayPal.
Yeah,
I'm going away from the keyboard for a few minutes. I'm gonna get some food. You guys can stay here. We're still live on YouTube. I'm just gonna go away, listening on my phone.
Real quick, Jose. I just wanted when you asked him, "Will you provide evidence?" He should have responded with, "No thanks."
No thanks. Ah, yeah, you missed that, bro. You missed that opportunity, bro. Yeah, good one. I'm hungry, so I'm gonna. In order for me to stay in the stream, I'm gonna go heat up some food quickly, and I'll come back and I'll be hanging in here with you guys.
Well, I have a recording of Neil Armstrong said that he's looking on the hatch above his head, and he's seeing Earth, and it's big, bright, and beautiful.
And spinning, or was it just sitting there?
It didn't say spinning because takes time, but he saw Earth.
You've got to remember, the Earth would be spinning, but it would be spinning at 24 hours a day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it didn't have the time.
It was spinning very fast. Just seems fast when you're on the surface.
It seems fast when you're on the surface.
I think it would seem faster from the sun because the way they measure the rotation of this Earth is from viewing the rotation of the sun above us. So I think the only time you'd ever see it spinning 1,000 miles an hour is probably from the sun.
Not in all cases. Not all measurements are based on the position of the sun. For instance, if you have something like a ring laser gyroscope or a fiber optic gyroscope, you're looking for 15.04 degrees per hour because it's not 15 degrees per hour exactly. That's the sidereal rate you're looking for is 15.04.
Hey, no tank. So do you believe everything? So did you believe what he said when he during that interview?
Ooh, which interview?
The one that you're talking about.
I believe he said it.
Okay, you believe he said it. Do you believe what he was saying?
Do I? No, not really. No.
Okay.
I think he was just trying to make it sound more believable. And he was describing a situation where even us astronauts make mistakes because, whatever, we grabbed this rope thinking it would be, oh, cool, we got a 300-yard rope, whatever the hell it is. And we didn't even think the moon is a smaller sphere. Oops, it didn't even reach.
Do you believe that he was? Do you think he was being truthful when he was saying it?
No, I think he's reading probably from somebody told him to say it to make it sound more believable.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they don't go. Nobody goes to the moon. Nobody goes there, man. Yeah,
but
you're making
recording,
except for the guys who went there, right?
I have a recording.
Arguments.
I have a recording. I have a recording of Neil Armstrong says from the surface of the moon that he sees the Earth. So he did go there.
Yeah, I mean, I have a recording of my daughter and her best friend pretending to be ballerinas, right? But they're not ballerinas.
But
no.
But you
They're
can
like
you know that they're
No thanks. No thanks. Let's hear it.
but you have wait. But you have evidence of them actually saying it and them actually there pretending to be ballerinas, right?
Right.
Okay. So it actually happened.
They
That
they actually
happened, right?
pretended to be ballerinas. Yeah.
Okay. Great.
See, that's like how you would support a claim. See, Chaiki said that he had heard Neil Armstrong saying something in particular. Then he presented a video where he said it. Now, you've said that Neil Armstrong said a thing, but you don't seem to have one of those.
It's just weird that you would deny it. I don't understand why. Yeah, but
Yeah,
strange.
because you made the claim, but you can't provide the evidence. That's very simple.
I mean, I can, like, I have the ability to do so.
So
but,
do that. We're asking
I mean,
for that.
do you understand why?
Do you
why?
really?
Do you
No, I don't understand why. Yeah,
do you understand why we're a bit skeptical about your claim that Neil Armstrong actually said that?
No,
Because
why?
well, okay, we'll do. Gary actually mentioned that earlier on as well. He said, well, it doesn't jive with the fact that the size of the moon doesn't actually jive that it would actually shorten the cable or whatever it was he was talking about, shorten it that much to begin with. Right, that's number one. Number two, I'm pretty sure that Neil Armstrong didn't lay any cables on the moon. Maybe a small cable, perhaps for the camera from the limb, maybe, but it certainly wasn't a very big distance to have any effect on shortening the rope. Or the cable, you know. So, and also, I'm well aware that Neil Armstrong only went to the moon once as well.
Yeah, it's
I
not,
don't
listen,
remember
it
anything
stuck
like
out.
that.
It
So
stuck out to me as
all
well.
those
That's why
kind
I
of
remember
things,
so
all those
so
kind
well.
of things, all those kinds of things are put in doubt in our minds. You made a claim, but you won't provide evidence of what you supposedly claim he said.
Here's a nice quote.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, that's why it stuck out to me so much. Also, like, I'm like, that sounds ridiculous.
From the surface, but I suspect they might be visible.
But somehow,
the Earth is quite beautiful from space, and from the moon, it looks quite small and quite remote. But it's very blue and covered with white lace of the clouds, and the continents are clearly seen, although they have very little color from that distance.
What about the sun? Do you see any trace of the corona?
No, the glare from the sun on the helmet visor was
Turn the video
too
off. What the
difficult
hell?
to
Yeah, this is the
make out
video that everybody's watching.
corona. The only time we could see the corona was during an eclipse of the sun from the moon. That is when we were flying through the moon
Turn the video
shadow
off.
and
What are you doing?
could observe the solar corona peeking out from behind the moon.
Looking at the photographs that you brought back, the color photographs of the moon surface,
I'll see you guys later. You guys want to
the
listen
color
to
of the
Neil?
surface actually varies.
Yeah. So
Definitely the BBC, you know.
yeah, I'm gonna post a video in the.
Bro, everybody's seen that video like 1,000 times.
Hey, yeah.
This was he was doing
would
this
it
was
take you to
the
watch
one that
that
I'm
1,000
referring the one
times?
I'm referring to. I mean, here's another like context clue, right? It was just him and a reporter, so it was like a one-on-one. If that helps you in your search.
Not really.
There are
because
dozens of those.
There was dozens and dozens of those, and it
Well,
it's about
it
specific
knocks it down. It knocks it down from the thousands I heard earlier.
I personally know this you know, this bit of video that you're talking about, and I've heard this over and over. I'm 62. I'm British. I've heard this over and over again, and all the things that he's saying happened in it didn't happen. It's all made up. You know what I mean? This was Michael.
You say me? He made it up.
Was his name? The guy with the BBC, the Sky at Night interview with you know, the Americans who went to the moon and back. You know, yeah. This.
I want to welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Moon Deniers clan.
Your sister? She's she's a flat earther.
Look it up and just go into, you know.
I said thirst. Why are you mentioning my sister, bro? Why are you bringing family members? People that don't participate in here. People that are not in the conversation, in the topic. No thanks. I'm going to ask you very politely.
Sorry.
Do not bring my sister back again. It has nothing to do with what you talk about. Do you agree with that? You okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay. I thought you said I got my something.
I said thirst. I said
Oh.
thirst. Yeah, I said thirst. Okay.
Sorry, what?
All right.
I don't know. He was saying welcome
I'm
to
gonna
the
mute.
flat Earth
I'm gonna
or
eat.
something.
I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna mute.
First, why do you got to piss him off like that? It was totally unnecessary. Have some respect.
Never meant to.
All right.
I mean, I thought
you did nothing wrong, Thurs. You did nothing wrong.
Oh,
Everything,
okay,
no
okay,
thanks was wrong.
yeah,
You
yeah.
you did nothing
Okay, I
wrong. You
didn't
were
mean-
perfectly fine, bro.
I didn't mean to piss anybody off, mate. I did not mean to do that. I thought I was being very calm tonight, you know.
You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't piss me off. It's not nothing's trying to twist in some twisted
That's cool. That's cool.
maniacal
I'm
way.
good for
There.
that, you know, 'cause, you know how much I love your show, and
No, it's a reasonable thing. I mean, I won't mention. I thought we were just talking about that moon thing. No,
I
it's no
know
problem.
sometimes I can just talk over a day, and I'm sorry about that.
So how do you feel about Artemis 2?
What, the one that took twice as long as the first one?
No, I said Artemis 2. That's coming up in 2024.
The second one. How do I feel about it? I have no feelings about it at all. I mean, I feel like it's a waste of money, to just pretend to do these things, But
How do you know that they're pretending?
Huh?
How do you know that they're pretending?
Because you can't land on a light in the sky. It's just silly.
I mean, that's a good claim. I mean, that's your opinion, right? There's no way you can support that opinion.
How do you know
that
it's
claim.
light?
He's
How do you
probably not
know,
going to give you anything about that either. Sorry.
How
but
do
I
you,
gotta
how do
be-
you know it's just a light in the sky?
It shows itself to be a self-illuminating light in the sky. The shadows on the moon would not be possible from a single source light. So it's a light in the sky.
Self-illuminating light in the sky.
Shadows also self-illuminating. How do you get shadows
has
on something
shadows on it.
self-illuminating?
From a
does that
second
work?
source light. Yeah.
Sorry?
You can still have a second source light on something that's illuminating.
Second. What? So what you're
So
saying
how-
is you can hold on. So you can
Yeah.
give me a second, people. Sorry, just give me a sec. So how do you what you're claiming is you can make a shadow on a source of light by using another source of light.
It looks like it, yeah. So it can be self-illuminating object, yeah.
Demonstrate that.
Can you demonstrate that, please?
He can definitely demonstrate that, but he will not demonstrate it.
No,
for you.
he could, but he won't.
He could, but he won't. But we do it in all the stadiums around the world. We have
see that clip?
points of light, and that it actually gets rid of shadows rather than
That definitely looks like a light source, doesn't it? No tanks. That picture in the chat.
I'm not looking at the picture, right? But when I look at the moon, right, a full moon illuminates evenly, right? There's no like a highlight on the moon showing that it's being lit up by the sun. It shows it shows that it's fully lit, right, evenly.
A rock would do the same thing. Take a rock in like a dark room or something and shine a light on it. It would do the same thing.
Yeah, it has a highlight on it. Yeah. Where the
No,
light
it doesn't.
usually goes to a certain point,
No,
yeah.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
So why is in that shot they're actually showing there? Why is some parts of the surface there dark if it's self-illuminating? Why only bits of it are self-illuminating?
I mean, you're claiming that it's a shadow. I mean,
No. I'm not claiming. I haven't made any claims. Again, you're putting words in my mouth. I'm asking you a question.
You said the last time you spoke, you said it was a shadow. Yeah.
I didn't. No, I didn't. Actually, I didn't.
We
said shadows. There are shadows on the moon.
I didn't. I'm asking you a question. So are you going to answer the question? So how is it something that's self-illuminating? Why is it part of it's dark?
Yeah. So darkness is the absence of light. Doesn't mean it's a shadow. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Again. So let me let me ask the question again. Okay. You said the moon is self-illuminating. Why is it?
It shows itself.
Can I finish?
Self-illuminating with the.
So that's your
claim.
claim.
You said I made the claim.
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. Okay. You made the claim that it's self-illuminating. I'm asking you, if the moon is self-illuminating, why is it parts of it are dark?
Because those parts are not illuminating. That's all.
Not illuminating. So what makes it not? What mechanism makes it some parts of it illuminate and some parts of it don't?
I don't know what makes it illuminate in the first place. I don't know, but it doesn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's
Also,
I don't know. I'm not up there on the moon. I'm not. It's showing.
Where's the
It's showing itself to be a self-illuminating light without a highlight. Yeah.
If you look in the chat, where is the specular highlight on that stone sphere that Doofus
that's a good one. That's a good example. Yeah.
Is it in the darkness of space?
There's just light shining on it.
Okay.
The sun is shining on a stone sphere.
Yeah.
So what is Yeah. What kind of backdrop?
Just look in the chat, man.
Is there any kind of light? I'm just asking. Is there light
Just
pollution
look
like
in the
going on
chat.
around there, or is it like a full
Just
moon
look-
in the black sky?
Just look in the
Right?
chat.
Is it equivalent to a full moon in the black sky?
Just look.
Or
look
is
at the-
this
look at
like
the
a rock
picture.
in the middle of a well-lit desert with a flashlight being shown on it?
Just
Like,
look
I'm
at
just
look.
asking.
Just look.
Have
at-
a look
look
in
just
the
The
look
sun is
in
being
the chat.
shown on it. The sun is
Oh my
on it.
God, I gotta walk all the way across the room.
It's not a flashlight, it's the sun.
Anything. It
Just
could
pull out your
be
phone.
A hologram or
Like-
something, you know.
All right, so you have a rock.
Why do
right,
flat
that's
earthers
being
never look?
You have a rock that's being fully lit by the sun in the middle of the day. Is that what the moon is doing in the darkness, in the dark of night, in the
Yes.
sky?
And it's
Okay.
terrible
Dark as
people
night.
don't
The
think
sun is
about
shining on it.
the
Yes.
way you do.
That right. So the right here with it in your picture where it's got the green grass all lit up, right? Is that what's happening in the outer space? Outer space is all
Yes.
lit up around the moon.
Yes. The sun is shining on it. Yes.
Outer space is all lit up around the moon.
Yeah,
Drowning
there's
out the
nothing in
light.
outer space except for the moon for the light to cast light on.
Right,
For the sun to
drowning it
cast
out.
light on.
Okay.
There's
So when we
things
see so when we see the hard
throughout
contrast
history,
of the moon, right, that you're
If-
claiming is lit by the
Sure,
sun, there's
sure,
no highlight.
If
Yeah.
there were green grass in space as walls, yes, you would see the green grass illuminated by the sun. But
Yeah,
there's not.
what I'm pointing out is you're comparing apples to oranges. These aren't the same thing.
No,
You're
we're
claiming that
comparing a
this moon and
sphere.
the blackness of the sky, right, that is not being drowned out by any kind of other light pollution where there's reflections coming off of grass or anything else around it, right? You're comparing this whatever picture you have to the moon in the sky that's being casting this incredibly bright light down to the ground.
Yeah, and there's no
Yeah,
specular
apples to
highlight.
oranges.
That's what you're
Yeah,
claiming.
there's no highlight. Yeah, there's no highlight on
specular highlight.
this lone moon. Yes, that's a problem for you, not for me.
No,
Yes,
you're saying that there should be.
there
on a
should be.
sphere.
Yes, of course.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
but
there's
on this
not.
stone sphere, on
There's
this
no
stone sphere,
specular
there isn't
highlight.
one.
He's
No,
playing
but there
games.
is one. There is one. Regardless of whether
Where?
you can see it or not, it's there. Are you
I don't
denying
see
that?
it. I don't see
Are
it.
you denying
Where
it?
do you see it?
You
Are
know
you
what?
denying
Hey,
it?
hey,
Circle
hey,
of it, I like that
hey,
one.
that's
Circle it.
Are you denying that
awesome.
there is
No.
there is
No thanks. That's
a point
awesome.
on that stone sphere where the light is accumulating? Are you denying that?
Go circle it.
Well,
Are you
well,
denying that it
that's-
exists? That's what I'm asking. you.
Give me a second. Well, you're right. You're right. There
I
is
am. Of
one.
course
You
I'm right.
just
I don't-
can't see it, and the
You
same happens
can't
on
see
the
it
moon.
because it's not
There is
reflective enough.
one. You just can't see it.
Yes,
Doesn't
it's not
matter.
reflective enough.
Doesn't
If it was
matter.
more reflective,
How
if
about
it was
that?
more
There
reflective,
is
then you
one.
would see
You
it.
just can't see it.
If it was
do you
shiny,
ever hear yourself?
then
What-
you'd see it. I'm sorry.
Listen,
Ted.
it doesn't matter how
Do you hear
reflective
what
it
you
is.
say? No thanks. Sometimes. Do you hear yourself? That's
Yeah,
the,
I heard
the
what I
voice
said. You're
from
saying you
your
can't see
from
it,
your
therefore it
mouth
doesn't
comes
exist.
to
But
your
in
ear.
reality, it does exist, whether you can see it or not. Right? Just
Right.
because you
well,
drown
this-
it, just because you drown it out,
Oh, that's
just
it.
because you
Case
drown it
closed.
out with the light
Case
surrounding it and pollute the
closed.
light so much that you cannot see it, doesn't mean it's
And-
not there. When you
no,
contrast the
thanks.
moon, the full moon in the dark sky, that's
So-
apples to oranges. It should be
Oh,
very
thank
visible
you.
in the dark sky. That's it.
No,
It's
thank
nothing. Yeah. It's a problem
Thanks,
for you,
no
not for me.
thanks. Shut your
Not a
mouth for
problem
a
at all.
second. Thanks, no thanks. So case is closed. There is a specular spot there. You just can't see it. That's all.
Right. Same
Go
for
on,
the moon.
go on.
Why
Yeah.
can't you see it on the
I
dusty,
don't
dirty
know the
rock
same
in the
reason you
sun?
can't see it on the stone.
I'm telling you why you can't see it on
Ta-da!
the stone is because there's light pollution and being reflected from more highly reflective surfaces
Prove it,
in the area.
prove it. Now,
In the darkness
now,
of outer
now
space,
you need to
don't
prove it.
have this.
Now
you
you
don't have
need
this
to prove it.
excuse.
You need to put the stone where there's no reflection and you can't see it.
I'm
Go
not going to
ahead.
deny. I'm not going to deny
you-
physics and
you're now
science like the
denying,
people in this room.
Science? What science are you talking about?
No,
I'm not gonna
you're
deny
like
it.
A
So, just
blind
really
man in
quickly,
a dark room looking for a dark black cat who isn't there, but we think you found
Yes, but the cat is still there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But wait a minute, no tanks. Just so you know, specularity, which is what you're on about, is we can define it as the shininess of something. Now, if your hypothesis of that rock does have a specular highlight, we just can't see it, and we can't see it because of the surroundings. Do you know if you increase the shininess of that rock, you would be able to see a specular highlight by nature of coating it in something like wax or oil?
All right,
That
go ahead.
invalidates your environment argument. The fact that it is not surrounded by black, the fact that it is surrounded by black, and the fact that it's surrounded by something or nothing is irrelevant if you coat it in wax and make it more shiny. It is stone. It diffuses light. It is not shiny. That's why it's like that. That's why the moon is like that.
Interesting. Yeah. So there's no specular highlight on the moon, and that's a problem for you, not for me, guys. I don't know
The
where
moon
the
is not coated
where the
in
issue
wax
is.
nor oil. We would not expect it to. If you expect it to, based on your interpretation of our model, you are wrong.
Are you you're saying the moon has no? You're saying the moon has no atmosphere. Is that what you're saying? There's nothing to reflect the light to this point.
It
Didn't
has
say
no
anything
water.
about an atmosphere. What
Got
the
no
fuck?
idea.
I'm just asking.
Maybe you're having a conversation with someone else. What you're saying, the moon has no atmosphere. I agree that the moon has little atmosphere, correct? Yes.
Okay. Okay. What is this atmosphere comprised of?
Don't know, haven't been there, and it's irrelevant to the conversation.
Like shiny stuff or not shiny stuff?
Well, the light does not reflect off the atmosphere to a degree where I would notice it, so it's irrelevant to the conversation. Well done.
Right, and if
Awesome,
you're
yeah. So
you're going to
so you
say
have-
that the
yeah, so
moon
you have
has
an
no specular highlight on it, that's wonderful. The stone doesn't have one either. Or if you're going to say the stone has one, then the moon has one. So what is it? Which way do you want to go with this, No Tanks?
I didn't really hear your comparison. So on one hand, the people in this room are claiming that
moving along.
Yeah, you didn't hear
So
it,
on the
so I
one
was just
hand,
going to
the
ignore it.
people in this room are claiming that there's a single source light, the sun, shining onto a rock in outer space that has nothing around it to reflect any of the other light, just the rock, right? There's no on a spherical object that would have a specular highlight. There is none visible on a full moon.
The material.
Therefore, it's not a rock.
You're comparing any specular highlight and any sunspot in shiny objects, not on a rocky, dusty object. We're giving you an example of how a dusty rock object, not a shiny object made of water, not made of glass or made of wood, shiny wood, is rock. That doesn't create a specular highlight. That's why the moon does not have a specular highlight, because it is made out of a dusty material and rocky. It's not a shiny material like the material that you have in your brain implanted and you think it should look.
Everything has a reflective index. Everything, every material.
That's why the moon is illuminated uniformly and doesn't have a specular
well, what's
highlight.
the reflective
Not possible.
index of the moon?
I'm not sure. But every object has a reflective index, right?
Yeah,
you would claim on one hand that the reason that you see the light is because it's being reflected off of it, so therefore it's reflected, a reflective material. So it's being reflected off the moon, right back to our eyes, so it's reflective. But then it doesn't have a specular highlight that's required on all reflective objects. So it's just double talk on your part, not mine.
It's not reflected.
Well,
so it's not reflected light from the sun. I got you.
Saying things that none of us actually said.
All right, Chikey, it's not that it's not reflective. It's not a specular reflection coming off the moon, because diffuse reflection and specular reflection are both reflections, but different.
Yeah, well, it's uniform. It depends on the material.
Concave mooners. I got you.
Yeah, so no tanks. No, our model works perfectly. Thank you. And just to reiterate, if I got a concrete ball here on Earth, surrounded by black or not surrounded by black, it would be irrelevant. That concrete ball would have a diffuse lighting dispersion across of it, and it would not have a specular highlight. If I coated it in wax, a nice shininess of wax, it would have a specular highlight. So let's now go to the moon. The moon looks pretty much like that rock. Surrounded by black or not is irrelevant. And if I coated the moon in wax, it would have a specular highlight.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I'm looking at the picture of this rock.
Let him
right?
finish.
I'm looking at the picture of this. I'm looking at the picture of this rock, like looking at the shadow of the rock. Where are you saying the sun is located?
Behind the photographer.
Where?
Behind the
Behind
photographer.
the photographer in the top right.
So, I mean, just by looking at the shadow, it looks like the highlight would be somewhere in the top right-hand corner of this ball in your picture that I'm looking at. But you're not photographing that side of the. Are you guys being dishonest with this picture?
You can definitely see the side of the ball.
Wow.
You can definitely see. You can
So you're
definitely
taking a
see the side of
picture
the. I'll try it again. All right, we'll try it one more time.
Oh my
You can
God.
definitely
Doofus is
see
trying
the.
to say something. No thanks, Doofus is.
Oh
You
my
can definitely see the side of the ball that the light source would be reflecting off of if there was a specular highlight there, because, and this is very important, a spherical surface.
Why
can
didn't you just take a
reflect.
picture of the
I'll
correct
go
one?
ahead and finish what I was saying.
Let him finish. No thanks. This is important. I want to hear it.
Oh,
no interruptions.
A spherical surface.
Spherical surface.
A specular reflection. You're a child. A spherical
You don't have to repeat
surface.
nothing.
A
Yeah, I heard you.
specular
It's a
reflection
specular
on
reflection, yeah.
I'll go ahead and finish again. Let's try it one more time. A specular reflection on a spherical surface can come from light that is in any position that the sphere is not occluding. That sphere, I'll say it one more time, can reflect direct light from a light source in any direction except where it is occluding.
Anyway, yeah, it looks like in this picture that the sun is on the other side of the ball where you're not taking a
Completely
picture.
ignore that one.
Oh my God.
Completely ignore what was just said. Completely.
Yeah.
So we're definitely photographing a side of the sphere in which a specular highlight would be visible, because that's how spheres work.
I'm literally looking at the shadow, and it looks like the source of the light would be a hot spot on the other side.
On the right hand side. It couldn't be behind it because then the shadow would be different. It's in the top right hand side.
Yeah, right at like the edge of where maybe you can or can't
Not
see.
in the edge. No, you don't have it. There's no way that what you're implying is that there's a specular highlight hiding behind it, because then we would have the shadow differently, like pointing towards me, and it's not.
Right. I'll make it even more clear. In order
just
for
make it
a
more clear
sphere,
by taking a picture with this dusty rock.
There you go. There you
It
go.
might be a tiny little sun. And it
Hold on,
might
Tess,
only be 5 foot away, so we don't know.
Again, you're taking even this moon picture now you're putting up. You're taking a picture. Oh no, it looks like the light is coming from the right, maybe the front right. I'm not sure.
All right,
but
I'll make
again, show me the light. Like, why are you showing a rock without the light with the camera on the other side as proof? It's weird.
Okay, but I'll make it even more clear for you this time.
All right, good.
If you have a spherical surface, which can reflect a direct light from any position except where it's occluding, then the only logical conclusion to draw from that statement is that you wouldn't see a specular highlight if and only if the light source was directly behind the sphere. So, no tanks. In the example that I gave with a stone sphere on the ground, is the sun behind that sphere, yes or no?
The sun looks like it's up and to the right.
Is it behind the sphere, yes or no?
No, the picture's gone now. It's a moon picture.
Oh, easy. Is it behind the sphere? No thanks.
It looks
Is
like
the sun
yeah.
behind the sphere?
Oh, behind the
It
sphere?
looks like
I don't know,
it,
like hidden behind the sphere. It looks like it's off to the right.
Right. So the answer is no. The sun is not behind the sphere, which means we are definitely in a position to view where the specular highlight would be,
Why
because
wouldn't
the
you just
sun is
go-
not being occluded by the sphere.
Hey, it kind of looks like there is a little bit of a specular highlight, but even if that's just, I guess, a little shiny spot on the ball, right? I mean, I'll circle it for you if you want, but even if that's just my eyes playing tricks on me on this, why wouldn't you take the picture from the correct angle to prove your point? Why would you go like off to the side and in this weird way?
Any angle in which the sphere is not occluding the sun is the correct angle. So for you to say that it is not at the correct angle is misleading, incorrect, wrong, all of those words.
It's exactly the same example. Look at that.
Well, not just
And
if
this
you're
looks
flying between the Earth and
Yeah,
the
they
moon.
do look like the moon.
If you're flying between the Earth and the moon and taking pictures as you rotate and travel for, I think there's 5 days to get there, the first ones that went.
You're lost a little bit there.
You know what I mean? You're taking pictures when you can see stuff, and you're not taking pictures when there's nothing there.
No, this is this picture. There's this picture. You have anything to say about this
But that's
picture
on
and the
Earth.
specular highlight related to
I
this?
mean, it would be
picture?
this. It would be the same point that you're drowning it out with all the light around it. I mean, it's just that simple. You're comparing apples to oranges. You're claiming on one hand that you have this this moon hanging up in the sky with nothing else around it to absorb the light, right? And there's no specular highlight, and then you're taking like 1,000
we're
lamps
showing-
and shining them on the ball. And,
We're showing that there wouldn't be a
saying, look,
solid. There wouldn't be a solid specular highlight on a rock.
but
Stingray,
I
you're up on
can
screen.
see them. Like, let me see here. Let me try to get this
Yeah,
picture.
just that
here.
concrete ball on the floor. I've just matched the the sphere itself and where the light potentially was, and the shadow that it was casting on the ground. This material on here is kind of like a concrete material at the moment, in the fact that it's very rough, and because it's very rough, the light that hits the surface gets diffused. And by diffused, we just mean instead of going off in the same direction that it hit, it starts to scatter in different directions based on the undulation of the surface at a very minute level. And that's what this is simulating right now. If I don't make this rough, it becomes like a chrome ball. And yes,
I mean, these are every picture I'm looking at, right? Like even like
wait a minute, we
like
could
Earth is
have
Life, just a picture again.
No, Tanks. You need to look. If you go into Stingrays and view what he's showing, that's the best thing for you to do, and you'll be able to see what he's talking about.
Well, just to point out, like I went on Earth is Life pictures that he posted. Again, why you guys keep going from the side when the sun is going from the other direction?
I've done that. Just have a look at my live view right now, and you will see that I've recreated that sphere and made it a rough material with a single light source and matched kind of the shadow and the angle. And we can see that when I take down the roughness of this material, it does develop a highlight where it's supposed to be and reflections of the surrounding environment. But when it's a very rough material and the light gets diffused on the surface, it looks exactly like it's supposed to, just like the fucking moon. Jesus, this is tedious.
So easy.
Yeah, it's
to
really
understand.
dumb. It's really a dumb argument.
So dumb.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting. So you got, well, I mean, you got this rock on a computer with no atmosphere saying that it's not reflecting light. Like there's no Rayleigh scattering going on this
It
computer
doesn't
program. It's weird.
matter. For fuck's sake, whether it's a vacuum or not. Wow.
At this point, we know he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care.
No, he's
literally
playing
showing
games.
it.
It's what he does.
Yeah.
He comes here and he plays games. Is what he's doing.
You only found that out at this point?
No, I've known he plays games
known
for
that
a
for a
long
long
time. Yeah, exactly. He plays
Like,
games. Is what he does.
I've got to
entertaining
say,
to me.
right, I was looking forward to the rest of the 3D animation of the ball made of bronze. You know what I mean? I was looking forward to that. You know, because I know we're not going to get anything from the flat earthers apart from, well, that doesn't look like real life. When we're like, yes, it fucking does. You know, it's like, well, not in Mario. Like, yeah, you wasn't a flat earth society. It's different for you.
No thanks. It's like a verbal diarrhea troll in full mode.
I've been off and on Googling this wire that was too short or this cable that was too short. I cannot find it. There's no mention of it that I can find anywhere.
Yeah, the only thing I can relate it to is that they did, as we know, on Apollo 11, they did put out the ALSEP, which is a series experiment. So in the middle, you had like the power source, and then they pulled out these other like the reflector and a few other seismic things and all the rest of it. They pulled it out, and there was like a bit of cable, which is like about 10 yards long, maybe at the most. But as far as laying cables like 30 yards long to actually cause any difference because of the curvature of the moon is just laughable. Sorry, but
None of those cables from that particular event that you mentioned were too short, were they?
no,
in fact,
definitely not. No, definitely not.
When they blasted off from the surface of the moon, with a recovery, they had to go up and meet up.
It's not what we're talking about, Tess. It's not what we're talking about.
Well, I know it's not what you're talking about, but I mean, the cameras that were left back on the moon that actually recorded that and then broadcast it were working on Bluetooth, basically. And
no,
yeah,
it wasn't Bluetooth. No.
But yeah, but it's the same kind of thing.
No,
I think they were just timed, right? They were just timed.
Yeah, no, programmed to just upload
Bluetooth has been ridiculous.
and broadcast it. It was picked up automatically by the that they're orbiting the moon.
It had absolutely nothing to do with Bluetooth whatsoever. Sorry, dude. It's 1969 or no, well, Apollo 15, 16, and 17 they did that on. So 1971, 72. No, there was no Bluetooth.
And high frequency, low power of Bluetooth means distance very short.
Right.
But anyway, just to go back to what No Tanks was saying about the moon and self-illumination and stuff, you'd have to kind of demonstrate that. But what can be demonstrated on Earth is if you hold up a ball in daylight when you can see the sun, and well, when there's daylight and you can see the moon, you get the same shadowing on the ball. Now, if you put undulations in that ball, they cast the same shadows that you actually see, that you would expect to see on undulations if they were undulations and it wasn't self-illuminating on the moon. So this statement is in fact true. If the moon is a huge rock with surface detail, with craters, and there was a light a long way away shining on it, we see exactly what we would expect to see.
Fuck.
Plasma can be anything that it wants to be in the minds of people. Or plasma.
We're not talking about plasma. Where do you get plasma from now?
A lot of people say that the moon's made of plasma,
Okay.
Earthers. They've had this question thrown at them. They're trying to get around it. Now they're making the moon's made out of plasma. That's why it reflects light, and it's anything, and it can be anything it wants to be. Because it's made of plasma. Like a laser image of somebody, that can change into something else,
All right. So anybody catch that solar eclipse on the 20th in Australia?
No. I didn't even see anything, man.
No,
Well,
I don't think it was
because you're not in
visible.
Australia. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, thanks was trolling responsibly today. It will be unresponsible, not responsible.
Oh, is that?
If it get pissed off,
I've always wondered what that definition of when you keep saying trolling responsibly.
Yes, responsible
is,
trolling.
and that's your definition of trolling responsibly.
Yeah, because he didn't get. I mean, he tried to play smart ass and mention my sister or whatever, but that was not too smart. And then, but yeah, besides that, yeah, he just not swearing and insulting people and personally attacking and doing any harsh stuff. He's just trolling responsibly, It's all right.
Playing a game.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Right.
He kept
I
us
think it's been
entertained.
a pretty good evening, to be honest with you.
Yeah, man. Very lively evening.
It's been damned entertaining for you.
So No Tanks, if you're still here, what do you think about solar eclipses?
Well, they happen. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Kind of something that he would say.
Yeah.
The Mexicans invent them.
What's that?
The Mexicans, the South Americans, they invent all these flashes of the stars and all that. I don't know, but disaster,
think so.
Ragnarok and all that, Anyway, I don't know.
Ragnarok.
What?
Yeah, but not the Norse Ragnarok, but like the South American Ragnarok, because they've got it as well, aren't they? The South Americans think the Earth's going to end because of some giant.
Oh, you're talking about like Norse gods and stuff, like
No,
Mayans.
the South American ones.
Mayans.
The Mayans?
The Mayans and all that.
Mayans.
They've got a big.
Oh, it's in 2012, man.
Oh, like Apocalypto?
Survived.
Yeah, they got a big snake that eats suppose as well, aren't they?
We survived
Movie?
2012, Thurs.
Yeah.
What are you worried about now?
I'm not worried.
Well, anyway,
Survived 2012. We survived the second coming of Christ like 25 times from different parts of the earth. We survived a pandemic just recently. We survived the Y2K in 1999 to the 2000. We survived so many events, so many comets that have close calls to the earth. We're gonna survive some Ragnarok, whatever that is.
Cool.
Specular shadow.
I remember in my hometown. Oh, let me just turn my OBS off. I remember in my hometown where I used to live with my parents when I was a kid. There was a cult that kind of started up in the nearby town, and they were part of these groups that kind of like predicting doomsday. Literally, like it was almost every year they predict doomsday. And the amount of times that I've heard, oh, this time next year the world's going to end because of this, that, and the other, second coming of Christ. I don't know. It must have been dozens and dozens of times. And then 2012, we survived that. And the world.
They're probably getting bored.
The world. Yeah, the world's supposed to have ended like, I don't know, 20, 30 times over that time in my lifetime. I don't know.
I wanted to mention something while Jose's got this up real quick.
Yeah.
As far as the path of totality and the specifics, like knowing that it will be a hybrid solar eclipse and where on Earth it will switch from annular to total eclipse back to annular eclipse again. All that information comes exclusively from the globe, the Earth being a spherical, the Earth being a spherical planet. And I have been asking flat earthers for years where I could find this level of detail of a prediction that assumes the Earth is flat instead of a globe.
Well, that's what it does. I mean, the globe is just a projection of a flat Earth, as shown in, like I had just stated with the astrolabe, all fully shown on a flat stationary Earth with luminaries in the sky, circulating concentric circles above us. I mean, it's pretty simple to show.
Yeah, but the problem is whenever we show you that model, you guys call it a straw man. So I'm not sure if you're going with the one that you just described with the sun circling above.
Yeah, you can model anything. I mean, you don't live on a model. I mean, it is a straw man.
Okay, the one that you're describing, right? When we show you that, like visually, you say, "Oh no, that's not it. That's a straw man."
Well, I don't know about straw man, right? Because, but the issue is that we can't confirm these lines of latitude and locations independently. So we have to rely on this grid they laid out for us.
Okay. Do you think that the sun and the moon are circling above? Are they doing a perfect circle?
You can verify that they move in the sky above us. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Are they doing a perfect circle around the Earth?
No,
the flat Earth?
Like an oval shape.
Okay, so doing an oval shape.
If the lines of latitude are correct. Yeah.
So if that's the case, then would equatorial mounts for a telescope, would that work on a flat Earth then?
It only works on the flat Earth. That's why it's called an equatorial mount. Because you have to use the equator. You have to use. I'm just telling you. You asked me a question. I'm telling you. It only works on the flat Earth, right? That's why it's called an equatorial mount. Because it takes elevation angles from Polaris. It assumes a point where Polaris touches or disappears at the equator. It's called an equatorial mount for a reason, because you use it on a flat plane. Assuming.
Okay, so if I wanted to view one of the stars in a southern hemisphere. Think about how would I do that if there's only the stars are rotating above.
Every time you look up.
Could you describe it to me how is set that up?
Like up. No, you just look up. Like you said, you want to view the stars. Yeah, you just look up.
How do you set up the telescope mount? How do you set it up?
On the ground, and then you look up.
Oh.
No, there's more details.
Yeah, you know where it's going.
Yeah, how do you set up an equatorial mount? How do you set up your telescope?
I don't have one to set up.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
You know how it works, but you don't have
you know how
one.
it works, but you don't know how it works.
Yeah, now isn't it weird?
Yeah, I know what they use. They use the equator, which is the halfway point of where Polaris disappears.
No, thanks. No. They actually use the axial. They use the axial orientation of the planet first for the equatorial mount. You have to align the parent gimbal to the actual rotation of a sphere for it to work.
With the sky sitting still and the ground moving.
Wait, what?
Like which
That
one's
just
moving?
shows he
The
doesn't.
sky is just
He doesn't
still, like you said,
understand.
the sky is zero.
Do
and
you
the ground
do you research?
grab yourself with the left hand and the
Hold
right
on, Tears.
bollock
Hold
and
on.
grip it hard and squeeze it a wee bit
Hold on.
till you
No.
feel pain.
The rails.
Tears, hold on.
There's
Hold on.
the rails there.
Tears. Like, no thanks. Do you not research any of these topics?
What the hell?
I'm just asking.
I mean, have you never looked up how telescope mounts work? Like how
I'm
they
just asking
actually
you how
work?
you.
I mean,
I'm just asking.
this is what gets me. You know, I
Interrupt-
mean, you get
You're
these
saying
flat earthers
you're
a lot.
saying you
know,
set
they-
it up to rotate on an axis of the Earth that spins at a latitude according. I mean, explain more. I mean,
No, but have you ever like looked up
I don't have an
exactly how
equatorial
they're
mount, no.
supposed to be set up? I don't
Yeah,
have one
but
either,
why-
but
then
I've
why-
looked up
then
how
why-
they're supposed
why
to be set up.
Yeah, then why are you
Okay.
making a claim that can only work on a flat Earth if you don't know how an equatorial mount
Well,
works?
because that's how you set them up. Right?
No, but you
You're-
don't
when
know
you
how
say-
it's
when
set.
you
You just
when
said
you
you don't
invoke
know how
an
it's set
when
up.
you invoke the equator, when
just
you invoke
said-
an equatorial
you
mount,
just
you're
admitted-
invoking the celestial sphere, which
Right.
is a dome over us, over a flat
Right,
Earth.
you
Yes,
just
you're
said
invoking a flat Earth.
So you
Sphere's
just
not a
said-
dome.
Let me finish. You just said just a moment ago you don't know how you set up an equatorial mount, but then you proceeded to say this is how you set it up. So which is it? Do you know how to set one up or don't you?
Just how I said it. An equatorial mount is based on a flat Earth. Just how I just described it. That's it.
No, but
With
you- but
using
you
using
just
an
said you
equatorial
know how-
mount,
this is
you're
how you
assuming
set it up.
You're assuming the equator.
You
You
just
go in the
tried to
equator.
describe how
right?
you
You're
set it
assuming the
up. And then
equator.
before that, you said you
with
don't know how
lines
to
of
set it up.
latitude using elevation angles from Polaris, right? With an equator, something called the celestial sphere, which is a
Oh,
flat Earth. Yeah, that's it.
Definitely not.
No model.
So
You're not
really
even-
A
you're not
sphere
even
is
very
very much not a
controlled.
flat Earth.
So
That's
really
the general
interesting,
model.
no thanks. Do you not find it weird that equatorial mounts, if you take in the
I find it weird
sphere,
that they use a dome to model out
Hold
the equatorial mount. Yes, I find it weird.
that they don't use a dome? In fact, believe it or not, you don't need a single observation of a star to set up a new digital equatorial mount. You just need to know your latitude, and the first axis aligns to the axial tilt of the Earth. And then the second one is the offset, and then the rotation that it's going to
Right.
track. But you do.
So this is so you had asked about earlier than Earth is Life about why it's a straw man. It's not exactly a straw man, but like I mean, I wouldn't classify straw
No, I
man. But
said
you have to then. Well, I'm telling you why is because then you have to assume these lines of latitude, just like you described it. Right? So you have to assume these
No,
lines
I
of
said
latitude
the
that were
model-
gained from elevation angles from Polaris, et cetera, et cetera.
No. I said the. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
go on.
I was just gonna say no. I was saying the model that you're describing, right, with the sun circling above the flat Earth. When we show you that, you call it a straw man. Go ahead.
No, yeah. So, no thanks. I find it really interesting that no flat earther has ever, and I mean this, ever explained that the path of the sun on a flat plane, and it doesn't matter where you are, absolutely doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't matter about latitude, longitude, any of that shit, utterly irrelevant. If you trace out an oval, a circle, whatever shape you want in the sky that is the path of the sun, and then trace it out in wire above a cardboard sheet, and then you say, "This is my
I don't
reality."
know. Yeah, you know, I'm already done listening.
Wait a
Talking
minute,
about
wait a minute, and this is my reality. Now, in my reality, I don't care where I am, I see this. I'm going to move 100 miles left and right, and then I'm going to figure out what elevation of this wire, what magnitude difference in elevation of this wire makes the second observational point true. And you will find that none do, which means that's invalidation of the flat Earth. However, you do the same on a sphere, everything works all the time.
I need 20 seconds. Big shout out to Thirst. Thirst just jumped in to support again with $5.94. Thirst says, still spinning round and round and round. Thank you very much, Thirst. I appreciate you. Everybody's support today. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I like Terrace, but I agree that the globe is seriously just that dumb. You look up at the sun, you see it spinning in a circle, and you're like, I'm on a globe. It's fucking retarded.
No, it's
It
not
really
just that.
is
It's
just
all the
that
other
dumb.
stuff that goes along with it. It's
I
all
think-
the other stuff that goes along with it. So it's not just that.
Yes. So
No, but that's
another
just that
example. Another example, no tanks, is if we were together and you had your idea of flat Earth and I had just the scientific model, current understanding of our solar system and stuff, and we both gave each other a random place on the land, a random place. So, you know, I picked a letter and we just got a random town in a random city, you know, a random country.
Dude, random. I got you.
And you did the same for me. And then we picked a random date in the year. I would be able to tell you, based on nothing but rotating a sphere, the exact path of the sun through the sky. You would have not a blind fucking chance.
Yeah. So why? Yeah. So why? It's a straw man again. Like he keeps saying random, but like a random location, right? Like it's not a random location, right? You're 100 miles away, right? So it's not. Now it's not random. It's a measured location.
Separate thing, no tank. Not related to the first thing I said.
It's all just an assumed model, and then you're calling it random, and you're saying, look how the sky confirms my model. Yeah.
I'm gonna add to what Nothing say. How high above the ground you are? Sorry, I had to say that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no tank. What I was saying is, if I said pick a random place in Argentina. And then a random day of.
As soon as you say random place in Argentina, you know where.
You're not listening to the point. Listen, let me try and explain it to him. Let me dumb it down for him real quick. Hold on, let me dumb it down. What he's saying is that if he picks any place on Earth, right, any random place on Earth, he can tell you exactly where the moon is going to be, where the sun is going to be, where it's going to rise, where it's going to set, just on the rotation of a sphere and a light source.
Oh God, so terrible! Just from the rotation of a sphere, just from the rotation of the sky. That's it.
Okay. So I'll give you that. Rotation of a sky would, you know, if we were on a sphere and it was stationary and the sky was rotating and everything there. I mean, physics would have a hard time understanding and figuring that out. But visually, it would match up. But the most important thing there is we'd still have to be on a sphere because that's how the prediction works. Doesn't matter whether the sphere's rotating or whether
what part of the sphere is predicting what? Like, what is the prediction? What is a sphere prediction?
So a sphere.
Tell me what is spherical that's aligning with your prediction?
The ground. So
ground,
on a
right?
sphere, do you want me to tell you? So on a sphere, I can put an observer, and you could do this with like a sphere that you get from like Walmart or whatever as well. You could put a little camera on there. All I do is I put a camera on that sphere and have a very distant light source and rotate and listen. Please listen and rotate the sphere. While the camera's always looking at the light source, and that light source is the sun. Now, based off the camera changing angle on the surface, because it's always looking at the sun, and the fact that the sphere is rotating, thus having the camera change angle to be able to keep tracking the sun, that traces out the exact path of the sun in the sky by nature of just rotating the sphere. And I can do that for any location on Earth on any month, because on any month and any day, it's different as well through the year. The same cannot be done on flat Earth. Zero chance, no idea, you cannot do it, end of.
That was too many words for him 90 words ago.
Yeah.
Hey,
who's he yelling at? Hold on.
That changes light and bends it and makes it look like I want it to look. So what about my personal sphere?
No, he was yelling in it. He was yelling in a road race. You all right over there? No thanks.
And you say,
"Hey, I'm walking here."
Yeah, I'm walking. I'm on fire. Yeah.
Funny how the astronomical clock in Prague, Czechoslovakia, can use nice little circle gears that are flat and parallel to each other to predict every single thing that we see in the sky. And also the astrolabes that they always had of old, they were all flat. They just turn things in circles, just like when you turn your little globe in your model, you're turning it in a circle and you're tilting it towards your light. Well, the same thing with the sun circling. It's not a perfect circle. It's more like a spiraling gradually inward when it's going towards Cancer and gradually outward when it's going towards Capricorn to give you all those same sun angles.
Gary,
So again, what you're describing.
Just really quickly, Earth is Life, because Gary's uniquely positioned to do this because he's a damn farmer, so he's got a lot of land.
I have no land. I'm not a farmer.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, but you have access to a lot of flat land, right?
I know. I work with a lot of farmers and dairymen.
Oh, right, okay. So if you found a flat piece of land and you got two people and you pointed a camera at a torch or a ball or something that you're holding, you could actually try and do this at a large scale by holding the ball and going around and tracing out.
No, you're wrong because you totally.
Hold on, let him finish describing first, man.
Based on what you just said, you should be able
for 5 minutes.
Yeah. No, based on what you just said, you should be able to trace it. Whereas we can just rotate a sphere and everything works all the time, every time.
Yeah, and so will the circles if they're gradually spiraling inward and outward, because it'll be a little further north each day. Like right now, it's going towards Cancer. It'll spiral out a little bit each day, and so it'll come up a little bit more north on the horizon and set a little more north on the horizon each day, and it'll be a little higher angle at its height than the sky each day until it reaches December near the solstice.
No, try it.
So it works perfectly, and that's why the astronomical clock can keep perfect time with the moon, the sun, the stars, and everything else, because they're all based on circles. So your globe is just based on a ball that you turned in, or a circle that you turned into a ball. So you get the same effect, and that's why I said the mathematicians of old they simply hijacked perspective and turned it into a curve.
So
really quickly, a circle into a ball.
Let me respond. Jesus Christ, Gary. So
that's why I was curious to hear Stingray's explanation.
So no one hijacked.
Stingray's stuck on his model. He thinks his model is
no one hijacked. Wait a minute.
Bro, Earth and Life. He goes on for so long that I literally I got to stop listening.
Oh my.
Wait a minute. No one hijacked. For fuck's sake. No one hijacked perspective. Perspective is shit getting smaller with distance. End of. Not magic.
That's not the only thing. That's how stupid you are. You think that's the only thing. Things get small and things get big if they come closer. You think that's all of perspective. You completely discount how everything angles up from below your eye level and everything in the sky angles down towards your eye level. And you completely disregard angular compression when the foreshortening angles.
That's not even what we're talking about.
Cover much more space, but in less
You're not even in the conversation right now, Gary.
So Gary, Gary, because perspective is quite simply things getting smaller with distance. Relationship between size and distance, and that. Let me finish. Relationship between size and distance. Now, when something gets smaller, its angular size obviously gets fucking smaller. That's just logic 101. That's not even perspective. That's just basic logic. So
actually, it is
please explain to me what I'm missing when I say perspective is the relationship between distance and size of something.
That your field of view also has a limit based at the center based on distance and height above the surface.
I don't know why I would
explain. There's, you're interrupting in between.
Okay, well, I thought he was talking to me, so my bad.
We don't heard the beginning of the third statement because you began your statement in between, in the middle of when somebody was speaking. So I'm sorry, Thurs. It's not the way it works. I mean, my bad.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
So Gary, I was just asking, what is missing, and can you give me any evidence that it's missing? Because the whole
I can. If you end up there, I can go ahead and answer. I know what you're going to say.
Gary, you're censoring
him, right? Keep on going.
But why are you trying to censor him and just block him?
I'm not trying to censor him. He's just going to repeat the same thing he said over and over again. He wants me to say what else is he
every time he speaks, you talk over him. Now you're censoring me. Every time the Stingray attempts to make a statement and say something, you're just blocking him and not allowing him to finish. Why are you censoring him, Gary?
Right, so just really quickly, the downstream effects of something getting bigger or smaller with size, as in what perspective is, the relationship between distance and size, all includes everything of that. So if something gets smaller, its angular size decreases, the angles of the bottom and top of it decrease in your vision. So it's got so that's already included in something getting bigger or smaller. It's you don't conflate it with anything else. And the vanishing point is based on where you're looking, but it's also based on the trajectory of the object to a vanishing point. So if an object is not moving away from you along your line of vision, it doesn't converge up and down. It just fucking simply moves away from you. This is perspective. Please provide evidence where that you've got something different to what perspective is, because the entire 3D graphics, visual effects community, scientific and geometric and maths would be really interested in this.
Okay, for starters, it doesn't matter which direction something moves, because you can turn and look in that direction and you have a horizon there, and everything's going to move parallel away from you, unless it's something going straight up in the air and continuing straight up in the air. So now you got your field of view that you got a concern that you don't pay any attention to because you just disregard it. What places everything in your field of view where you see it?
Please hold on.
What changes the distance? Height above the surface changes the distance to that horizon because you have a wider angle. So you have a field of view, and so things in your field of view are going to look different than if you were close to the ground. They're going to look, things in the sky are going to look higher in the sky if you go up. Things that are low on the ground will appear to slant up to a far more distant point before it reaches that point where it looks like a line visually.
All right. Let me read a super chat, please, before we go too far, because Leal just gave me $10. That's a big super chat. Thank you, Leal. I appreciate that, brother. And I quote: "The funniest thing is that flurfs have to deny very simple truths. Very simple truths. For example, if you one object to another, if you one object to another object, and you would get two objects to accept flat Earth. For example, if you and one object to another object, you would get two objects to accept flat Earth." A little bit the cryptic. Maybe I'll try to decipher it while the Stingray answer to Gary. Thank you, I appreciate it.
So yeah, so this we're going to have to call it Gary perspective at the moment. But this Gary perspective, can you tell me the effects of if I'm holding a large plank of wood where part of the wood is above my eye and part of the wood is below my eye, and that wood is always pointing in the direction that I'm looking. If I look straight up, if I look 45 degrees, or if I look at the horizon, does anything change about that wood if it's always the same length and equally above and below my vision? Does anything change, Gary, in your Gary perspective?
No, because if everything's standing still, everything's going to work according to your field of view. It's going to be placed where it is according to the angles in your field of view, and the distance in your field of view is based on your height above the surface. But if nothing's moving, everything is just by angular size, by the angle subtended to your eye. So if it's moving across your field of view, it's a whole other ball game. If you're high up or low or down, it's where you see it in your field of view is completely different.
Yes, that's fine. So now, let's take the same example. At 45 degrees, I've got this plank of wood that's, let's say, 50 meters long, and it's equally above and below, and I'm looking 45 degrees up. It looks no different in my vision to when I'm looking like along the ground at 90 degrees, parallel to the ground. Does it look any different if I'm 300 meters up and I look parallel to the ground and look up at 45? Any difference at all?
Does the board look different?
Yeah, the plank of wood that's fixed, that's always along my eye line.
It's going to look different no matter, every time you change your angle, it's going to look different. Now, is it measurable by if you just barely move? Probably not. You won't notice it. But if you move a long ways, it changes your complete angle to the surface. So yes, it will change how you see it.
All right.
That's why if you're right above the board and looking over.
I thought you finished. I thought you finished, and Stingray was going to go very quickly. I think I got this figured it out. And Reishi 5.0 is the one that figured it out. All right, here we go. The funniest thing is that the flat Earth flurfs have to deny very simple truths. For example, if you have one object and add another object, you will get two objects, except on flat Earth, that you will probably get a different number. Hopefully, that makes sense to me, Leal. So shout out to you, brother. Thank you.
Sorry, Garrett. So, no, we've got something that we can test now.
Wait. I wasn't finished because I got interrupted and I got to finish. So, let's say you're standing on the ground and the board is, you said 50 meters? So you're looking down the length of the board. It's gonna have a completely different. Okay, forget it.
No, let me just make sure we're clear on it.
No,
It's
guy.
attached to my head.
You guys are interrupting me. I didn't get to finish the thought. That's what you guys
Sensor
do.
time.
I'm not going to talk to you, then.
Sensor
It's attached to my head, and it's always along my field of view.
He's gone.
Oh,
yeah,
I think.
I mean,
So what we need to push him on next time.
The curvature that you're seeing is in
told
the
you,
sky, and
sensor
it's the
time.
declination of these objects in the sky due to
Oh my God.
perspective, and there's no curve.
Just really quickly now,
these
Tanks,
things
just
declining
for
and
everybody in the
declining.
audience and everybody on the panel, what we need to push him on next time is this plank that's equally above and below my eye line and on my head that goes off 50 meters into the distance. He distinctly said,
Bro, who do you
based
think
on my
listens to your
proximity-
crazy,
please let me finish.
ridiculous thing?
Please let me
Sensor
finish.
time.
Finish. All right, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna give you a one word of advice, Jose. Cut this guy out of your show because he's
Sensor
just
time.
like mind numbing. He's mind
You're
numbing.
censoring information. You're censoring valuable information. No thanks.
It's
Yeah, so
mind
there
numbing.
was a very distinct claim there whereby this plank of wood attached to my head going off 50 meters, if it's my proximity to the surface, will change how that looks, even though it stays attached to my head and along my line of vision. And that's something that Gary can fucking test.
Yeah, Jose, you hear what this guy put a plank of wood on your head, walk a straight line. Gary can test it. The Earth is a globe. It's ridiculous. You gotta kind of like.
Hey, if that's what you get out of it, if that's the interpretation you got, you're not paying attention, brother.
No, there's
you gotta
nothing
go to like
about a globe.
imagination
No,
land with
Tanks,
this guy.
nothing about a globe, nothing about flat Earth, nothing about a globe,
Yeah.
nothing about flat Earth. Good job on interpreting there.
Right, but
They don't like you,
I'll be the
Stingray.
interpreter for
They
you.
really don't like you, Stingray, because you got like actual, information.
He rambles. That's it. He rambles forever. That's all it is.
Well, there's great information in there.
You
But
do not
the
want
Stingray, I
to
will say one thing for sure.
Hold on.
Oh,
There's,
Terz
hold
is
on.
talking.
Tell us right in between Duffy's statement. There's you did.
I don't think he can hear me. I think that's possible. But anyway, in between all that, or in all that good information is in there. But the Stingray, I'm gonna have to say, there's a lot of words to get that across, though. There are shorter ways to say things.
Yeah, listen, I appreciate your passion for the topic, Stingray, but it's just so long-winded, and it's a lot. You ask a lot of the imagination with every kind of scenario you put forth. It's like you have to imagine you're in this place with three things you're juggling, and then imagine somebody comes up to do this imaginary thing. It's just a lot. It's just a lot.
Right. I'll go for at least one Gary comment. When he
Poor
started
Gary.
with his description of perspective, the moment it got off the rails is after the first sentence where he says the angle to the surface causes you to be able to see farther, and that's not defined in perspective. That's Gary's version of perspective. Nobody else has that version of perspective except perhaps Life is Short, which we can't really have any discussion over. I mean, that stuff is absolutely absurd.
I believe I might be wrong, but I believe he's referring to the angular limit of your vision and how it increases the angle as you rise in altitude.
That doesn't cause obstruction. It's nonsense explanation.
Yeah, the angular bit. I'll take everybody's feedback on board. It's just that I wanted to make sure that I understand Gary's position, because within Gary's position there is undoubtedly a testable hypothesis there, which would validate or invalidate his belief. There absolutely is.
Hey, thank you very much to Leo. Leo with another super chat. Maybe to clarify, but I appreciate it, Leo, for the support. And I read, there's a $5 super chat. For example, if you add one object to another object, you will get two objects. But except on flat Earth. But to accept flat Earth, you have to reject this simple truth. So we know that the truth, the simple truth is, if you add one object to another object, you will get two objects, right? In order to believe in flat Earth, you have to I mean, you have to not believe in this.
He might be using speech to text.
Yeah,
and I don't think it's understanding him very well.
I don't think another super chat has taken this much interpretation.
I did. It needed interpretation. Yeah. Hey, no thanks. No thanks. Offer his services to try to decipher it, but for $5.
So I'll attempt. He paid the $5, so I'll attempt. So perhaps what he's saying is when we point to the sky, right? We point to the sun.
No,
you point in one place, and I point to another place. So on flat Earth, the sun is in two places, where on the globe it's always in one place.
No, I give you a better example. I'll give you a better example. If I got my left ear and I got my right ear, that will equal 2 ears in reality. Except on flat Earth, which in flat Earth will be a totally different number, more than or less than 2 ears. Thank you.
How about let me do it?
There you go, Leo. But you like that one, the ears, right? Go ahead, brother.
How about this? To be a flat earther, you have to reject simple truths, like adding one object to two objects or another object, you get two objects. To accept flat Earth, you have to reject that simple truth. It's
reject reality.
If you, here we go. I got it, Merle.
Was saying if you trace the path of the sun, you end up getting, in multiple people do it across all day long, every day, you end up with an Earth that is a spherical object by tracing the path of the sun. Simple truth. Flat earthers have to deny that simple truth by saying, oh, we can't look into the sky to determine the shape of the Earth. That's bull crap.
Bull crap. Now, you know who's just floating away and floating away with a 594 hit on PayPal? Thurs is floating away. Hey, thank you, Thurs, for another sixer.
By the way, I want to interject something about field of view. Say like my field of view is 170 degrees because of, say like the average person is 180 degrees, and because of my eye problems, mine is only 170. No matter how high or low I get to the ground or above the ground I get, my field of view is going to stay the same. It's not going to change. It's going to be 170 no matter whether I'm 1 inch off the ground or 50 miles off the ground. It's going to stay. It doesn't change. That's a simple truth. It has nothing to do with perspective. It's just simple. Your field of view is your field of view.
Right, Lale, he's got his own personal definition of field of view. But I did have a perfect response to your super chats, plural. If you take 1 gallon of water and add it to another gallon of water, you still have 1 water.
1 water, yeah. 1 big water. It could be big, it could be small.
Sometimes when I'm typing, my brain is thinking and my hands are typing, and they're typing 2 separate things.
Right.
So
but if you're typing and you're hearing people talk at the same time, I've had that happen to me all the time. Yes.
Yeah. So
Larry Scott jump in the super chat train right now with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Larry Scott. Appreciate it. Gary, is the clockwise rotation of stars around South Pole due to foreshortening, angular compression, or refraction? That is a great question, Larry. Thank you so much. We need an explanation for the clockwise rotation of the stars around the South Pole.
Just a spoiler.
I'm in the UK, so I can't see any of the South Pole stars.
Do you think it's foreshortening, Thurs?
I don't know, because I can't see any of those stars. They're in a position. Earth is in the way, I'm sorry.
Oh, they're foreshortened out of the view.
The bulge is in the way, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I completely disagree. I think you have to foreshorten your brain to try to understand what Gary's trying to say, because it's just gobbledygook and doesn't make any sense.
No, I got. Go ahead, Doofus. Go ahead.
Right, I was going to give the spoiler to that question. Gary doesn't think that they circle around a point in the south. He thinks everything circles Polaris.
There you go. Yeah. Now, Stingray, you might know about this. I see when I see with my naked eyes on nature, and I see around, and I take a photograph, a picture. What I see in the phone, the colors that I see are different, are brighter, more like alive. Everything looks more alive than with my bird eyes. Is that have to do with the way I see things, or does everybody see the same way?
It's to do with, I'm guessing you've got a Samsung phone and they do love their color boost and saturation when they're saving photos.
Okay.
Come on,
but-
you're such a hater of the good phones. Come on, you know what I mean?
But what I was going to say is the, I mean, including Lael's point as well of field of view, you don't have 170 field of view. You don't have 110 degree field of view. You have something like, I think it's, I can't remember now, it's like 7.5 to 9 degrees of detail in your vision. The rest of it is peripheral. You only detect motion, really. Loose color and motion. You can't see any details outside of that very narrow band, but you paint with your eyes. Not only do you paint with your eyes, you've got variable aperture with your eyes that constantly alter, which means perceptually you paint a picture with a lot more high dynamic range. Although you're not, your iris is just changing all the time and adapting to it. So when Gary's on about perspective of the eye and stuff, I'm not sure he understands how eyes work.
Now, Stingray, wait. I had a follow-up question to what I see with my eyes versus the phone. Because my worry was that I'm watching, I got the watch page on the watch page open on my laptop, and also the Discord, like the super chat and the chat box. The colors that I see, the super chat colors right now, what I'm seeing in the live chat is bluish, greenish, between blue and green. But when I see it in the watch page, it looks different in the same device, in the same screen, in the same laptop. Should it be the same color?
It depends on the profile of the streams and the color space and compression that you're using for those two very the two very different things. One's an ending, and one is you're probably watching a pre-compression version.
Okay, I thought it was my eyes. Like something's wrong because I mean the phone photos, and I taken with a few different phones, 3 phones, different pictures, and they all look even. I mean, the brightness of the phone is not that loud, but it looks brighter, more colorful, everything on the phone versus my eyes.
I can't remember. I think Google use a VP codec which does extreme color crushing, so you wouldn't expect the two to be the same.
All right, fair. I thought I was going like colorblind or something. Fucking A. Because I see colors and I draw and I paint. I mean, you know, so I said, man, is that getting me? I'm fucked.
Can I interject something?
Yeah, go for it.
Stingray, when I was talking to field of view, I didn't actually mean I have everyone has 180. I was using those numbers as an example that my field of view is less because of my my eye problems. And I just put a number of 10 because I'm not sure how to quantify the difference. So I said the average person is 180 and mine's 10. Where in reality, you're probably right. It's more like an 80-70 or 80-60 type thing.
Yeah,
well, no, like I said, we only paint with like 10 degrees of our vision, less than 10 degrees. That's it. So, and that's why our eyes are constantly moving all over to try and get a picture. Your brain does a lot of filling, and that's how you can be fooled quite easily. But Lael, I want you to try something when you can, because this is interesting. Record yourself with a selfie phone, record your face and your eyes, and then without using an object, try and pan your eyes left to right. And I bet you can do it smoothly, but you would be in the lowest percentile of people on the planet that can.
I actually can't do that. My focal points continuously move back and forth, and it's not just the typical movement that everyone has. Mine is actually a condition, neurological condition that causes it to move.
No, but nobody can move their eyes smoothly if they're not tracking an object.
Hey, I got a comment from Tweetwit. Tweetwit says, Stingray is gay. Shut it, Tweetwit. This funny.
Well, even if I was, nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong. I know, it's just funny. She go like gay with the arm like shouting like gay, doing an echo.
You know, it's like back being at school and being 12 again. You know, this people are gay, and I go, oh, I mean, I grew up with people all around and being gay. You know what I mean?
There's you're floating away, man. You're floating away, bro.
Oh, but I'm floating away. I'm floating off, like, you know, because you know, everything's the same as it's always been.
Yeah.
You know, and we think it's different, and it's not. It's just the same.
Yeah. This is what tweet type. What I imagine. Gay.
This is life. Fucking deal with it, you fuckers. You know what I mean?
That's it.
Deal with it. You know what I mean? Get on with it. Stop complaining. You know, just fucking live life, you fuckers. You know what I mean?
We're in a marathon today.
I'm sorry about the swearing and all that, you know. But, you know, god damn, the amount of people who bitch and moan about everything, you know, and it's like, just live your life, you know? Stop making other people's lives miserable, you know? Just on me it, you know? Get on me it, you wankers.
Are you drunk, Curse?
Oh yeah.
I did actually insult.
When am I not drunk? You know.
I did actually insult a colleague of mine once, a guy called Stuart that I used to work with who was gay, but I did it in the heat of the moment because we were arguing about something. We're both working on a game, and he did something, and I just didn't agree with it, and we both got in a heated argument. And he did swear at me, so I called you fuck off, you ass bandit. But the thing is, he was gay, and he walked off, and we both walked off in a huff. But I didn't say that comment because he was gay. And then I sat down and I thought, hang about, he's gay. That's not actually an insult to him.
No.
I had to go back up to him and call him a vagina stabber.
Yeah.
As I was saying, a lot of people think that when you say things to people that they take it, you know, you get a lot of these people who are defending other people, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, I'm defending the gay people, I'm defending LGBTQ, I'm you know, and it's like, no, you're not. You're just out here because you want to complain about something, you know. Why don't you just complain about what it is that fucking pisses you off and not other people's complaints, you know?
There's no LMNOP, QRSTUV. Forget about all that. It is what it is. Everybody can do whatever the fuck they want.
They can, yeah. But I mean, if
don't
you
make me play
believe
your game, you know, that's it. Just don't make me play your game. I don't want to play the game. That's it.
Yeah, unless you're one of those people who believe that there's like chemicals in our food that's altering people's like chemical makeup and turning them into something that they aren't.
Yeah, you can eat whatever you want, man.
Like
you can eat whatever you want. No thanks. It's all good.
You can find anything to be upset about.
You can be whatever you want.
Something you can find it. You know what I mean? You can find it.
I mean, there isn't an unprecedented amount of you know, I don't know, gays now. I mean, is that naturally occurring?
You can be gay if you want. No thanks. It's okay.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have the freedom to be gay if I want. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I don't know why the
But I mean, is it a choice? I don't know. Is it a choice?
You can choose whatever you want. No thanks.
So you're saying it's a choice?
I'm saying that you can choose whatever you want.
Right, so it's a choice. It's a choice that you can choose to be a man or a woman.
Yeah, we're
Or
going
gay or
around.
not
You
gay.
can be a man, you can be a woman if you want. No thanks. Yeah.
You can be anything you want to be.
You can be anything you want. No thanks.
You can be non-egg, non-dairy.
Yeah. You can be a dinosaur. You can be a kitty. You can be a gamer girl. You can be whatever you want.
I disagree. No one can be a dinosaur except for Terse.
You can be a Discord kitten if you want. No thanks. Whatever you want.
Am I correct, Terse? No one in here can be a dinosaur except for you.
I don't know. I'm not a dinosaur.
I
You're taking
disagree.
a shot at your age. I'm not
And
sure.
you know what? I'm gonna go deeper to that, to whatever you want. The Earth can be flat or spherical. The Earth can be whatever you want it to be. No thanks.
Well, they don't
Well, I mean,
believe it's
it's not me. I don't make it anything. I mean, there's this
How
theory
mad
out there
dangerous
that
are they?
everything
How mad
measures
dangerous are
flat,
they? I mean,
but
I love taking mushrooms.
You can eat mushrooms if you want.
Mountains measure flat. Everything includes mountains, right? No takes.
Every night, you know. Just,
Thirst can speak whenever he wants to.
Oh,
No takes. Correct me if I'm wrong. When you say everything measures flat, the word everything includes mountains. Mountains aren't flat.
Yeah, but listen, Jose just went through this whole speech where he like kind of scolded me, level, flat words, you know.
But I'm
Yeah,
just
so-
saying, if you use the word everything, it encompasses every single object on Earth. You can't exclude when you say everything.
Yeah, mountains are measured in the vertical change from a horizontal. Yeah, but there's this.
But
There's
no.
this
You
theory
said everything is measured flat. Mountains are not measured flat.
Yeah, they're measured.
For
They are
those,
measured flat. Yeah.
those watching on YouTube can see the drawing that I did. I showed it earlier. For those who didn't see it, it's me, Mario. Look at that. It's Mario.
thing
Bros.
is, right?
I like it.
Countries back in the day, I mean, back in the 1700s, 1800s, right, spent hundreds of thousands of pounds back in that time to map and, you know, find the expanse of the world. And they discovered that it's round and it doesn't have any boundary where you fall off the edge, right? They know it's not flat. They know that every other angle of the planet joins with every other angle, which makes it a spheroid. You know?
Yeah, that's a really
they
good drawing,
discovered this
Jose. Yeah.
thousands of years ago, you know, and it's like, my God, you people are still arguing about something that most people have just accepted as normal.
Yeah, you know, I don't know what you're talking about falling off the edge. You don't.
If you're the people who are arguing about it, you know what I mean?
I don't know what you're talking about fall. You don't fall off the edge of a lake or a pool. You have to climb up and out of it. It doesn't make it. It doesn't make it a shape, right? You can have a lake be all sorts of shapes, you know, but it so you know, it being some kind of shape is not synonymous with flat, right? So the Earth does not have a set shape to it. That's all.
No thanks. Are you grilling? Are you grilling something? Because I smell that, man. I don't know. I don't see anybody with the grill on, but somebody's grilling around. Anybody here in the Discord is grilling because I smell that food. Killing me.
How is it possible that things on Earth have shape, but the Earth itself has no shape? That makes no sense.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, right. Like with the shape of water. What's the shape of water?
No, I said things like, you know, mountains and trees, forests. All those things have shape. How can the Earth itself not have shape if all those things are part of the Earth?
Oh, what shape is a mountain? I don't know what you're talking about. What shape is it? Mountain shape?
You can have a mountain multiple different shapes, but it is a shape.
You can carve shapes into it.
No, they are shapes.
All right, you say so. I don't know.
Mountain shape.
I'm just making a point that everything on Earth has a shape. Therefore, the Earth has to have a shape. You can't say, oh, it doesn't have a shape, but everything on Earth does.
What if
because everything on Earth is part of the Earth?
Is there such thing as shape-shifter shapes?
I don't know. If you want to be a shapeshifter, I guess you can be that. Jose.
God can do what he wants. God can change anything.
Yeah, shapes can be whatever they want.
God can he can just snap his fingers. He can just say a couple of words and make anything the way he wants it to be.
I appreciate that, Thurs. You brought it back home, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And you will even remember it all the way that he made it. You know, because, you know, he doesn't want any inconsistencies. You know what I mean?
Oh, that smells killing me. I'm gonna wrap up the show. I'm gonna go inside to hide from the beautiful boiling. No, it's been a long show, man. It's been over 5 hours, probably. Either 5 hours or almost 5, maybe over 5. I just made up some time from the past few days that I wasn't on. I broke my streak. I did like 5 days on a row, and I broke it. So today's day 0. We're gonna try again and try to be here more active in the daily basis. Everybody make sure that have the bell notification icon on for when the show is going live. It's going to announce it like half an hour before it goes live, so make sure that you got that on. We're going to do a round of final thoughts, so everybody will have a chance to speak your piece, 30 seconds or something, and get out of here for the day. It's Friday night. For those who are planning to go out or stay home and party and all that, just be safe. Please. Don't go crazy. Don't overdo anything. Everything can be done in moderation. Please, everybody be safe. We'll begin with thanking everybody that was here previously and had to leave. Thank you for coming in. I want to thank everybody that supported via PayPal and Super Chat. Excellent stuff. Thank you, everybody that hit the like button. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so now. Everybody that was here hanging out on the chat box with us and on Discord. It was a fantastic festivities. I really did have fun. Thank you, everybody here. Final thoughts. Carnivore, you got a message for the audience? Final thoughts. If you don't speak within a few seconds, I'll skip you. All right. No thanks. Final thoughts.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, no, that was a good drawing of Mario. Really good.
Thank you.
You got some talent, man. Hey, you're a cool guy. You got, it's probably more important to spend time with your family than talk about this. Yeah, I mean, all in all, there's no shape, to where we live, right? The earth just is the ground, it's the grass. It comes out of the water. There's earth, there's the sun above us. To put a shape to it is kind of silly, right? When we don't see shapes like this in nature, we make the shapes. But anyhow, yeah, I appreciate you having this show, man.
Thank you for coming. Yeah, it was entertaining having you here for a few hours. I really do appreciate you coming in, man. It was fun. Big shout out to Leel with the last super chat of the day. $2. Leel, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Good looking out. For real. If anybody want to support the channel when the show is not live, there's a few ways to do it. There's a super thanks button with a little heart underneath the video when it's up and rendered on YouTube. And it works just like super chat. And if you want to hit me on PayPal also, send me whatever you can on PayPal and type a little note with your YouTube username to give you a proper shout out next time that we are in the show live. Thank you, Leel. Thank you, everybody. Sean Smith, final thoughts. Yeah, big shout out Carnivore. Say great show. Sean Smith, what?
No, I just want to say thanks, Jose. It was a great show today. Listened for, on and off for a couple hours. Came in. I also want to say thanks to No Tanks. He really brought it today.
He did.
I think he did a fantastic job. For everybody out in the audience, like and subscribe today. Thanks, Jose.
Thank you, Sean Smith. Leel lied. Hi to it with a $2 super chat after his last super chat. So he lied. Hey, thank you, Leel. Thirst, final thoughts.
Me? I'm back in? Oh my god.
Yeah, final thoughts. Let's wrap it up and go home.
Thanks. Fantastic fucking, great. Yeah, I don't listen to people with, the ideas of what they think. Anyway, fantastic game today. Somebody's won something. Anyway.
Thank you, Thurs. I appreciate your support and you hanging out here with us, man. I really do appreciate it, always. Let's go with the other Merle, a.k.a. Leel. Leel, you're coming hot supporting the channel. I appreciate it, brother. What you got for the audience?
First closing remark is, I think I can understand Johnny B better than Terse. When Terse is drunk.
It's rough.
Next point. You can't have an object that has no shape, but things on that object have a shape. Makes no sense. It's logically inconsistent. Therefore, the Earth has to have a shape. Whatever that shape may be, I personally think the evidence points out it being a sphere. But there you go. Have a good day. We could drag the show out more, and hi, Twit.
It's gonna be open on the Discord, the Daily Boom. You guys can stay as long as you want. I'm just gonna shut down the live show on stream on YouTube. We got 2 more final thoughts. The Stingray final thoughts.
Yeah, we don't live on a model, but a model represents a good hypothesis of data and structures and geometry. And when we test all of the known science that very, very smart people have spent a long time understanding and measuring to a very, very accurate degree, it's a sphere. And you yourself can test this and go outside and test the predictions of a sphere, something that no single person has ever been able to do on something as utterly fucking simple as a flat earth. Cheers, Jose.
Cheers, Stingray. Thank you very much for coming in, man. I always appreciate it. Dude, you bring the best and the worst out of everybody. You got some skills, bro. Tweet says, have a super fun weekend, guys. Love yas. Hey, love you too, Tweet. Thank you. Gary, why venga? Final thoughts. I'm glad you came back for final thoughts. Wrap it up, bro. You're the last one.
Yeah. Stingray's got his globe model that he turns and gets all the angles, but the astronomical clock in Prague and the astrolabes did it with a flat thing, and intelligent people designed those. So they created a model that represented everything they see in the sky, just like Stingray claims he's done with his little globe that he turns. And they did it with circular patterns, spiraling inward and outward. They do the patterns of all the stars and the moon and sun and planets, and they made gears accordingly to make them turn in their sidereal rates. They all have different ones, and so the planets are different than the stars, and the stars are different than the sun and the moon, and they just made gears to affect them all, so all paths cross at the proper points and proper places. They can predict everything with a flat surface.
Thank you very much. Because Doofus didn't have any final thoughts, I'm gonna give it for him. Doofus Manfred says, the surface of the Earth gets in the way of distant objects. Mechanical gyro compasses wouldn't work on a stationary Earth. The Earth is neither flat nor stationary. Thank you very much, everybody. Jose JG out. I'm gonna squeaky Earth. It is not that late. It is only 8:23 p.m. in Florida, USA. Let's make some noise. Whoop whoop.
One more. Thank you.